Jane Austen's Mansfield Park, rewritten in modern English. Written by E. K. Stewart, rewritten from the Jane Austen classic novel. Narrated by Hart, our AI assistant. Chapter 1. About 30 years ago, Miss Maria Ward of Huntingdon, with only £7,000 to her name, had the remarkable good fortune to win the heart of Sir Thomas Bertram of Mansfield Park in Northamptonshire, and was thereby elevated to the rank of a baronet's wife, with all the comfort and status that came with a beautiful home and a generous income. All of Huntingdon marveled at what a brilliant match it was, and even her uncle, the lawyer, freely admitted that she had landed a husband at least £3,000 above what anyone could reasonably have expected. She had 2 sisters who stood to benefit from her rise in the world, and those among their acquaintances who considered Miss Ward and Miss Frances every bit as attractive as Miss Maria had no hesitation in predicting that they would marry nearly as well. But the truth is that there are never as many wealthy men in the world as there are pretty women who deserve them. Miss Ward, after 6 years, found herself having to settle for the Reverend Mr. Norris, a friend of her brother-in-law, who had almost no money of his own, and Miss Frances fared even worse. Miss Ward's match, when it actually came about, was not without its merits. Sir Thomas was fortunately able to provide his friend with an income through the living at Mansfield, and Mr. and Mrs. Norris began their married life on not much less than £1,000 a year. But Miss Frances married, as the saying goes, to spite her family, and by attaching herself to a lieutenant of Marines with no education, no money, and no connections, she managed to do it thoroughly. She could hardly have made a worse choice. Sir Thomas Bertram had influence, and both on principle and out of pride, from a general desire to do right and a wish to see everyone connected with him in respectable circumstances. He would have been glad to use that influence for the benefit of Lady Bertram's sister. But her husband's profession was one that no amount of influence could help, and before Sir Thomas had time to think of any other way to assist them, a complete falling out between the sisters had occurred. It was the natural result of how both parties had behaved, and exactly the kind of break that a reckless marriage almost always produces. To spare herself from pointless arguments, Mrs. Price had never written to her family about her plans until she was already married. Lady Bertram, being a woman of very calm emotions and an easy, rather lazy temperament, would have been content simply to write her sister off and think no more about it. But Mrs. Norris had an energetic nature that wasn't satisfied until she had written Fanny a long, furious letter laying out the foolishness of her behavior and warning her of all the miserable consequences that were sure to follow. Mrs. Price, for her part, felt wronged and angry, and her reply attacked both sisters equally, with remarks about Sir Thomas's pride so disrespectful that Mrs. Norris absolutely could not keep them to herself, and that was the end of all communication between them for quite some time. Their homes were so far apart, and the worlds they moved in so completely different, that for the next 11 years they had almost no way of even knowing the other existed. Sir Thomas was genuinely puzzled that Mrs. Norris somehow managed to announce, every now and then in an irritated tone, that Fanny had had another child. By the end of those 11 years, however, Mrs. Price could no longer afford to hold on to her pride and resentment, or to throw away any connection that might possibly help her. A large and still growing family, a husband who could no longer perform active service, but was perfectly capable of socializing and drinking, and a very small income to cover all their needs made her desperate to win back the friends she had so carelessly pushed away. She wrote to Lady Bertram in a letter full of remorse and despair, describing an overwhelming number of children and a shortage of almost everything else, and it was impossible not to be moved toward reconciliation. She was preparing for her 9th confinement, and after lamenting her situation and begging them to act as godparents to the expected child, she couldn't hide how much she hoped they might be able to help support the 8 she already had. Her eldest was a 10-year-old boy, a lively, spirited child who was eager to get out into the world, but what was she to do? Was there any chance he might someday be of use to Sir Thomas in managing his West Indian estate? He would accept any position, no matter how humble. Or what did Sir Thomas think of Woolwich? Or could a boy be sent out to the east somehow? The letter was not without effect. It restored peace and goodwill. Sir Thomas sent friendly advice and warm assurances. Lady Bertram sent money and baby clothes, and Mrs. Norris wrote the letters. Those were the immediate results, but within a year something more significant came out of it. Mrs. Norris had taken to telling the others that she simply could not stop thinking about her poor sister and her family, and that no matter how much they had already done, she felt the urge to do more. Eventually she came out with her idea, that poor Mrs. Price should be relieved of the burden and expense of one child entirely out of her large number. What if they were to take in her eldest daughter, a girl now 9 years old, at an age when she needed more attention than her poor mother could possibly give? The trouble and expense to them would be nothing compared to the good it would do. Lady Bertram agreed immediately. "I think we cannot do better," she said. "Let us send for the child." Sir Thomas could not give such instant and unconditional agreement. He debated and hesitated. It was a serious responsibility. A girl raised in their home would need to be properly provided for, or taking her from her family would be cruelty rather than kindness. He thought of his own 4 children, his 2 sons, the possibility of cousins falling in love, and so on. But no sooner had he begun to carefully lay out his objections than Mrs. Norris cut him off with answers to all of them, whether he had voiced them or not. "My dear Sir Thomas, I understand you perfectly, and I give you full credit for the generosity and thoughtfulness of your concerns, which are entirely in keeping with your character. I agree with you completely on the importance of doing everything one can to provide for a child one has effectively taken under one's care, and I assure you I would be the last person in the world to withhold my share of help on such an occasion. Having no children of my own, who else should I think of when it comes to whatever small things I might have to give, but my sister's children? And I know Mr. Norris would feel the same, but you know I am a woman of few words and fewer promises. Let us not be talked out of a good deed by small worries. Give a girl a proper education, introduce her into society, and the odds are very much in favor of her finding a good match without any further expense to anyone. A niece of ours, Sir Thomas, yours especially, would not grow up in this neighborhood without every advantage. I won't say she would be as pretty as her cousins. I doubt very much she would be. But she would be introduced into local society under such favorable circumstances that, in all likelihood, she would make a perfectly respectable match. As for your sons, surely you must see that of all possible outcomes, that is the least likely, given that they would be brought up together like brothers and sisters. It would be morally impossible. I have never known it to happen. In fact, it is the one sure way to prevent any such attachment. Imagine she is a pretty girl, and Tom or Edmund meets her for the first time 7 years from now, there would very likely be trouble. The mere thought of her having been left to grow up in poverty and neglect, far away from all of us, would be enough to make either of those dear, warm-hearted boys fall in love with her. But raise her alongside them from now on, and even if she were as beautiful as an angel, she would never be anything more to either of them than a sister. "There is a great deal of truth in what you say," Sir Thomas replied, "and I have no wish to throw up imaginary obstacles to a plan that would suit everyone's circumstances so well. I only meant to point out that it shouldn't be entered into lightly, and that in order to truly help Mrs. Price and reflect well on ourselves, we must either provide for the child's future as a gentlewoman, or commit ourselves to doing so if circumstances require it, in case no suitable marriage presents itself, as you seem so confident it will." "I understand you completely," cried Mrs. Norris. "You are all that is generous and thoughtful, and I am certain we will never disagree on this point. Whatever I can do, as you well know, I am always ready to do for those I care about. And though I could never feel 100th part of the attachment to this little girl that I feel for your own dear children, nor think of her in quite the same way, I would hate myself if I were capable of neglecting her. Is she not my sister's child? Could I bear to see her go without while I had a scrap of bread to give her? My dear Sir Thomas, whatever my faults, I have a warm heart, and poor as I am, I would sooner do without life's necessities than act ungenerously. So if you have no objection, I will write to my poor sister tomorrow and make the proposal, and once things are arranged, I will take charge of getting the child to Mansfield. You needn't trouble yourself with any of it. My own trouble, as you know, I never consider. I will send Nanny to London for the purpose, and she can stay at her cousin the Sadler's, and the child can be brought to meet her there. They can easily get her from Portsmouth to town by coach, in the care of whatever respectable person might happen to be making the journey. I imagine there is always some trustworthy tradesman's wife or someone of that sort traveling up." Aside from objecting to the arrangement involving Nanny's cousin, Sir Thomas raised no further concerns. A more suitable, if less economical meeting point was agreed upon, everything was considered settled, and everyone began to enjoy the warm feeling of having done something so charitable. That warm feeling, in all fairness, should not have been distributed equally. For Sir Thomas was fully committed to being the girl's true and consistent benefactor, while Mrs. Norris had not the slightest intention of spending a single penny on her upkeep. When it came to talking, advising, and organizing Mrs. Norris was generosity itself, and nobody was better at urging others to be lavish. But her love of money was equal to her love of being in charge, and she was just as skilled at holding on to her own as she was at spending other people's. Having married on a smaller income than she had expected, she had from the start convinced herself that strict economy was essential, and what had begun as a necessity had quickly become a preference. A satisfying focus, now that she had no children to spend money on. Had there been a family to provide for, Mrs. Norris might never have been so careful with her savings. But with no such obligation, nothing stood in the way of her frugality or diminished the pleasure of adding to an income they had never even fully spent. Guided by this deeply ingrained habit, and feeling no genuine affection for her sister, the most she could honestly aim for was the credit of having conceived and arranged such a generous-seeming charity, though she may have known herself so little that she walked home to the parsonage afterward in the happy belief that she was the most open-handed sister and aunt in the world. When the subject came up again, and her intentions became clearer, Sir Thomas was rather surprised to hear, in response to Lady Bertram's calm question, "Where shall the child come first, sister, to you or to us?" that it would be entirely impossible for Mrs. Norris to take any personal responsibility for the girl. He had assumed she would be a particularly welcome addition to the parsonage, a pleasant companion for an aunt who had no children of her own. He found he was completely wrong. Mrs. Norris was sorry to say that having the little girl stay with them, at least under the current circumstances, was simply out of the question. Poor Mr. Norris's fragile health made it impossible. He could no more endure the noise of a child than he could fly. If he ever did fully recover from his gout, things would be different, and she would gladly take her turn without complaint. But right now, poor Mr. Norris required every moment of her attention, and she was quite sure the mere suggestion of such a thing would upset him terribly. "Then she had better come to us," said Lady Bertram with perfect composure. After a brief pause, Sir Thomas added with quiet authority, "Yes, let her home be in this house. We will do our best to fulfill our duty to her, and she will at least have the benefit of companions her own age and a proper teacher." "Very true," cried Mrs. Norris, both of which are very important considerations, and it will make no difference whatsoever to Miss Lee whether she has 3 girls to teach or only 2, none at all. I only wish I could be more useful, but you can see I am doing everything I possibly can. I am not one to spare myself. Nanny shall go and fetch her, though it will be quite inconvenient to have my right-hand woman away for 3 days. I suppose, sister, you will put the child in the little white attic near the old nurseries. It will be by far the best place for her, close to Miss Lee, not far from the girls, and right beside the housemaids, who could easily help dress her and look after her clothes. I imagine you wouldn't think it fair to expect Ellis to wait on her the same as the others. In fact, I really don't see where else you could possibly put her." Lady Bertram raised no objection. "I hope she turns out to be a well-mannered girl, Mrs. Norris continued, "and that she appreciates what extraordinary good fortune she has in having such friends. If her character should turn out to be truly bad," said Sir Thomas, "then for the sake of our own children we would have no choice but to remove her from the family. But there is no reason to expect anything so serious. We should probably find a good deal that needs improving in her, and we must be prepared for real ignorance, some smallness of outlook, and rather embarrassing roughness of manner. But these are not faults that cannot be corrected, nor do I believe they would be a harmful influence on her cousins. Had my daughters been younger than she is, I would have considered bringing such a companion into the family a matter of genuine concern. But as things stand, I believe there is nothing to fear for them and everything to hope for her from the connection." "That is exactly what I think," cried Mrs. Norris, "and precisely what I was saying to my husband this morning. It will be an education for the child," I said, "simply being around her cousins. Even if Miss Lee taught her nothing, she would learn to be good and clever just from watching them." "I hope she won't bother my poor pug," said Lady Bertram. "I've only just managed to get Julia to leave it alone." "There will be one difficulty we need to address, Mrs. Norris," Sir Thomas observed, "and that is the question of how to handle the distinction between the girls as they grow up, how to keep my daughters aware of their position without making them look down on their cousin, and how, without crushing the girl's spirit, to help her understand that she is not a Miss Bertram." I would very much like to see them as close friends, and I would never encourage my daughters to show the slightest arrogance toward their relation. But they cannot be equals. Their rank, fortune, rights, and expectations will always be different. It is a delicate matter, and I will need your help in finding exactly the right approach. Mrs. Norris was entirely at his service, and though she agreed wholeheartedly that it was an extremely difficult thing to manage, she encouraged him to believe that between the two of them it could be handled without too much trouble. It will come as no surprise that Mrs. Norris's letter to her sister was not sent in vain. Mrs. Price seemed a little puzzled that a daughter had been chosen when she had so many fine boys, but she accepted the offer with great gratitude, assuring them that her daughter was a good-natured, well-behaved girl, and expressing her trust that they would never have reason to regret taking her in. She mentioned that the child was somewhat delicate and small for her age, but expressed confident hope that a change of air would do her a great deal of good. Poor woman, she probably thought a change of air might do a great many of her children some good. Chapter 2. The little girl completed her long journey safely and was met at Northampton by Mrs. Norris, who was thrilled to be the first to welcome her and to lead her in to the others, making a great show of introducing her and urging everyone to be kind. Fanny Price was just 10 years old at the time, and while there wasn't much about her first appearance to win anyone over, there was at least nothing that would put her relations off. She was small for her age, pale, and had no particularly striking features. She was extremely timid and shy, shrinking from any attention directed her way. Her manner, though awkward, wasn't unrefined, her voice was sweet, and when she spoke her face was pretty. Sir Thomas and Lady Bertram welcomed her warmly, and Sir Thomas, seeing how much she needed reassurance, made every effort to put her at ease. But he had to work against an unfortunate stiffness in his own manner, and Lady Bertram, without putting in half the effort or saying one word for every 10 of his, simply smiled pleasantly and immediately came across as far less intimidating of the two. The young people were all at home and handled the introductions well, with good humor and no awkwardness, at least on the part of the boys, who at 17 and 16, and tall for their ages, seemed like full-grown men in the eyes of their little cousin. The two girls were less comfortable, being younger and more in awe of their father, who addressed them on the occasion with a rather misguided level of formality. But they were far too accustomed to company and compliments to feel anything like genuine shyness, and as their cousin's complete lack of confidence made their own grow stronger, they were soon able to look her over, her face and her dress, with easy indifference. They were a remarkably attractive family. The sons very good-looking, the daughters decidedly beautiful, and all of them tall and mature for their ages. This created as striking a physical contrast between the cousins as their education had created in their manner, and no one would have guessed the girls were nearly the same age as they actually were. In fact, there were only 2 years between the youngest and Fanny. Julia Bertram was only 12, and Maria just a year older. The little visitor, meanwhile, was as miserable as she could possibly be, afraid of everyone, embarrassed by herself, and longing for the home she had left behind. She couldn't bring herself to look up and could barely speak without dissolving into tears. Mrs. Norris had talked to her the entire way from Northampton about how extraordinarily lucky she was and how much gratitude and good behavior this should inspire in her, which only deepened her misery by making her feel that being unhappy was somehow wrong of her. The exhaustion of such a long journey was no small thing either. Sir Thomas's well-meaning attempts to make her feel welcome were useless, as were all of Mrs. Norris's bossy predictions that she would be a good girl. Lady Bertram's kind smile and invitation to sit beside her on the sofa with her little dog did nothing. Even the sight of a gooseberry tart offered her no comfort. She could barely swallow 2 bites before tears got the better of her, and since sleep seemed her best hope, she was taken off to finish her crying in bed. "This isn't a very promising start," said Mrs. Norris once Fanny had left the room. "After everything I said to her on the way here, I expected better behavior. I told her how much might depend on making a good first impression. I do hope there isn't a bit of sulkiness in her. Her poor mother had quite a lot of it, but we must make allowances for a child like her. And I can't really hold it against her that she's sad to leave home, because for all its faults, it was her home, and she can't yet understand how much better off she is now. Still, there's a limit to everything." It took considerably longer than Mrs. Norris was willing to admit for Fanny to adjust to Mansfield Park and to the separation from everyone she knew. Her feelings ran deep and were too little understood for anyone to properly attend to them. Nobody intended to be unkind, but nobody went out of their way to make her comfortable either. The day off given to the Miss Bertrams specifically so they could get to know and entertain their young cousin produced very little connection. They couldn't help but think less of her when they discovered she owned only 2 sashes and had never learned French. And when they noticed she was barely impressed by the duet they were kind enough to play for her, they did little more than generously give her some of their least favorite toys before heading off to whatever amusement the holiday called for, making paper flowers or decorating with gold paper. Fanny, whether near her cousins or apart from them, whether in the schoolroom, the drawing room, or the garden, was equally lost and unhappy, finding something to fear in every person and every place. Lady Bertram's silence discouraged her. Sir Thomas's serious expression intimidated her, and Mrs. Norris's constant scolding overwhelmed her entirely. Her older cousins made her feel small with their remarks about her size and embarrassed her by pointing out her shyness. Miss Lee was openly surprised by her ignorance, and the housemaids looked down on her clothes. And when she added to all this misery the thought of her brothers and sisters back home, the brothers and sisters to whom she had always mattered. As a playmate, a teacher, and a caretaker, the sadness that settled over her was crushing. The grandeur of the house astonished her but gave her no comfort. The rooms were so large she felt uneasy moving through them. She was afraid to touch anything for fear of breaking it, and she crept about in constant anxiety, frequently retreating to her own room to cry. The little girl who was spoken of so approvingly in the drawing room each night, as being so gratefully aware of her good fortune, ended every day's misery by sobbing herself to sleep. A week passed this way without her quiet, passive manner betraying any of it, until one morning her cousin Edmund, the younger of the 2 sons, found her sitting on the attic stairs in tears. "My dear little cousin," he said with all the gentleness of a genuinely kind nature, "what on earth is the matter?" He sat down beside her and took great care to ease her embarrassment at being found like that, encouraging her to open up and talk to him. Was she feeling ill? Had someone been unkind to her? Had she had a falling out with Maria and Julia? Was she stuck on something in her lessons that he could help explain? Was there anything at all he could do for her or get for her? For a long while the only answer he could get was no. No, not at all, no, thank you. But he kept gently trying, and the moment he brought up her home, her increased sobbing made it immediately clear where the real pain lay. He tried to comfort her. "You miss your mamma, my dear little Fanny," he said, "which shows what a good girl you are. But you must remember that you're surrounded by family and friends who all love you and want you to be happy. Let's go for a walk in the park and you can tell me all about your brothers and sisters." As they talked, he discovered that, dear as all her brothers and sisters were to her, one of them occupied her thoughts more than all the rest. William was the one she talked about most and wanted most to see. William, the eldest, a year older than herself, her constant companion and best friend, and her defender with their mother, who adored him whenever things went wrong. William didn't want her to go away. He had told her he would miss her terribly. "But William will write to you, I'm sure." Yes, he had promised he would, but he had told her to write first. "And when are you going to do that?" She looked down and said hesitantly that she didn't know, she didn't have any paper. "If that's all that's stopping you, I'll get you paper and everything else you need, and you can write the letter whenever you like. Would it make you happy to write to William?" "Yes, very much." "Then let's do it now. Come with me to the breakfast room, everything we need is in there and we'll have the room to ourselves." "But cousin, will it actually get sent?" "Yes, you can count on it. It will go out with the other letters, and since your uncle will frank it, it won't cost William anything." "My uncle?" Fanny repeated, looking alarmed. "Yes, once you've written the letter, I'll take it to my father to frank." Fanny thought it was a bold move, but raised no further objection, and they went together to the breakfast room, where Edmund prepared her paper and ruled her lines with all the goodwill her own brother could have shown, and probably with somewhat more precision. He stayed with her the entire time she was writing, helping her with his penknife or with spelling whenever either was needed. In addition to all this, he did something that touched her more than anything else. He wrote in his own hand that his love was with her cousin William, and tucked half a guinea under the letter's seal. Fanny's feelings at that moment were more than she could have put into words, but her expression and a few simple, unguarded words conveyed every bit of her gratitude and happiness, and her cousin began to see her as someone genuinely worth his attention. He talked with her more, and from everything she said he became convinced that she had a warm heart and a sincere desire to do what was right. He could also see that she was deserving of real care, given how deeply she felt things and how painfully shy she was. He had never intentionally hurt her, but he now understood that she needed more than just the absence of cruelty. She needed active kindness. With that in mind, he made it his first priority to help ease her fears of everyone around her, and he gave her a great deal of practical advice about joining in with Maria and Julia and trying to enjoy herself as much as she could. From that day on, Fanny began to feel better. She knew she had a friend, and Edmund's kindness gave her more confidence with everyone else as well. The place felt less strange, and the people less frightening, and even if there were still some among them she couldn't stop being wary of, she at least began to understand how they worked and how best to get along with them. The little awkwardnesses and rough edges that had initially disrupted everyone's peace, most of all her own, naturally smoothed out over time, and she was no longer truly afraid to be in the same room as her uncle, nor did the sound of Aunt Norris's voice make her flinch quite so much. With her cousins, she gradually became an occasionally welcome companion. Though she was too young and small to be their equal in most things, their various schemes and amusements sometimes called for a third person, especially one who was willing and agreeable, and they had to admit, when their aunt pointed out her faults or when their brother Edmund spoke up for her, that Fanny was good-natured enough. Edmund was consistently kind to her, and the worst she had to endure from Tom was the kind of teasing a 17-year-old boy considers perfectly fair to direct at a 10-year-old girl. He was just beginning to take his place in the world, full of energy, with all the easy generosity of an eldest son raised to expect pleasure and spending as his birthright. His kindness to his little cousin suited his position perfectly. He gave her some very pretty gifts and laughed at her. As her appearance and spirits improved, Sir Thomas and Mrs. Norris congratulated themselves with growing satisfaction on their charitable plan, and it was quickly decided between them that though she was far from clever, she seemed manageable and unlikely to cause them trouble. Their low opinion of her abilities was not theirs alone. Fanny could read, do needlework, and write, but she had been taught nothing beyond that. Since her cousins found her ignorant of many things they had long taken for granted, they thought her remarkably dull, and for the first 2 or 3 weeks they were constantly bringing fresh evidence of it to the drawing room. "Dear Mama, you won't believe it, my cousin can't assemble the map of Europe, and she can't name the main rivers in Russia, she's never even heard of Asia Minor, and she doesn't know the difference between watercolors and crayons. How extraordinary! Have you ever heard of anything so stupid?" "My dear," their indulgent aunt would reply, "it is quite bad, but you mustn't expect everyone to be as quick and advanced as you are." "But Aunt, she really is so very ignorant. Do you know, we asked her last night which way she'd go to get to Ireland, and she said she'd cross to the Isle of Wight. She thinks of nothing but the Isle of Wight and calls it the island, as if there were no other island in the world. I'm certain I would have been ashamed not to have known better long before I was her age. I can't remember a time when I didn't know far more than she does yet. It seems like ages ago, Aunt, since we used to recite the kings of England in order, with the dates of their reigns and all the major events." "Yes," the other added, "and the Roman emperors all the way down to Severus, plus a great deal of classical mythology, and all the metals, semi-metals, planets, and famous philosophers." "Very true indeed, my dears, but you have been blessed with wonderful memories, and your poor cousin probably has none at all. There is an enormous difference in memories, just as in everything else, so you must make allowances for her and feel sorry for her shortcomings. And remember, however clever and advanced you may be, you should always stay humble. No matter how much you know, there is always a great deal more to learn." "Yes, I know, until I'm 17, I suppose. But I must tell you one more thing about Fanny. This is really too odd. She says she doesn't want to learn music or drawing." "Well, my dear, that is very foolish of her and shows a real lack of ambition and talent. But all things considered, I'm not sure it isn't just as well because, as you know, your papa and mama have been so kind as to bring her up alongside you, thanks to my efforts. But it isn't at all necessary for her to be as accomplished as you girls. On the contrary, it's far more appropriate that there should be a clear difference between you." Such was the wisdom with which Mrs. Norris shaped her nieces' minds, and it is hardly surprising that, for all their natural gifts and early learning, they grew up completely lacking in the rarer qualities of self-awareness, generosity, and humility. In every respect but character, they received an excellent education. Sir Thomas didn't see what was missing, because although he genuinely cared about his children, he wasn't outwardly affectionate, and his reserved manner shut down any natural warmth they might have shown in his presence. Lady Bertram paid not the slightest attention to her daughter's upbringing. She simply didn't have time for it. She was a woman who spent her days sitting elegantly on a sofa, working on some lengthy piece of embroidery that was neither useful nor attractive, thinking more about her dog than her children, though quite happy to indulge the latter as long as it didn't inconvenience her. In all important matters, she followed Sir Thomas's lead, and in smaller ones she followed her sister's. Even if she had had more time to devote to her daughters, she probably would have thought it unnecessary. They had a governess and proper tutors, after all, and what more could they want? As for Fanny being slow to learn, Lady Bertram could only say it was a pity, but some people were simply slow, and Fanny would have to try harder. She didn't know what else could be done, and aside from being so dull, she had to say she saw nothing wrong with the poor little thing, and always found her very handy and quick when it came to running errands and fetching things. Fanny, for all her ignorance and timidity, settled in at Mansfield Park and gradually transferred much of the affection she had felt for her old home onto her new one. She grew up there, not unhappily, among her cousins. Neither Maria nor Julia was genuinely malicious, and though Fanny was often hurt by the way they treated her, she thought so little of her own worth that she never truly felt wronged by it. Around the time Fanny arrived, Lady Bertram, owing to some minor health complaints and a great deal of laziness, gave up the London house she had been accustomed to occupying every spring and stayed permanently in the country, leaving Sir Thomas to attend his duties in Parliament and to manage as best he could without her. And so in the country, the Miss Bertrams continued to practice their music and exercise their memories, growing taller and more womanly, and their father watched them develop in appearance, manner, and accomplishment into everything he had hoped for. His eldest son was careless and extravagant and had already caused him considerable worry, but his other children gave him nothing but satisfaction. His daughters, he felt, while they bore the Bertram name, were bringing it new honor, and when they left it through marriage, he trusted they would form alliances worthy of it. As for Edmund, his sound judgment and integrity gave every promise of usefulness, honor, and happiness for himself and everyone connected to him. He was to become a clergyman. Amid the concerns and quiet pride his own children gave him, Sir Thomas did not forget to do what he could for Mrs. Price's children. He generously helped with the education and career placement of her sons as they grew old enough to need direction, and Fanny, though almost entirely cut off from her family, felt genuine happiness whenever she heard of any kindness shown to them, or of anything encouraging in their circumstances or behavior. Once, and only once over the course of many years, did she have the joy of seeing William. She saw none of the others. Nobody seemed to think it possible or necessary for her to visit home, even briefly, and nobody at home seemed to want her back. But William, having decided shortly after her departure to go to sea, was invited to spend a week with his sister in Northamptonshire before he shipped out. Their joyful reunion, their pure delight in being together, their hours of laughter, and their moments of serious talk can easily be imagined, as can the boy's high spirits and bright hopes right up to the last moment, and the girl's heartbreak when he left. Fortunately, the visit fell during the Christmas holidays, so she could turn straight to her cousin Edmund for comfort, and he told her such wonderful things about what William would do and become through his career at sea that she gradually came to accept that the separation might serve some good purpose. Edmund's friendship never wavered. His move from Eton to Oxford brought no change in his warmth toward her. It only created more opportunities to show it. Without any show of doing more than anyone else, or any fear of going too far, he was always genuinely on her side, always considerate of her feelings, working to help others see her good qualities and to overcome the self-doubt that kept them hidden. He offered her advice, reassurance, and encouragement whenever she needed them. Held back as she was by everyone else, his support alone couldn't bring her forward in the world, but his attention was invaluable in another way. It helped her mind grow and gave her richer pleasures in life. He recognized that she was intelligent, with a quick understanding as well as good sense, and a love of reading that, properly nurtured, could be an education in itself. Miss Lee taught her French and heard her read her daily portion of history, but it was Edmund who pointed her toward the books that filled her leisure hours with joy. He encouraged her tastes, refined her judgment, and made her reading truly meaningful by discussing what she had read with her, making it all the more rewarding with his thoughtful praise. In return for all of this, she loved him more than anyone in the world, except William. Her heart was divided equally between the two. Chapter 3. The first major event in the family was the death of Mr. Norris, which happened when Fanny was around 15, and naturally brought about changes and new arrangements. Mrs. Norris moved out of the parsonage, staying briefly at the park before settling into a small house of Sir Thomas's in the village. She comforted herself over losing her husband by deciding she could manage perfectly well without him, and over her reduced income by convincing herself that stricter budgeting was simply necessary. The church living would eventually go to Edmund, and if his uncle had died a few years earlier, it would have been temporarily assigned to some friend to hold until Edmund was old enough to be ordained. But Tom's extravagance had already made that impossible, forcing a different arrangement, and the younger brother was left to help pay for the older one's pleasures. There was another church living already set aside for Edmund, and while that had made the situation somewhat easier for Sir Thomas to live with, he still felt it was an injustice. He made a serious effort to make his eldest son understand this, hoping it might finally get through to him in a way nothing else had managed. "I'm ashamed of you, Tom," he said, with as much dignity as he could muster. "I'm ashamed of the position you've forced me into, and I can only hope you feel some guilt about what this means for your brother. You've robbed Edmund of more than half the income that should rightfully be his, possibly for 10, 20, 30 years, maybe for life. I may be able to find him something better in the future, and you may too, I hope. But don't ever forget that he shouldn't have needed anything extra from us in the first place, and nothing can truly make up for what he's losing right now because of your debts." Tom listened with some shame and a trace of regret, but he got away as quickly as he could and soon managed to cheer himself up with a few convenient thoughts. First, that he was nowhere near as deep in debt as some of his friends. Second, that his father had made a completely tiresome drama out of the whole thing. And third, that whoever ended up with the church living would most likely die fairly soon anyway. When Mr. Norris died, the right to appoint the next minister passed to a Dr. Grant, who duly came to live at Mansfield. He turned out to be a robust, healthy man of 45, which didn't look promising for Tom Bertram's hopes. But no, he was a short-necked, red-faced sort of man, and with enough good food and drink, he'd pop off soon enough. He had a wife about 15 years younger than himself but no children, and they arrived in the neighborhood with the usual reputation of being perfectly respectable, pleasant people. The time had now come when Sir Thomas expected his sister-in-law to step up and take her share of responsibility for their niece. Mrs. Norris's changed circumstances and Fanny's increased age seemed to remove any previous objections to them living together, and in fact, made it the obvious and ideal solution. Since Sir Thomas's own finances had taken a hit from recent losses on his West Indian estate on top of Tom's spending, he was not at all opposed to the idea of being relieved from the cost of supporting Fanny and arranging for her future. Fully convinced this was how things would unfold, he mentioned it to his wife, and the first time Lady Bertram happened to think about the subject again, Fanny was in the room. She calmly said to her, "So, Fanny, you're going to leave us and go live with my sister. How do you feel about that?" Fanny was too startled to do anything but echo her aunt's words. "Going to leave you?" "Yes, my dear. Why should that surprise you? You've been with us 5 years, and my sister always planned to take you when Mr. Norris died. But you'll still come up and help me pin my sewing patterns, of course." The news was just as unwelcome to Fanny as it was unexpected. She had never received any real kindness from her Aunt Norris and could not love her. "I'll be very sorry to go," she said, her voice unsteady. "Yes, I expect you will. That's natural enough. I suppose you've had as little to worry about since you came to this house as anyone in the world." "I hope I'm not ungrateful, Aunt," said Fanny quietly. "No, my dear, I hope not. I've always found you a very good girl. And am I never to live here again?" "Never, my dear. But you'll have a comfortable home, I assure you. It can make very little difference to you whether you're in one house or the other." Fanny left the room with a heavy heart. She could not feel the difference was so small, and she could not think about living with her Aunt Norris with anything close to acceptance. As soon as she found Edmund, she told him what was troubling her. "Cousin," she said, "something is about to happen that I really don't like, and even though you've talked me into accepting things I didn't like before, you won't be able to do it this time. I'm going to live entirely with Aunt Norris." "Really?" "Yes, Aunt Bertram just told me. It's all settled. I'm to leave Mansfield Park and go to the White House, I suppose, as soon as she moves in." "Well, Fanny, if the plan itself weren't so unpleasant to you, I'd say it was an excellent one." "Oh, cousin, it has everything else going for it. My aunt is being sensible in wanting you with her. She's choosing a friend and companion exactly where she should, and I'm glad her love of money isn't getting in the way. You'll be what you should be to her. I hope it doesn't upset you too much, Fanny." "It really does. I can't accept it. I love this house and everything in it. I won't love anything there. You know how uncomfortable I am with her. I won't defend how she treated you as a child, but she was much the same with all of us. More or less, she never knew how to relate to children, but you're old enough now to be treated better. I think she's already starting to improve, and when you're her only companion, you'll matter to her. I can never matter to anyone. What makes you say that? Everything. My situation, my foolishness and awkwardness. As for foolishness and awkwardness, dear Fanny, believe me, you don't have a trace of either, except when you use those words to describe yourself. There's absolutely no reason why you shouldn't matter to the people who know you. You're sensible, you have a warm nature, and I know you have a grateful heart that could never receive kindness without wanting to return it. I can't think of better qualities in a friend and companion. You're too kind, said Fanny, flushing at the praise. How could I ever thank you properly for thinking so well of me? Oh, cousin, if I have to go away, I'll remember your goodness to me for the rest of my life. Come now, Fanny, I'd hope to be remembered from somewhere as close as the White House. You're talking as though you're going 200 miles away rather than just across the park. You'll belong to us almost as much as ever. The two families will see each other every single day. The only real difference is that living with your aunt will naturally push you to take your proper place in the world. Here, there are too many people to hide behind, but there, you'll have to speak for yourself. Oh, I wouldn't say that. I have to say it, and I'm glad to say it. Mrs. Norris is much better suited than my mother to look after you now. She's the kind of person who will do a great deal for someone she genuinely cares about, and she'll push you to use your natural abilities. Fanny sighed. I can't see it the way you do, but I should trust your judgment over my own, and I'm very grateful to you for trying to help me accept what has to be. If I could believe my aunt truly cared about me, it would mean everything to feel I mattered to someone. Here, I know I don't matter, and yet I love this place so much. The place, Fanny, isn't what you're leaving, even if you're leaving the house. You'll have just as much freedom to walk in the park and gardens as you ever did. Even your loyal little heart doesn't need to be frightened by such a small change in name. You'll walk the same paths, choose from the same library, see the same people, and ride the same horse. That's true. Yes, dear old gray pony. Oh, cousin, when I remember how terrified I used to be of riding, how I trembled whenever my uncle even mentioned horses, and then think of how patiently you reasoned me out of my fears and convinced me I'd enjoy it once I got used to it, and how right you turned out to be, I find myself hoping your predictions are always that accurate. And I'm completely certain that being with Mrs. Norris will do as much for your character as riding has done for your health, and just as much for your happiness in the long run. And so their conversation ended, a conversation that, for all the real good it could do Fanny, might just as well not have happened, because Mrs. Norris had absolutely no intention of taking her in. The idea had never crossed her mind on this occasion, except as something to be carefully avoided. To make sure no one would expect it, she had deliberately chosen the smallest house that could still be considered respectable in the parish of Mansfield. The White House being just barely large enough for herself and her servants, with room for one spare bedroom for a guest, a point she made very much of. The parsonage had never been short of spare rooms, but the absolute necessity of keeping one free for guest was now something she brought up at every opportunity. All her precautions, however, couldn't entirely protect her from being suspected of better intentions, or perhaps her very emphasis on the spare room had led Sir Thomas to assume it was actually meant for Fanny. Lady Bertram settled the matter once and for all when she casually remarked to Mrs. Norris, I think, sister, we won't need to keep Miss Leon any more once Fanny comes to live with you. Mrs. Norris almost jumped. Live with me, dear Lady Bertram. Whatever do you mean? Isn't she going to live with you? I thought you and Sir Thomas had arranged it. Me? Never. I never said a word about it to Sir Thomas, and he never said a word to me. Fanny live with me, the last thing in the world I'd think of or that anyone who really knows both of us would wish. Good heavens, what would I do with Fanny? I'm a poor, helpless widow with broken spirits, in no fit state for anything. What would I do with a girl her age? 15 years old, exactly the age when a girl needs the most attention and care, enough to test the sunniest disposition. Surely Sir Thomas couldn't have seriously expected such a thing. Sir Thomas is too good a friend to me. Nobody who wishes me well would suggest it. How did Sir Thomas come to speak to you about it? I really don't know. I suppose he thought it made sense. But what did he say exactly? He couldn't have said he wanted me to take Fanny. In his heart, he couldn't have wanted me to do it. No, he only said he thought it very likely, and I thought so too. We both thought it would be a comfort to you. But if you don't want her, there's nothing more to be said. She's no trouble here. Dear sister, given my unfortunate situation, how could she possibly be a comfort to me? Here I am, a poor, desolate widow, robbed of the best of husbands, my health ruined by nursing him, my spirits even worse. All my peace in this world gone. with barely enough to live as a gentlewoman and keep up the respect owed to my dear departed husband's memory, what possible comfort could I find in taking on such a responsibility as Fanny? Even if I wanted her for my own sake, I wouldn't be so unfair to the poor girl. She's in good hands here and will do perfectly well. I must struggle through my grief and difficulties as best I can. So you won't mind living entirely on your own? Lady Bertram, I'm not complaining. I know I can't live as I once did, but I must cut back where I can and learn to be more economical. I've always been a generous housekeeper, but I won't be too proud to practice economy now. My circumstances have changed as much as my income. A great many things were expected of poor Mr. Norris as parish clergyman that no one can expect of me. You'd be amazed how much food was consumed in our kitchen by all sorts of visitors dropping in. At the White House, things will have to be managed much more carefully. I must live within my income or I'll be miserable, and honestly, it would give me great satisfaction to do a little better than that, to put something away at the end of each year. I'm sure you will. You always manage to, don't you? My goal, Lady Bertram, is to be of use to those who come after me. It's for your children's sake that I want to save. I have no one else to think about, but I would very much like to think I could leave them some small legacy worth having. That's very good of you, but don't go to any trouble on their account. They'll be well provided for. Sir Thomas will see to that. Well, you know, Sir Thomas's resources will be rather stretched if the Antigua estate keeps performing so poorly. Oh, that will be sorted out soon enough. Sir Thomas has been writing about it, I know. Well, Lady Bertram, said Mrs. Norris, preparing to leave, I can only say that my one wish is to be of service to your family. So if Sir Thomas should ever raise the subject of my taking Fanny again, you'll be able to tell him that my health and nerves make it completely impossible, and besides, I genuinely wouldn't have a bed to give her, since I have to keep a spare room for guests. Lady Bertram reported enough of this conversation to her husband to make it perfectly clear how badly he had misjudged his sister-in-law's intentions, and from that moment, she was completely safe from any further expectation or mention of it from him. He couldn't help being baffled that she refused to do anything for a niece she had once been so eager to bring into the family. But since she made a point of letting both him and Lady Bertram know that whatever she had would eventually go to their family, he soon made peace with an arrangement that, while it benefited and flattered them, would also allow him to provide for Fanny more directly himself. Fanny soon discovered how needless her fears of being uprooted had been, and her unguarded, instinctive joy at the discovery was some comfort to Edmund, who had genuinely hoped the arrangement would have done her good. Mrs. Norris took possession of the White House, the Grants arrived at the parsonage, and with those matters settled, life at Mansfield returned to its usual rhythms for a while. The Grants turned out to be friendly and sociable, which went over well with most of their new neighbors. They had their faults, of course, and Mrs. Norris was quick to find them. The doctor was very fond of his food and insisted on a good dinner every day, and Mrs. Grant, rather than finding ways to satisfy him cheaply, paid her cook as well as they did at Mansfield Park and was hardly ever seen in the kitchen herself. Mrs. Norris could barely contain her irritation when discussing such offenses, or the quantities of butter and eggs the household got through on a regular basis. Nobody loved good food and hospitality more than she did. Nobody had less patience for mean, stingy ways. The parsonage, she was sure, had never gone without proper comforts in her day, had always had a fine reputation, but this kind of carrying on was beyond her. A fine lady playing mistress in a country parsonage was completely out of place. Her own storeroom would have been good enough for Mrs. Grant to aspire to. Ask anyone you liked, and you couldn't find out that Mrs. Grant had ever had more than £5,000 to her name. Lady Bertram listened to this kind of grievance with little real interest. She had no patience for complaints about household economics, but she felt deeply the particular injustice of Mrs. Grant being so comfortably settled in life without being especially good-looking, and she expressed her amazement on this point almost as often as Mrs. Norris aired her own complaints, though somewhat more briefly. These topics had barely been chewed over for a year when another event arose that was significant enough to genuinely occupy the thoughts and conversations of the ladies in the family. Sir Thomas found it necessary to go to Antigua himself to sort out his affairs, and he took Tom with him, hoping the trip would separate him from some bad influences back home. They left England expecting to be away for nearly a year. The financial necessity of the trip, and the hope that it would be good for his son, helped Sir Thomas accept the difficulty of leaving the rest of his family and entrusting his daughter's guidance to others at such a critical point in their lives. He didn't think Lady Bertram was quite capable of filling his role with them, or of filling the role that should have been hers to begin with, but he had enough confidence in Mrs. Norris's watchful involvement and Edmund's sound judgment to leave without serious worries about how they would conduct themselves. Lady Bertram was not at all pleased to have her husband leave, but she wasn't troubled by any fear for his safety or concern for his comfort, being the sort of person who assumes that nothing dangerous, difficult, or tiring could ever happen to anyone but herself. The Miss Bertrams deserved sympathy on the occasion, not for their grief, but for their complete lack of it. Their father had never been someone they loved, he had never seemed like a supporter of their pleasures, and his absence was, if they were honest, a relief. They were free from all restraint, and without even reaching for any forbidden enjoyment, they simply felt liberated and able to please themselves however they wished. Fanny felt exactly the same relief, and was just as aware of it, but her more tender nature told her that such feelings were ungrateful, and she genuinely felt guilty that she couldn't feel sad. Sir Thomas, who had done so much for her and her brothers, who might never come back, and she couldn't even shed a tear to see him go, it was shameful that she could feel so little. He had also said to her, on that very last morning, that he hoped she might see William again sometime in the coming winter, and he had told her to write and invite him to Mansfield as soon as his squadron was known to be back in England. That had been so thoughtful and kind, and if he had only smiled at her, called her "my dear Fanny" when he said it, she might have forgotten every past frown and cold word. But he had ended his little speech in a way that stung her, adding, "If William does come to Mansfield, I hope you'll be able to show him that the many years since you last saw each other haven't been entirely wasted on your part, though I'm afraid he may find his sister at 16 not very different, in some ways, from his sister at 10. She cried bitterly over those words after her uncle had gone, and when her cousins saw her red eyes, they simply put her down as a hypocrite. Chapter 4. Tom Bertram had spent so little time at home lately that his absence barely registered. Lady Bertram was soon amazed to discover how well they managed without her husband, how competently Edmund stepped into his father's role, carving at dinner, meeting with the steward, writing to the lawyer, dealing with the servants, and sparing her from every possible effort or inconvenience, except for addressing her own letters. Word arrived of the traveler's safe landing in Antigua after a smooth voyage, though not before Mrs. Norris had spent considerable time nursing the darkest fears and trying to draw Edmund into sharing them whenever she could get him alone. Since she had appointed herself the person who would break any tragic news to the rest of the household, she had already planned out exactly how she would do it. When Sir Thomas's letter confirming that both he and Tom were alive and well forced her to set aside her agitation and her carefully rehearsed speeches of condolence, at least for the time being. Winter came and went without any summons home. The reports from Antigua remained entirely favorable, and Mrs. Norris kept herself so occupied, organizing entertainments for her nieces, helping them dress, showing off their talents, and keeping an eye out for suitable husbands, that, on top of running her own household, interfering in her sister's, and monitoring what she considered Mrs. Grant's reckless spending, she had precious little time to worry about those far away. The Miss Bertrams had by now firmly established themselves as the leading beauties of the neighborhood. Their good looks and impressive accomplishments were matched by a natural ease of manner, carefully cultivated into a general air of warmth and graciousness, and they enjoyed the neighborhood's genuine admiration as well as its goodwill. Their vanity was so perfectly managed that they appeared entirely free of it, giving themselves no airs at all, while the praise their behavior attracted, carefully shepherded and amplified by their aunt, only reinforced their conviction that they were without faults. Lady Bertram did not accompany her daughters to social events. She was too lazy even to enjoy the satisfaction a mother might take in watching her daughters succeed and shine, if it meant any personal inconvenience, so the responsibility was handed over to her sister, who wanted nothing more than such an honorable and prominent role, and who thoroughly appreciated the way it allowed her to move freely in society without the expense of hiring horses. Fanny had no part in the season's festivities, but she genuinely valued being her aunt's companion on evenings when the rest of the family went out. With Miss Lee having left Mansfield, she naturally became Lady Bertram's entire company on ball nights and party evenings. She talked with her, listened to her, read to her, and the quiet of those evenings, the complete safety of that one-on-one time from any word of unkindness, was a profound relief to someone whose inner life had rarely known a break from anxiety and unease. As for her cousin's social adventures, she loved hearing about them, especially the balls, and particularly who Edmund had danced with. But she thought so little of her own position that she never imagined she might one day be included in such events, and she listened with no sense of any personal stake in them whatsoever. All in all, it was a comfortable winter for her. Though it brought no William back to England, the unfailing hope of his return was itself worth a great deal. The following spring cost her the old gray pony she had loved, and for a time her health suffered as much as her spirits from the loss. Despite everyone acknowledging that riding was important for her well-being, nothing was done about getting her another horse, because, as her aunts explained, she could always ride one of her cousin's horses whenever they didn't need them. Since the Miss Bertrams wanted their horses on every fine day and had no intention of extending their obliging manners to the point of sacrificing any real pleasure, that opportunity, naturally, never arose. They enjoyed their cheerful morning rides through April and May, while Fanny either spent the whole day at home with one aunt or was pushed to walk beyond her strength by the other. Lady Bertram considered exercise as unnecessary for everyone as she found it unpleasant herself, while Mrs. Norris, who was on her feet all day, took it for granted that everyone else should be too. Edmund was away at the time, or the problem would have been fixed sooner. When he returned and saw Fanny's situation and its effect on her health, he felt there was only one thing to be done. Fanny must have a horse. That was his firm declaration, and he held to it against whatever his mother's indolence or his aunt's penny-pinching could muster to suggest it wasn't necessary. Mrs. Norris couldn't help thinking that some reliable old animal could surely be found among the many horses at the park, or that one might be borrowed from the steward, or that perhaps Dr. Grant might occasionally lend them the pony he sent to collect the post. She considered it entirely unnecessary, and even improper, that Fanny should have a proper lady's horse of her own, in the same manner as her cousins. She was quite certain Sir Thomas had never intended any such thing, and she had to say that making such a purchase in his absence, adding to the already considerable expense of the stables at a time when a large portion of his income was uncertain, struck her as very hard to justify. Fanny must have a horse, was Edmund's only response. Mrs. Norris could not see it that way. Lady Bertram could. She agreed completely with her son that it was necessary, and that Sir Thomas would see it the same way. She only objected to any rush about it. She simply wanted Edmund to wait until Sir Thomas came home, and then Sir Thomas could sort it all out himself. He'd be back in September. What was the harm in waiting until then? Although Edmund was far more annoyed with his aunt than with his mother, seeing in her attitude the greater indifference to Fanny's welfare, he couldn't entirely dismiss what she said. He eventually settled on a course of action that would eliminate any risk of his father thinking he had overstepped, while still giving Fanny the means to get exercise right away, something he couldn't bear for her to go without. He owned 3 horses, but not one suitable for a woman to ride. 2 were hunters, and the third a serviceable road horse. He decided to trade the third for one his cousin could ride. He knew exactly where to find such a horse, and once his mind was made up, the whole thing was quickly arranged. The new mare turned out to be a perfect find. With very little effort, she proved exactly right for the purpose, and Fanny was soon in almost full possession of her. She had never imagined anything could compare to the old gray pony, but her delight in Edmund's mare surpassed any pleasure of that kind she had ever known, and the added warmth she felt, knowing the kindness that had made it possible, was more than she could put into words. She looked up to her cousin as the model of everything good and admirable, as someone whose worth only she could truly appreciate, and as deserving a gratitude she could never adequately express. Her feelings toward him were a combination of everything respectful, grateful, trusting, and tender. Since the horse remained Edmund's in name as well as in practice, Mrs. Norris could tolerate Fanny's use of it, and had Lady Bertram ever returned to her earlier objection, Edmund might have been forgiven in her eyes for not waiting until September, because when September arrived, Sir Thomas was still abroad with no clear end in sight. Unexpected setbacks had arisen just when he had begun turning his thoughts toward home, and the deep uncertainty surrounding everything led him to send Tom back to England while he stayed to resolve matters himself. Tom arrived safely and brought good news of his father's health, but it was of little comfort to Mrs. Norris. Sir Thomas sending his son home struck her as exactly what a father might do under the shadow of some dark premonition, and she found herself overwhelmed by gloomy forebodings. As the long evenings of autumn closed in, these thoughts haunted her so intensely in the lonely quiet of her cottage that she was obliged to take daily refuge in the dining room at the park. The return of the winter social season, however, had its effect. As things got underway, her attention became so pleasantly absorbed in managing her eldest niece's romantic prospects that her nerves settled considerably. If poor Sir Thomas were never to return, it would be a particular consolation to see dear Maria well married. She thought this very often, especially in the company of men of fortune, and most particularly on the introduction of a young man who had recently inherited one of the largest estates and finest properties in the county. Mr. Rushworth was immediately struck by Miss Bertram's beauty, and being inclined toward marriage, quickly convinced himself he was in love. He was a slow, dull young man of no more than average intelligence, but since there was nothing disagreeable about his appearance or manner, the young lady was quite pleased with her conquest. Now in her 21st year, Maria Bertram had begun to regard marriage as a duty, and since marrying Mr. Rushworth would give her a larger income than her father's as well as the townhouse she now desperately wanted, it became, by that same logic of personal obligation, her clear duty to marry Mr. Rushworth if she could. Mrs. Norris threw herself into promoting the match with every suggestion and scheme likely to make it more attractive to both parties, including cultivating a friendship with the gentleman's mother, who currently lived with him, and even forcing Lady Bertram to make a 10-mile journey over poor roads for morning call. Before long, the two women had established a warm understanding. Mrs. Rushworth freely acknowledged that she was eager for her son to marry, and declared that of all the young women she had ever seen, Miss Bertram seemed best suited by her qualities and accomplishments to make him happy. Mrs. Norris accepted the compliment and admired the fine judgment that could recognize such merit so clearly. Maria was indeed the pride and delight of them all, perfectly faultless, an absolute angel, and naturally, surrounded by admirers as she was, she must be selective in her choice. Still, as far as Mrs. Norris could allow herself to judge after so short an acquaintance, Mr. Rushworth appeared to be precisely the young man to deserve her and win her. After dancing together at the appropriate number of balls, the two young people confirmed these assessments, and an engagement was entered into, with proper deference paid to the absent Sir Thomas, to the great satisfaction of both families and the general approval of the neighborhood, which had for many weeks considered it only logical that Mr. Rushworth should marry Miss Bertram. Several months passed before Sir Thomas's consent could be received, but since no one doubted he would give it wholeheartedly, the two families continued to mix freely in the meantime, and the only attempt at discretion was Mrs. Norris telling everyone she met that it wasn't yet a matter to be discussed. Edmund was the only member of the family who could find any fault with the arrangement, but nothing his aunt said could make him find Mr. Rushworth a desirable match. He was willing to grant his sister the right to judge her own happiness, but he was troubled that her happiness should hinge on a large income. He found himself frequently thinking, in Mr. Rushworth's company, if this man didn't have 12,000 a year, he would be a thoroughly stupid fellow. Sir Thomas, however, was genuinely delighted at the prospect of an alliance so unquestionably advantageous, about which he heard nothing but good. It was exactly the right kind of connection, same county, same interests, and he sent his warmest approval as quickly as possible. His only condition was that the wedding should not take place before his return, which he was once again eagerly anticipating. He wrote in April with strong hopes of resolving everything to his complete satisfaction and leaving Antigua before the end of summer. Such was the state of things in July, and Fanny had just turned 18, when the neighborhood gained new members in the form of Mrs. Grant's brother and sister, a Mr. and Miss Crawford, children of her mother by a second marriage. They were young people of means. The brother had a fine estate in Norfolk. The sister had £20,000. Mrs. Grant had always been fond of them as children, but her own marriage had been quickly followed by the death of their shared mother, which left them in the care of their father's brother, a man Mrs. Grant knew nothing about, and she had barely seen them since. In their uncle's home they had found genuine warmth. Admiral and Mrs. Crawford, though they agreed on almost nothing else, were united in their affection for these two young people, or at least their disagreement went no further than each having their own favorite. The Admiral doted on the boy, Mrs. Crawford on the girl, and it was Mrs. Crawford's death that now required her protégé, after a few more months of trying to make the arrangement work, to find somewhere else to live. Admiral Crawford was a man of thoroughly disreputable conduct who chose, rather than keeping his niece with him, to install his mistress in the house instead. To this Mrs. Grant owed her sister's suggestion of coming to stay with her, a proposal as welcome on one side as it was convenient on the other. Mrs. Grant had by this point exhausted the usual pastimes of a countrywoman without children. She had filled her favorite sitting room with beautiful furniture, assembled an impressive collection of plants and poultry, and was now greatly in need of some variety at home. The arrival of a sister she had always loved, whom she now hoped to keep with her for as long as she remained unmarried, was therefore a great pleasure, though her main anxiety was that Mansfield might not suit the habits of a young woman accustomed to London. Miss Crawford was not entirely without similar concerns, though hers centered mainly on doubts about her sister's standard of living and the quality of local society. It was only after she had tried, and failed to persuade her brother to settle with her at his own country estate, that she finally resolved to take her chances among her other relations. Henry Crawford had an unfortunate aversion to anything resembling a permanent home or a restricted social life, and he couldn't accommodate his sister on something that mattered so much to him. But he escorted her to Northamptonshire with the greatest kindness, and readily promised to come and collect her at half an hour's notice whenever she tired of the place. The meeting proved thoroughly satisfying on both sides. Miss Crawford found a sister who was neither prim nor provincial, a brother-in-law who looked and acted like a gentleman, and a house that was comfortable and well-furnished. Mrs. Grant received in the people she hoped to love better than ever two young people of very attractive appearance. Mary Crawford was strikingly pretty. Henry, though not classically handsome, had charm and presence. Both had lively, pleasant manners, and Mrs. Grant was immediately prepared to credit them with every other virtue besides. She was delighted with both, but Mary was her particular treasure, and having never been able to take pride in her own looks, she thoroughly relished the pleasure of being proud of her sisters. She hadn't even waited for Mary's arrival before looking out a suitable match for her. She had settled on Tom Bertram. The eldest son of a baronet was not too good for a girl with £20,000 and all the elegance and accomplishments Mrs. Grant anticipated in her sister, and being a warm and open-hearted woman, she had told Mary her plan within 3 hours of her arrival. Miss Crawford was pleased to find a family of such standing so close by, and not at all displeased either by her sister's early scheming or the choice she had landed on. Marriage was her goal, provided she could marry well, and having met Mr. Bertram in London, she knew there was nothing wrong with either his appearance or his position in life. So while she treated the whole thing as a joke, she didn't neglect to take it seriously as well. The plan was soon repeated to Henry. "And now," added Mrs. Grant, "I've thought of something to make it perfect. I'd love nothing better than to see you both settled in this part of the country, so Henry, you shall marry the youngest Miss Bertram. She's a lovely, good-natured, accomplished girl who will make you very happy." Henry bowed and thanked her. "My dear sister," said Mary, "if you can talk him into anything of the sort, it will give me fresh reason to delight in having such a clever person for a relation, and my only regret will be that you don't have half a dozen daughters to match up. If you can persuade Henry to marry, you must have the skill of a Frenchwoman. Everything that English determination can do has already been tried. I have 3 very close friends who have each been desperately in love with him in their turn, and the efforts their mothers, very clever women, all of them, along with my dear aunt and I have made to reason, coax, or trick him into marrying are beyond imagining. He is the most terrible flirt you could possibly conceive. If your Miss Bertrams don't want their hearts broken, they should stay well away from Henry." "My dear brother, I refuse to believe any of this." "No, I'm sure you're too good-natured. You'll be kinder to me than Mary is. You'll make allowances for the hesitations of youth and inexperience. I have a cautious nature, and I'm reluctant to rush into anything as important as my own happiness. No one has a higher opinion of marriage than I do. I consider a wife to be, as the poet so wisely described her, heaven's last, best gift." "There, Mrs. Grant, do you see how he lingers over that word? And look at that smile. I assure you he is quite detestable. The Admiral's influence has completely ruined him." "I pay very little attention," said Mrs. Grant, "to anything young people say on the subject of marriage. When they claim to have no interest in it, I simply conclude they haven't yet met the right person." Dr. Grant laughingly congratulated Miss Crawford on apparently suffering from no such disinclination herself. "Oh, not at all. I'm not the least bit ashamed of it. I think everyone should marry if they can do it properly. I don't like to see people throw themselves away, but everyone should marry as soon as they can do so to their advantage. Chapter 5. The young people took to each other right away. Both sides had plenty to offer, and their friendship quickly developed into an intimacy that was perfectly appropriate given how little time they'd known each other. Miss Crawford's good looks didn't hurt her standing with the Miss Bertrams. They were too attractive themselves to resent another woman for being pretty, and they were almost as charmed as their brothers by her bright dark eyes, clear brown complexion, and overall prettiness. If she had been tall, full-figured, and fair, it might have been more of a challenge, but as things stood, there was really no comparison. She was, quite acceptably, a sweet and pretty girl, while they were the finest young women in the county. Her brother was not handsome. No, when they first saw him, he was flat-out plain, dark and plain, but he was still a gentleman with a pleasant, easy manner. By the second meeting, he seemed not quite so plain after all. Plain, yes, but he had such an expressive face, and his teeth were so good, and he carried himself so well that you soon forgot about his looks. After a third encounter, after dining with him at the parsonage, nobody was calling him plain anymore. He was, in fact, the most charming young man the sisters had ever met, and they were equally delighted with him. Since Miss Bertram was already engaged, fairness dictated that he belonged to Julia, and Julia knew it perfectly well. Before he had been at Mansfield a week, she was more than ready to fall in love with him. Maria's feelings on the matter were more confused and unclear. She didn't want to examine them too closely. There could be no harm in liking an agreeable man. Everyone knew her situation. Mr. Crawford would have to look after himself. Mr. Crawford had no intention of falling for anyone. The Miss Bertrams were worth winning over and were ready to be pleased, and he set out simply to make them like him. He didn't want them to fall desperately in love with him, but with the good sense and self-awareness that should have made him behave better, he gave himself far too much leeway in these matters. "I like your Miss Bertrams enormously, sister," he said, coming back after seeing them to their carriage following the dinner visit. "They're very elegant, charming girls. They really are, and I'm so glad to hear you say so, but you like Julia best." "Oh yes, I like Julia best. But do you really? Miss Bertram is generally considered the prettier one." "I'd have to agree with that. She has the advantage in every feature, and I prefer her face, but I like Julia best. Miss Bertram is definitely the better looking, and I've found her the more agreeable, but I'll always like Julia best, because you tell me to. I'm not going to argue with you, Henry, but I know you'll like her best in the end. Didn't I just say I like her best already, right from the start? And besides, Miss Bertram is engaged. Remember that, dear brother, her choice is made." "Yes, and that actually makes me like her more. An engaged woman is always more agreeable than one who isn't. She's at ease with herself. Her worries are over, and she knows she can be as charming as she likes without anyone reading anything into it. Everything's safe with an engaged woman, no harm can be done." "Well, as for that, Mr. Rushworth is a perfectly decent young man, and it's a wonderful match for her. But Miss Bertram doesn't care 2 cents for him. That's your opinion of your close friend. I don't agree with it at all. I'm quite sure Miss Bertram is very much in love with Mr. Rushworth. I could see it in her eyes whenever his name came up. I think too well of Miss Bertram to imagine she would ever give her hand without giving her heart. Mary, what are we going to do with him? I think we have to leave him to himself. Talking doesn't do any good. He'll get caught in the end. But I wouldn't want him caught, I wouldn't want him deceived. I'd want everything to be fair and above board." "Oh, come on, let him take his chances and get caught. It'll turn out fine either way. Everyone gets caught at some point or another." "Not always in marriage, dear Mary. Especially in marriage. With all due respect to anyone present who happens to be married, dear Mrs. Grant, there isn't one in 100 of either sex who isn't deceived when they marry. Wherever I look, I can see that it's true, and when I think about it, I feel it must be so. Of all the transactions in life, marriage is the one where people expect the most from others and are the least honest themselves." "Ah, you've had a poor education in matrimony, back on Hill Street." "My poor aunt certainly had little reason to love the institution, but speaking from my own observations, it's a manipulative business. I know so many people who married with complete confidence that they were getting some particular advantage or talent or quality in their partner, only to find themselves completely mistaken and forced to make do with exactly the opposite. What is that if not being deceived? My dear girl, you must be letting your imagination run away with you. I'm sorry, but I can't quite believe you. You're only seeing half the picture. You see the bad parts, but not the comfort. There will be small frustrations and disappointments everywhere in life, and we all tend to expect too much. But when one plan for happiness doesn't work out, human nature turns to another. If the first calculation is wrong, we make a better second one. We find comfort somewhere, and those cynical observers, dearest Mary, who make mountains out of molehills, are far more deceived than the people they are watching. Well said, sister. I admire your loyalty to the cause. When I'm a wife, I intend to be just as staunch myself, and I wish my friends generally would be too. It would save me many a heartache. You're as bad as your brother, Mary, but we'll cure you both. Mansfield will cure you both, and without any deception involved. Stay with us, and we'll cure you. The Crawfords, with no particular desire to be cured, were very happy to stay. Mary was perfectly content with the parsonage as a temporary home, and Henry was equally willing to extend his visit. He had come intending to stay only a few days, but Mansfield had proven promising, and there was nothing calling him away. Mrs. Grant was delighted to keep them both with her, and Dr. Grant was thoroughly pleased with the arrangement too. A lively, attractive young woman like Miss Crawford was always pleasant company for an indolent, stay-at-home sort of man, and having Mr. Crawford as his guest gave him an excuse to drink claret every day. The Miss Bertram's admiration of Mr. Crawford was far more intense than anything Miss Crawford's composed nature was likely to produce. She did acknowledge, however, that the Mr. Bertrams were very fine young men, that two such young men were rarely seen together even in London, and that their manners, particularly the eldest's, were very good. Tom had spent a great deal of time in London and had more energy and charm than Edmund, and was therefore to be preferred. Besides, being the eldest was itself a strong point in his favor. She had felt from early on that she would like the eldest best. She knew that was her way. Tom Bertram would have been considered charming by most people regardless. He was the kind of young man who tends to be widely liked. His pleasantness was of the sort that often goes down better than qualities of a higher order, because he had easy manners, excellent spirits, a wide circle of friends, and plenty to say. And the prospect of inheriting Mansfield Park and a baronetcy didn't hurt any of this. Miss Crawford soon felt that he and his position might do very nicely. She looked around her with careful consideration and found almost everything in his favor. A park, a real park, 5 miles around, a spacious, modern house, so well situated and sheltered that it deserved a place in any collection of prints of English country seats, and wanting only a complete refurnishing. Pleasant sisters, a quiet mother, and an agreeable man himself, with the added benefit that he was currently bound by a promise to his father to keep away from heavy gambling, and would one day be Sir Thomas. Yes, it might work out very well. She thought she would probably accept him, and she began, accordingly, to take a mild interest in the horse he had running at the bee races. These races would call him away before long after their acquaintance had barely begun, and since, given his usual habits, the family didn't expect him back for many weeks, it would put his feelings to an early test. He said a great deal to persuade her to come to the races, and elaborate plans were made for a large party, with all the eagerness of genuine enthusiasm, but it remained just talk. And Fanny, what was she doing and thinking through all of this? What did she make of the newcomers? Few young women of 18 were less expected to voice their opinions than Fanny. Quietly, with little attention paid to her, she privately acknowledged Miss Crawford's beauty, but since she still found Mr. Crawford quite plain, despite her two cousins repeatedly proving otherwise, she never mentioned him at all. The only attention she drew herself came in this form. "I'm beginning to understand you all now, except Miss Price," said Miss Crawford one day, walking with the Mr. Bertrams. "Tell me, is she out or isn't she? I can't work it out. She dined at the parsonage with the rest of you, which suggested she was out, and yet she says so little that I can hardly suppose she is." Edmund, to whom this was mainly addressed, replied, "I think I know what you mean, but I'm not going to try to answer that question. My cousin is grown up. She has the age and sense of a woman, but the whole business of who's out and who isn't is beyond me. And yet generally nothing could be easier to determine. The distinction is so clear. Manners as well as appearance are, generally speaking, completely different. Until now, I would never have thought it possible to mistake whether a girl was out or not. A girl who isn't out always dresses a certain way. A close-fitting bonnet, for instance, looks very demure and never says a word. You may smile, but it's true, I assure you. And except when it's taken a bit too far, it's all perfectly appropriate. Girls should be quiet and modest. The most objectionable part is that the change in manner when they're introduced into society is often far too abrupt. They sometimes go in very little time from complete reserve to the complete opposite, total confidence. That's the flaw in the current system. One doesn't like to see a girl of 18 or 19 immediately up to speed on everything, especially when one can remember her barely able to speak the year before. Mr. Bertram, I dare say you've witnessed such transformations yourself. I think I have, but that's hardly fair. I see what you're doing. You're teasing me about Miss Anderson. Not at all. Miss Anderson, I have no idea who or what you mean. I'm completely in the dark. But I'll tease you with great pleasure if you'll tell me what about. Come now, you carry it off very well, but you can't fool me that easily. You must have had Miss Anderson in mind when you described that sort of changed young lady. Your description was too accurate to be a coincidence. It was exactly like that. The Andersons of Baker Street, we were talking about them the other day, you know? Edmund, you've heard me mention Charles Anderson. The situation was precisely as this lady has described it. When Anderson first introduced me to his family, about 2 years ago, his sister wasn't out, and I couldn't get a word out of her. I sat there one morning for a whole hour waiting for Anderson, with only her and a couple of little girls in the room. The governess was sick or had left, and the mother was constantly in and out with letters of business, and I could barely get a word or a glance from the young lady. Not even a civil answer. She pursed her lips and turned away from me with such an air. I didn't see her again for a year. By then she was out. I met her at Mrs. Halford's and didn't even recognize her. She came straight up to me, claimed me as an acquaintance, stared me down, and talked and laughed until I didn't know where to look. I was sure I was the joke of the room at the time, and Miss Crawford, it's obvious, has heard the story. And a very good story it is too, with more truth in it than reflects well on Miss Anderson. It's far too common a fault. Mothers really haven't yet found the right way to bring up their daughters. I don't know exactly where the mistake lies. I don't pretend to have all the answers, but I can see that they often get it wrong. Those who are showing the world what young women's manners should look like, said Mr. Bertram gallantly, are doing a great deal to set things right. The mistake is obvious enough, said the less flattering Edmund. Girls like that are simply badly brought up. They're given the wrong ideas from the beginning. They're always acting out of vanity, and there's no more real modesty in their behavior before they come out than there is afterward. I'm not sure, replied Miss Crawford hesitantly. No, I can't agree with you there. The reserved phase is certainly the more modest part of the business. It's far worse when girls who aren't out yet give themselves the same airs and take the same liberties as if they were, which I have seen happen. That is worse than anything, quite disgusting. Yes, that is very awkward indeed, said Mr. Bertram. It throws you off completely. You don't know how to behave. The close bonnet and demure manner you describe so well, and nothing was ever more accurately observed, at least gives you a clear signal of what's expected. But I got myself into a terrible mess last year for lack of those signals. I went down to Ramsgate for a week with a friend last September, just after getting back from the West Indies. My friend Snade, you've heard me mention Snade, Edmund, his father, mother, and sisters were there, all new to me. When we arrived at Albion Place, they were out. We followed them and found them on the pier. Mrs. Snade and the two Miss Snades with several of their friends. I made my introductions properly, and since Mrs. Snade was surrounded by people, I attached myself to one of her daughters, walked beside her all the way home, and made myself as agreeable as I could. The young lady was perfectly relaxed and as ready to talk as to listen. I had absolutely no idea I could be doing anything wrong. They looked exactly the same, both well dressed, with veils and parasols like any other girls. But I found out afterward that I had been giving all my attention to the younger one, who wasn't out, and had deeply offended the elder. Miss Augusta shouldn't have been acknowledged for another 6 months at least, and Miss Snade, I believe, has never forgiven me. That was bad indeed. Poor Miss Snade. Though I have no younger sister. I feel for her. To be overlooked before your time must be terribly frustrating, but it was entirely the mother's fault. Miss Augusta should have been kept with her governess. These halfway measures never work out well, but now I must get to the bottom of Miss Price. Does she go to balls? Does she dine out everywhere the way she does at my sister's? No, replied Edmund. I don't think she has ever been to a ball. My mother rarely goes out into company herself and dines nowhere but at Mrs. Grant's, and Fanny stays home with her. Oh, then the matter is clear. Miss Price is not out. Chapter 6. Mr. Bertram left for, and Miss Crawford expected to feel a significant gap in their social circle, missing him considerably at the gatherings that had now become almost daily between the two families. When they all dined together at the park shortly after his departure, she took her usual place near the foot of the table, fully expecting to notice a depressing difference now that someone else was presiding. It would be a dull affair, she was certain. Compared to his brother, Edmund would have nothing interesting to say. The soup would be passed around without any energy, wine drunk without smiles or pleasant banter, and the venison carved without a single entertaining story about a previous joint or a cheerful anecdote about my good friend so-and-so. She would have to find her entertainment at the upper end of the table instead, and in watching Mr. Rushworth, who was making his first appearance at Mansfield since the Crawfords had arrived. He had been visiting a friend in the neighboring county, and that friend had recently had his grounds redesigned by a landscape improver. Mr. Rushworth had come back with his head full of the subject and burning with eagerness to improve his own estate in the same way. Though he had little of substance to say about it, he could talk of nothing else. The topic had already been raised in the drawing room and was now revived at the dinner table. Miss Bertram's attention and approval were clearly his primary goal, and though her manner suggested self-satisfied superiority rather than any desire to please him, the mention of Southerton Court and everything associated with it gave her a quiet sense of satisfaction that kept her from being openly dismissive. "I wish you could see Compton," he said. "It's the most complete transformation. I've never seen a place so changed in my life. I told Smith I didn't know where I was. The approach now is one of the finest things in the county. You come upon the house in the most striking way. I have to say, when I got back to Southerton yesterday, it looked like a prison to me, quite a grim old prison." "Oh, for shame," cried Mrs. Norris. "A prison, indeed? Southerton Court is the finest old place in the world. It needs improvement, ma'am, more than anywhere I've ever seen. I've never seen a place so badly in need of it, and it's so bleak that I don't know what's to be done with it." "No wonder Mr. Rushworth feels that way at the moment," said Mrs. Grant to Mrs. Norris with a smile, "but you can be sure that Southerton will have every improvement his heart could wish for in time." "I must do something with it," said Mr. Rushworth, "though I'm not sure what. I hope I'll have some good friend to help me." "Your best friend on that front," said Miss Bertram calmly, "would be Mr. Repton, I would think." "That's exactly what I was thinking. Since he's done such a good job for Smith, I think I should simply engage him straight away. His fee is 5 guineas a day." "Well, and if it were 10, cried Mrs. Norris, "I'm sure you needn't worry about that. The expense shouldn't be any obstacle at all. If I were you, I wouldn't give the cost a second thought. I would have everything done to the highest standard and made as beautiful as possible. A place like Southerton Court deserves everything that good taste and money can achieve. You have space to work with there, and grounds that will reward you generously. For my own part, if I had anything even a fraction of the size of Southerton, I would always be planting and improving, because it's something I'm naturally passionate about. It would be ridiculous for me to attempt anything where I live now, with my little half-acre. It would be almost comical. But if I had more room, I would take tremendous pleasure in improving and planting. We did a great deal of that at the parsonage. We transformed it completely from what it was when we first moved in. You young ones probably don't remember much about it, but if dear Sir Thomas were here, he could tell you what improvements we made, and a great deal more would have been done if it hadn't been for poor Mr. Norris's wretched health. He could barely get outside to enjoy anything, poor man, and that discouraged me from doing several things that Sir Thomas and I used to talk about. If it hadn't been for that, we would have extended the garden wall and planted trees to screen out the churchyard, just as Dr. Grant has done. We were always working on something as it was. It was only the spring before Mr. Norris died that we planted the apricot against the stable wall, the one that has grown into such a magnificent tree now, and bearing so well, sir," she added, turning to Dr. Grant. "The tree is certainly thriving, madam," replied Dr. Grant. "The soil is good, and I never walk past it without regretting that the fruit is so barely worth the trouble of picking. Sir, it is a Moor Park variety. We bought it as a Moor Park, and it cost us, that is, it was a gift from Sir Thomas, but I saw the bill and I know it cost 7 shillings and was sold as a Moor Park." "You were deceived, ma'am," replied Dr. Grant. "These potatoes have as much the flavor of a Moor Park apricot as the fruit from that tree. It's an insipid fruit at the best of times, though a good apricot is at least worth eating, which none from my garden are." "The truth is, ma'am," said Mrs. Grant, pretending to whisper across the table to Mrs. Norris, "that Dr. Grant hardly knows what our apricots actually taste like, since he's barely ever given one to try. It's such a precious fruit, and with a little help, and ours is such a remarkably large, handsome variety. What with early tarts and preserves, my cook manages to use them all up." Mrs. Norris, who had begun to flush, was mollified, and for a little while other topics displaced the subject of Southerton's improvements. Dr. Grant and Mrs. Norris were rarely on good terms. Their acquaintance had begun in disputes over dilapidations, and their habits were entirely incompatible. After a brief lull, Mr. Rushworth started up again. "Smith's place is the envy of the whole county, and it was nothing special before Repton got his hands on it. I think I shall engage Repton." Mr. Rushworth, said Lady Bertram. If I were you, I would have a very pretty shrubbery. One does so like to walk out into a shrubbery in fine weather. Mr. Rushworth was eager to assure her ladyship of his full agreement and tried to say something complimentary, but between deferring to her taste, insisting he had always intended the same himself, adding his general concern for ladies' comfort, and hinting that there was one lady in particular he was most anxious to please, he became thoroughly tangled up, and Edmund was glad to cut his speech short by offering wine. Mr. Rushworth, though not normally much of a talker, still had more to say on the subject closest to his heart. Smith has barely 100 acres in his grounds altogether, which isn't much, and makes the transformation all the more remarkable. Now, at Southerton we have a good 700, not counting the water meadows, so I think if so much could be achieved at Compton, there's no reason to despair. There were 2 or 3 fine old trees cut down that were growing too close to the house, and it opens up the view tremendously, which makes me think that Repton, or anyone of that sort, would certainly want to take down the avenue at Southerton. The avenue that runs from the west front up to the top of the hill, you know, he added, turning particularly to Miss Bertram. But Miss Bertram thought it more dignified to reply. The avenue? Oh, I really don't recall it. I know very little about Southerton, to be honest. Fanny, who was sitting on the other side of Edmund directly opposite Miss Crawford and had been listening carefully, now looked at him and said in a low voice, "Cut down an avenue, what a shame. Doesn't it make you think of Cowper? Ye fallen avenues, once more I mourn your fate unmerited." He smiled as he answered, "I'm afraid the avenue doesn't stand much of a chance, Fanny. I'd love to see Southerton before it's cut down, to see the place as it is now in its original state, but I don't suppose I ever shall. Have you never been there? No, of course you haven't, and unfortunately it's too far for a ride. I wish we could find a way to manage it." "Oh, it doesn't matter. Whenever I do see it, you can tell me what's been changed." "I gather," said Miss Crawford, "at Southerton is an old place and one of some grandeur. Is it in any particular architectural style?" The house was built in Elizabethan times, a large, symmetrical brick building, heavy-looking but impressive with many good rooms. It's poorly situated, though it sits in one of the lowest spots in the park, which makes improvement difficult. But the woods are beautiful, and there's a stream that could probably be made quite a feature. Mr. Rushworth is quite right, I think, to want to give it a more modern look, and I have no doubt it will all be done extremely well. Miss Crawford listened politely and said to herself, "He is a well-mannered man, he makes the best of it." "I don't wish to influence Mr. Rushworth," Edmund continued, "but if I had an estate to redesign, I wouldn't put myself in the hands of a professional improver. I'd rather end up with something less beautiful that I'd chosen myself and developed gradually. I'd rather live with my own mistakes than with someone else's. You would know what you were doing, of course, but that approach wouldn't suit me at all. I have no eye or talent for such things unless they are right in front of me. If I had a place of my own in the country, I'd be extremely grateful to any Mr. Repton who would take it on and give me as much beauty as my money could buy, and I wouldn't look at it until it was finished." "I would love to watch the whole process unfold," said Fanny. "Yes, well, you've been raised with that kind of sensibility. It was never part of my upbringing, and the only experience I ever had of it, administered by someone I was not particularly fond of, has made me regard works in progress as the greatest nuisance imaginable. 3 years ago the Admiral, my esteemed uncle, bought a cottage at Twickenham for us all to spend our summers in, and my aunt and I went down there absolutely thrilled with it. But being excessively pretty, it was soon deemed necessary to be improved, and for 3 months we had nothing but dirt and chaos everywhere, without a gravel path to walk on or a bench fit to sit on. I want everything in the country to be perfect, shrubberies and flower gardens and any number of rustic seats, but it all has to be done without my being involved. Henry is different. He loves the process of doing." Edmund was sorry to hear Miss Crawford, for whom he felt a great deal of admiration, speak so casually about her uncle. It didn't sit well with his sense of what was proper, and he fell silent until her continued smiles and liveliness persuaded him to let the matter go for now. "Mr. Bertram," she said, "I finally have news of my harp. I've been assured it's safely arrived in Northampton, where it has probably been sitting for the past 10 days, despite all the solemn assurances we received to the contrary." Edmund expressed his pleasure and surprise. "The truth is, our inquiries were too direct. We sent a servant, we went ourselves. That kind of approach doesn't work 70 miles from London. But this morning we heard of it through the right channels. A farmer spotted it and told the miller told the butcher, and the butcher's son-in-law left word at the shop. I'm very glad you've heard of it, however it came about, and I hope there'll be no more delays. I'm to have it tomorrow, but can you guess how it's to be transported? Not by wagon or cart, oh no. Nothing of that sort could be hired in the village. I might as well have asked for porters and a hand trolley. I imagine you'd find it rather difficult just now, in the middle of a very late hay harvest, to hire a horse and cart. I was astonished at what a production was made of it. Wanting a horse and cart in the countryside seemed like it should be the simplest thing in the world, so I told my maid to arrange one immediately. Since I can't look out of my dressing room without seeing a farmyard, and can't walk in the shrubbery without passing another, I thought it would simply be a matter of asking. I was almost sorry I couldn't spread the business around among more of them. Imagine my surprise when I discovered I had been asking for the most unreasonable, most impossible thing in the world, that I had offended every farmer, every laborer, and all the hay in the parish. As for Dr. Grant's bailiff, I think I had better stay out of his way, and my brother-in-law himself, who is generally all kindness, gave me quite a dark look when he found out what I'd been doing. You couldn't have been expected to think of it beforehand, but once you do consider it, you can see how vital it is to get the hay in. Hiring a cart at any time might not be as easy as you'd think. Our farmers don't usually let them out, but during harvest it's completely out of the question for them to spare a horse. I'll understand all your country ways in time, but coming down here with the true London assumption that everything can be had for money, I was a little thrown off by the sturdy self-sufficiency of rural custom. In any case, I'm to have my harp fetched tomorrow. Henry, who is kindness itself, has offered to bring it back in his barouche. Won't that be a suitably dignified conveyance for it? Edmund mentioned that the harp was his favorite instrument and expressed his hope of being allowed to hear her play soon. Fanny had never heard a harp at all and very much wanted to. "I'll be more than happy to play for you both," said Miss Crawford, "at least as long as you care to listen, and probably a good deal longer, since I love music dearly myself. When the player shares the natural enthusiasm of the audience, she is always the better off for it, since she's gratified in more ways than one. Now, Mr. Bertram, if you write to your brother, please do tell him that my harp has arrived. He heard so much about my distress over it. And you may tell him, if you like, that I shall prepare my most plaintive pieces for when he returns, out of sympathy for his feelings, since I know his horse is going to lose. If I write, I'll say whatever you'd like me to, but I don't currently foresee any reason to write." "No, I dare say not, and even if you were gone for a year, you'd probably never write to each other unless you absolutely had to. The occasion would never seem to arise. Brothers are such strange creatures. You wouldn't write to each other except under the most urgent necessity, and when you were finally forced to pick up a pen to report that a horse was ill or a relative had died, it would be done in the fewest possible words. You all write the same way. I know it perfectly. Henry, who is in every other respect exactly what a brother should be, who loves me, consults me, confides in me, and will talk with me for hours, has never once turned over a page in a letter. Very often it's nothing more than, 'Dear Mary, I have just arrived. Bath seems full and everything as usual. Yours sincerely.' That is the true manly style, the perfect brother's letter. When they are far away from all their family," said Fanny, coloring for William's sake, "they can write long letters." "Miss Price has a brother at sea," said Edmund, "whose excellence as a letter writer makes her think you're being too hard on us." "At sea, is he? In the Royal Navy, I assume?" Fanny would have preferred Edmund to tell the story, but his deliberate silence forced her to explain her brother's situation herself. Her voice came alive when she spoke of his career and the foreign postings he had served on, but she couldn't mention how many years he had been away without tears coming to her eyes. Miss Crawford politely wished him an early promotion. "Do you know anything of my cousin's captain?" said Edmund. "Captain Marshall, I imagine you have a wide acquaintance in the Navy." "Among admirals, quite a broad one, but, with an air of grandeur, we know very little of the lower ranks. Post-captains may be perfectly decent men, but they don't belong in our circle. I could tell you a great deal about various admirals, about their flags, the gradations of their pay, their quarrels and jealousies. But in general, I can assure you they all feel overlooked and badly treated. Living at my uncle's certainly introduced me to a great many admirals. Of rears and vices I saw quite enough. Now please don't suspect me of making a pun, I beg you." Edmund grew serious again and replied only, "It is a noble profession." "Yes, the profession is perfectly fine under two conditions, if it makes one's fortune, and if one has the sense to spend it wisely. But in short, it has never been a favorite of mine. It has never shown itself in an attractive light to me." Edmund steered the conversation back to the harp and was once again happily anticipating hearing her play. The subject of improving grounds, meanwhile, was still being discussed among the others, and Mrs. Grant felt compelled to address her brother, even though it meant drawing his attention away from Miss Julia Bertram. "My dear Henry, haven't you anything to say? You've been an improver yourself, and from what I hear of Everingham, it can rival any estate in England. Its natural beauty, I'm sure, is extraordinary. Everingham, as it used to be, was perfect in my estimation, such a lovely fall of ground and such timber. What wouldn't I give to see it again?" "Nothing could please me more than to hear your opinion of it," he replied, "but I'm afraid you might be disappointed. You wouldn't find it lives up to what you're imagining now. In terms of size, it's really quite modest. You'd be surprised how small it is. And as for improvements, there was very little for me to do, too little, in fact. I wish I'd had far more to work with." "Are you fond of that sort of thing?" asked Julia. "Enormously, but given the natural advantages of the land, which made it obvious even to a very young eye what little remained to be done, and my own resulting plans, I had barely been of age 3 months before Everingham was exactly as it is now. I formed my plan at Westminster, adjusted it slightly at Cambridge, and executed it at 21. I'm inclined to envy Mr. Rushworth for having so much pleasure still ahead of him. I devoured mine all at once." "Those who see quickly will decide quickly and act quickly," said Julia. "You could never be without something to occupy you. Instead of envying Mr. Rushworth, you should help him with your advice." Mrs. Grant, catching the end of this speech, warmly supported it, convinced that no judgment could match her brother's. Miss Bertram seized on the idea just as enthusiastically, declaring that in her opinion it was infinitely better to consult with friends and impartial advisers than to hand the whole matter over to a professional straightaway. Mr. Rushworth was very happy to request the favor of Mr. Crawford's assistance, and Mr. Crawford, after modestly playing down his own abilities, placed himself entirely at his service in whatever way might be useful. Mr. Rushworth then began to suggest that Mr. Crawford might do him the honor of coming over to Southerton and staying the night there, when Mrs. Norris, as if reading in her two nieces' faces their barely concealed disapproval of a plan that would take Mr. Crawford away, stepped in with a suggested revision. "There's no doubt Mr. Crawford will be happy to oblige, but why shouldn't more of us go? Why don't we make a little party of it? There are many here who would be interested in your improvements, my dear Mr. Rushworth, and who would love to hear Mr. Crawford's opinion on the ground, and who might be of some small use to you with their own views. For my own part, I have been wanting to pay a call on your dear mother again for a long time. Nothing, but having no horses of my own has made me so neglectful. But now I could go and spend a few hours with Mrs. Rushworth while the rest of you walked about and settled things, and then we could all either return here for a late dinner or dine at Southerton, whichever suits your mother best, and have a pleasant drive home by moonlight. I'm sure Mr. Crawford would take my two nieces and me in his barouche, and Edmund can ride on horseback. You know, sister and Fanny will stay at home with you." Lady Bertram raised no objection, and everyone who was to be part of the excursion was quick to express their eager agreement. Everyone, that is, except Edmund, who listened to it all and said nothing. Chapter 7. "Well, Fanny, and how do you like Miss Crawford now?" said Edmund the next day after thinking about the subject for some time. "How did you like her yesterday?" "Very well, very much. I like hearing her talk. She's entertaining, and she's so extremely pretty that I take great pleasure just in looking at her. It's her face that's so attractive. She has a wonderful range of expressions. But was there nothing in her conversation that struck you as not quite right, Fanny?" "Oh yes, she shouldn't have spoken about her uncle the way she did. I was completely astonished. An uncle she's been living with for so many years, and who, whatever his faults may be, is so very fond of her brother, treats him almost like a son, they say. I couldn't have believed it. I thought you'd notice that. It was very wrong, very inappropriate. And very ungrateful, I think." "Ungrateful is a strong word. I'm not sure her uncle has any real claim on her gratitude. His wife certainly did, and it's the strength of her respect for her aunt's memory that leads her astray here. She's in an awkward position. With such warm feelings and lively spirits, it must be difficult to honor her affection for Mrs. Crawford without casting a shadow over the Admiral. I don't claim to know who is more to blame in their disagreements, though the Admiral's current behavior might make one sympathize with his wife. But it's natural and quite understandable that Miss Crawford should want to think her aunt entirely blameless. I don't criticize her opinions, but there's certainly something improper in making them public. Don't you think," said Fanny, after a moment's consideration, "that this impropriety reflects on Mrs. Crawford herself, since she raised her niece entirely. She can't have given her the right sense of what she owed the Admiral. That's a fair point. Yes, we have to assume the niece's faults were learned from the aunt, and it makes you more aware of the disadvantages she's grown up with. But I think her current home should do her good. Mrs. Grant's manners are exactly what they should be. She speaks of her brother with a very warm affection. Yes, except when it comes to him writing her such short letters. She almost made me laugh, but I can't think very highly of the love or thoughtfulness of a brother who won't make the effort to write anything worth reading to his sisters when they are apart. I'm certain William would never have treated *me* that way, under any circumstances. And what right did she have to assume that *you* wouldn't write long letters when you were away? The right of a lively mind, Fanny, seizing on whatever might amuse herself or others, perfectly acceptable when it's free of ill temper or rudeness, and there isn't a trace of either in Miss Crawford's face or manner. Nothing sharp or loud or coarse. She is perfectly feminine, except in the instances we've been discussing. In those, she can't be justified. I'm glad you saw it all just as I did. Having shaped her thinking and won her affection, he had a good chance of her agreeing with him, though at this point, and on this particular subject, there was now some danger of their views diverging, because he was on a course of admiration for Miss Crawford that might take him somewhere Fanny couldn't follow. Miss Crawford's appeal didn't diminish. The harp arrived, and if anything added to her beauty, wit, and good humor, for she played with great generosity, with an expressiveness and taste that suited her perfectly, and she always had something clever to say at the end of each piece. Edmund was at the parsonage every day, indulging his love of the instrument. One morning's visit naturally secured an invitation for the next, for the lady was hardly going to mind having a listener, and before long things were progressing very nicely. A young woman, pretty and lively, with a harp as elegant as herself, both placed near a floor-length window opening onto a small lawn surrounded by shrubs in the full richness of summer foliage. That was enough to capture any man's heart. The season, the setting, the air were all perfectly suited to feelings of tenderness and romance. Mrs. Grant with her embroidery frame played her part too. Everything was in harmony, and as everything becomes enchanting once love starts to take hold, even the sandwich tray and Dr. Grant presiding over it were a pleasure to observe. Without quite planning it, or even realizing what was happening, Edmund was, by the end of a week of such company, falling considerably in love. And to the lady's credit, it should be noted that without his being a man of the world or an eldest son, without any flattery or small talk, he had begun to appeal to her as well. She felt it, though she hadn't expected it and could barely account for it. For he wasn't charming in any conventional way, he talked no nonsense, paid no compliments, his opinions were firm and his manner calm and straightforward. There was perhaps a draw in his sincerity, his steadiness, his integrity, qualities which Miss Crawford may have been capable of recognizing, even if she couldn't quite analyze them. She didn't think about it much, though. He pleased her for now, she liked having him near her, and that was enough. Fanny couldn't wonder that Edmund was at the parsonage every morning. She would gladly have gone there herself, if she could have slipped in quietly and unnoticed just to hear the harp. Nor could she wonder that, when the evening walk was over and the two households went their separate ways, he thought it right to escort Mrs. Grant and her sister home, while Mr. Crawford attended to the ladies of the park. But she thought it a very poor trade-off, and if Edmund wasn't there to mix her wine and water for her, she would sooner go without it than ask. She was a little surprised that he could spend so many hours with Miss Crawford without noticing more of the kind of fault he had already observed, the sort of thing that Fanny herself was almost always reminded of whenever she was in Miss Crawford's company. But so it was. Edmund enjoyed talking to her about Miss Crawford, but seemed to feel it was enough that the Admiral had been left out of the conversation since then, and Fanny hesitated to point out her own observations for fear of appearing spiteful. The first real pain that Miss Crawford caused her came from a desire to learn to ride, which Miss Crawford had picked up shortly after arriving at Mansfield from watching the young ladies at the park. As Edmund's friendship with her grew, he encouraged this wish and offered his own gentle mare for her first attempts, as the most suitable horse for a beginner that either stable could provide. He intended no harm to his cousin by this offer. She wasn't going to lose a day's riding because of it. The mare was only to be taken down to the parsonage half an hour before Miss Crawford's ride was to begin, and when it was first proposed, Fanny was far from feeling slighted. She was almost overwhelmed with gratitude that he had even thought to ask her permission. Miss Crawford performed very creditably on her first attempt, and Fanny was put to no inconvenience at all. Edmund, who had taken the mare down and overseen the whole thing, returned with it in plenty of time, before either Fanny or the steady old coachman who always accompanied her when she rode without her cousins were ready to set out. The second day's trial was not so innocent. Miss Crawford's enjoyment of riding was such that she couldn't bring herself to stop. Active and fearless, and though rather small, she was strongly built and seemed made for a horsewoman. And to the pure enjoyment of the exercise was probably added the pleasure of Edmund's company and instruction, as well as the satisfaction of clearly surpassing most women with her rapid progress, all of which combined to make her reluctant to dismount. Fanny was ready and waiting, and Mrs. Norris had begun scolding her for not having left yet, and still no horse appeared, no Edmund came. To get away from her aunt and look for him, she went outside. The two houses, though barely half a mile apart, were not in sight of each other, but by walking 50 yards from the front door, she could look out across the park and see the parsonage and its grounds rising gently beyond the village road. In Dr. Grant's meadow, she immediately spotted the group, Edmund and Miss Crawford both on horseback, riding side by side, while Dr. and Mrs. Grant and Mr. Crawford stood nearby with 2 or 3 grooms watching. It looked a happy little party, everyone focused on the same thing, clearly cheerful, for the sound of laughter drifted up even to where she stood. It was a sound that brought her no cheer. She was hurt that Edmund had forgotten her. She couldn't take her eyes off the meadow. She couldn't help watching everything that happened. At first, Miss Crawford and her companion walked their horses slowly around the field, which was a good size. Then, apparently at Miss Crawford's suggestion, they broke into a canter, and to Fanny's nervous eye it was astonishing to see how well she rode. After a few minutes they stopped altogether. Edmund was close beside her. He was talking to her. He was clearly showing her how to handle the reins. He had hold of her hand. She could see it, or perhaps her imagination supplied what her eyes couldn't quite make out from that distance. She told herself she shouldn't be surprised by any of this. What could be more natural than Edmund making himself useful and showing his good nature? She couldn't help thinking, though, that Mr. Crawford might just as well have spared him the trouble, that it would have been quite proper and fitting for a brother to have done it himself. But Mr. Crawford, for all his celebrated good nature and his much-talked-of skill with horses, probably knew nothing of the matter and had nothing like Edmund's active kindness. She was beginning to feel that it was rather hard on the mare to have such a double burden. If she herself was forgotten, at least the poor mare deserved to be remembered. Her feelings about both were soon calmed a little when she saw the group in the meadow break up, and Miss Crawford still on horseback, accompanied by Edmund on foot, passed through a gate into the lane and then into the park, heading toward where she stood. She began to worry about appearing rude and impatient and walked toward them with great anxiety to avoid giving that impression. "My dear Miss Price," called Miss Crawford, as soon as she was within hearing, "I've come to make my own apologies for keeping you waiting, but I have absolutely nothing to say in my defense. I knew it was very late and that I was behaving terribly, and so if you please, you simply must forgive me. Selfishness must always be forgiven, you know, because there's really no hope of a cure." Fanny responded very graciously, and Edmund added his assurance that she was in no hurry. "There's more than enough time for my cousin to ride twice as far as she usually goes," he said. "You've actually done her a favor by keeping her from setting off half an hour earlier. Clouds are coming in now, and she won't suffer from the heat the way she would have then. I only hope you're not tired out from so much exercise. I wish you'd saved yourself the walk home. The only part that tires me is getting off this horse, I assure you," she said, springing down with his help. "I'm very strong. Nothing ever tires me except doing things I don't want to do. Miss Price, I give way to you very grudgingly, but I do sincerely hope you have a pleasant ride, and that I'll hear nothing but good things about this dear, delightful, beautiful animal." The old coachman, who had been waiting nearby with his own horse, now joined them, and Fanny was helped onto hers, and they set off across another part of the park. Her discomfort wasn't eased by glancing back and seeing the others all walking down the hill together toward the village, nor did her coachman help matters with his running commentary on Miss Crawford's exceptional horsemanship, which he had been watching with almost as much interest as Fanny herself. "It's a pleasure to see a lady with such a natural seat," he said. "I've never seen anyone sit a horse better. She didn't seem to have a single thought of fear. Very different from you, miss, when you first started, 6 years ago come next Easter. Lord bless you, how you trembled when Sir Thomas first had you put on." Back in the drawing room, Miss Crawford was equally celebrated. The Miss Bertrams fully appreciated her natural strength and confidence. Her love of riding matched their own, her quick mastery of it matched their own, and they took great pleasure in praising her. "I knew she'd ride well," said Julia. "She has the build for it. Her figure is as neat as her brother's." "Yes," added Maria, "and her spirit is just as good. And she has the same energy of character. I've always thought that being a good rider has a great deal to do with the mind." When they said goodnight, Edmund asked Fanny whether she intended to ride the next day. "No, I don't think so. Not if you need the mare," was her answer. "I don't need her for myself at all," he said, "but whenever you feel like staying home, I think Miss Crawford would be glad to have her for a longer stretch. A full morning, really. She very much wants to ride out to Mansfield Common, Mrs. Grant has been telling her about the views, and I have no doubt she's perfectly capable of it. But any morning will do. She would be very sorry to get in your way. It really would be wrong if she did. She rides for pleasure. You ride for your health." "I won't be riding tomorrow, certainly," said Fanny. "I've been out a great deal lately and would rather stay home. You know I'm strong enough now to walk perfectly well." Edmund looked pleased, which had to be Fanny's consolation, and the ride to Mansfield Common took place the following morning. The party included all the young people except her, and it was thoroughly enjoyed at the time and enjoyed all over again in the evening's discussion. A successful outing of that kind usually leads to another, and having been to Mansfield Common put them all in the mood to go somewhere else the day after. There were many other views to be shown, and though the weather was hot, there were shady lanes wherever they chose to go. A young party always manages to find a shady lane. 4 fine mornings in a row were spent this way, showing the Crawfords the countryside and all its best spots. Everything went well. It was all high spirits and good humor, the heat providing just enough inconvenience to be mentioned with amusement, until the 4th day, when one member of the party's happiness was considerably overshadowed. That one was Miss Bertram. Edmund and Julia were invited to dine at the parsonage, and she was left out. Mrs. Grant had arranged it with perfectly good intentions, on account of Mr. Rushworth, who was expected at the park that day, but Maria felt it as a serious slight, and it cost her considerable effort to hide her anger and resentment on the way home. As Mr. Rushworth did not actually come, the injury felt even worse, and she didn't even have the satisfaction of showing her power over him. She could only sulk at her mother, aunt, and cousin, and cast as deep a gloom as possible over dinner and dessert. Between 10 and 11, Edmund and Julia walked into the drawing-room, fresh from the evening air, glowing and cheerful, the complete opposite of the 3 ladies they found there. Maria would barely lift her eyes from her book. Lady Bertram was half asleep, and even Mrs. Norris, unsettled by her niece's ill humor, and having asked 1 or 2 questions about the dinner that received no prompt reply, seemed almost resolved to say nothing more. For a few minutes, Edmund and Julia were too caught up in praising the beautiful night and remarking on the stars to pay much attention to anything else. But when the first pause came, Edmund looked around and said, "But where is Fanny? Has she gone to bed?" "Not that I know of," replied Mrs. Norris. "She was here a moment ago." Fanny's own quiet voice, coming from the far end of the very long room, told them she was on the sofa. Mrs. Norris immediately began scolding. "That is a very foolish habit, Fanny, lying about on the sofa all evening doing nothing. Why can't you come and sit here and occupy yourself as we do? If you have no work of your own, I can give you some from the charity basket. There's all that new calico bought last week, not touched yet. I nearly broke my back cutting it out, I can tell you. You should learn to think of others, and believe me, it's a shocking habit for a young person to be forever lounging on a sofa." Before half of this was said, Fanny had returned to her seat at the table and picked up her needlework again. Julia, who was in excellent spirits from the day's pleasures, stood up for her by exclaiming, "I must say, ma'am, that Fanny lies on the sofa less than anyone else in this house." "Fanny," said Edmund after looking at her closely, "I'm sure you have a headache." She couldn't deny it but said it wasn't very bad. "I can hardly believe that," he replied. "I know your face too well. How long have you had it?" "Since just before dinner. It's nothing but the heat." "Did you go out in the heat?" "Go out, of course she did," said Mrs. Norris. "Would you have her stay inside on a beautiful day like this? Weren't we all out? Even your mother was out for over an hour today." "Yes, indeed, Edmund," added Lady Bertram, who had been thoroughly roused by Mrs. Norris's sharp words to Fanny. "I was out for over an hour. I sat in the flower garden for 3/4 of an hour while Fanny cut the roses, and it was very pleasant, I assure you, but very hot. It was shady enough in the alcove, but I really quite dreaded walking back." "So Fanny was cutting roses?" said Edmund. "Yes, and I'm afraid they'll be the last this year. Poor thing, she found it hot enough to, but they were so fully blown that one couldn't wait." "There was certainly no choice," said Mrs. Norris in a somewhat softer tone, "but I do wonder whether that's where she caught her headache, sister. Nothing is more likely to bring one on than standing and stooping in a hot sun, but I'm sure she'll be better tomorrow. Why don't you let her have your smelling salts? I always forget to have mine refilled." "She already has mine," said Lady Bertram. "She's had them ever since she came back from your house the second time." "What?" exclaimed Edmund. "She's been walking as well as cutting roses, walking across the hot park to your house and back twice, ma'am. No wonder her head aches." "Mrs. Norris was talking to Julia and didn't hear. I was worried it would be too much for her," said Lady Bertram. "But once the roses were gathered, your aunt wanted to have them, and then of course they had to be taken over." "But were there enough roses to require 2 trips?" "No, but they were to be put in the spare room to dry, and unfortunately Fanny forgot to lock the door and bring away the key, so she had to go back again." Edmund stood up and began pacing the room. "And there was no one else who could have run that errand but Fanny? Upon my word, ma'am, this has been very poorly managed." "I'm sure I don't know how it could have been managed better," cried Mrs. Norris, unable to pretend she hadn't heard any longer. "Unless I had gone myself, which of course I could not. I can't be in 2 places at once. At that very moment, I was speaking to Mr. Green on your mother's behalf about the dairymaid, and I had promised John Groom to write to Mrs. Jeffries about his son, and the poor fellow had been waiting for me half an hour. I don't think anyone can honestly say I spare myself on any occasion, but I truly cannot do everything at once. As for Fanny just stepping down to my house, it's barely above a quarter of a mile. I don't think it was unreasonable to ask it of her. How often do I walk it 3 times a day, morning and evening, in all weathers, and think nothing of it? I wish Fanny had half your strength, ma'am. If Fanny exercised more regularly, she wouldn't be worn out so easily. She hasn't been out on horseback in a good long while, and I'm quite convinced that when she doesn't ride, she ought to walk. If she had been riding beforehand, I would never have asked it of her. But I thought a walk would actually do her good after stooping among the roses. There's nothing so refreshing as a walk after that kind of exertion, and though the sun was strong, it wasn't all hot. Between you and me, Edmund," she added, nodding meaningfully toward his mother, "it was the rose-cutting and dawdling in the flower garden that did the real damage." "I'm very much afraid it was," said Lady Bertram, who had overheard her and was more willing to be honest. "I really do think she got her headache there, for the heat was enough to knock anyone over. It was almost more than I could bear myself. Just sitting there calling to Pug and trying to keep him away from the flower beds was nearly too much for me." Edmund said no more to either lady, but walked quietly to the table where the supper tray still sat, poured a glass of Madeira, brought it to Fanny, and insisted she drink most of it. She wished she could have refused it, but the tears that had been gathering from a mixture of feelings made it easier to swallow than to speak. Angry as Edmund was with his mother and aunt, he was even angrier with himself. His own neglect of her was worse than anything they had done. None of this would have happened if she had been properly looked after, but she had been left for 4 days together with no choice of companions or exercise, and with no way of refusing whatever her unreasonable aunts chose to demand of her. He was ashamed to realize that for 4 days in a row she had had no chance to ride, and he resolved quite seriously that however reluctant he might be to curtail Miss Crawford's pleasure, it must never happen again. Fanny went to bed with her heart as full as on the very first evening she had arrived at the park. Her low spirits had probably contributed to her physical discomfort, for she had been feeling overlooked and had been fighting against unhappiness and envy for several days. As she lay on the sofa, where she had retreated so as not to be noticed, the ache in her heart had been far worse than the one in her head, and the sudden shift that Edmund's kindness had brought about left her hardly knowing how to bear it. Chapter 8. Fanny's ride started up again the very next day, and since it was a pleasant, fresh morning, cooler than it had been lately, Edmund felt confident that she would quickly recover both her health and her enjoyment. While she was out, Mr. Rushworth arrived with his mother, who had come to be sociable and to push forward, in particular, the plan to visit Southerton that had been proposed a fortnight earlier and had stalled since then due to her absence from home. Mrs. Norris and her nieces were all delighted to revive the idea, and an early date was proposed and agreed upon, provided Mr. Crawford was free. The young ladies made sure to include that condition, and though Mrs. Norris would gladly have committed to it on his behalf, they refused to take that liberty or risk the embarrassment. Finally, at a hint from Miss Bertram, Mr. Rushworth figured out that the right thing to do was to walk straight down to the parsonage, call on Mr. Crawford, and find out whether Wednesday worked for him. Before he got back, Mrs. Grant and Miss Crawford arrived. They had been out for a while and taken a different route to the house, so they hadn't crossed paths with him. Still, they offered reassuring hope that he would find Mr. Crawford at home. The Southerton plan came up immediately. It could hardly have been avoided, since Mrs. Norris was wildly enthusiastic about it, and Mrs. Rushworth, a well-meaning but long-winded and self-important woman who considered nothing truly significant unless it involved herself or her son, was still working hard to convince Lady Bertram to join the party. Lady Bertram kept declining, but her calm, gentle refusals made Mrs. Rushworth think she actually wanted to come, until Mrs. Norris's louder and more insistent words finally made the truth clear. The journey would be far too tiring for my sister, far too much, I assure you, my dear Mrs. Rushworth. 10 miles there and 10 miles back, you know. You must excuse my sister on this occasion and make do with our 2 dear girls and myself without her. Southerton is the one place that might make her wish to travel so far, but it really can't be helped. She'll have Fanny Price for company, so everything will work out perfectly well. And as for Edmund, since he isn't here to speak for himself, I'll say on his behalf that he'll be absolutely delighted to join the party. He can ride on horseback, you know. Mrs. Rushworth had no choice but to accept Lady Bertram's staying behind and could only express her regret. Losing her ladyship's company would be such a shame, and she would have been so very pleased to meet the young lady as well, Miss Price, who had never been to Southerton, and it was a pity she shouldn't see the place. You are too kind, truly too kind, my dear madam, cried Mrs. Norris, but as for Fanny, she'll have plenty of chances to see Southerton. She has her whole life ahead of her, and her going now is completely out of the question. Lady Bertram simply cannot spare her. Oh no, I can't do without Fanny. Mrs. Rushworth, firmly convinced that everyone must be eager to see Southerton, then extended the invitation to Miss Crawford as well, though Mrs. Grant, who had never bothered to call on Mrs. Rushworth since moving to the neighborhood, politely declined for herself. She was happy to arrange a pleasure for her sister. Mary, after being properly pressed and persuaded, didn't take long to accept her share of the invitation. Mr. Rushworth returned from the parsonage with good news, and Edmund appeared just in time to hear what had been arranged for Wednesday, to escort Mrs. Rushworth to her carriage and to walk halfway across the park with the 2 other ladies. When he came back to the breakfast room, he found Mrs. Norris trying to decide whether having Miss Crawford along was desirable or not, and whether her brother's barouche would be too crowded without her. The Miss Bertrams laughed at the idea, assuring her that the barouche would seat 4 perfectly well, apart from the box, where one person could ride up front with him. But why does it have to be Crawford's carriage, and only his? Said Edmund. Why can't we use my mother's chaise? When the plan was first mentioned the other day, I couldn't understand why the family wouldn't simply travel in the family's own carriage. What? Cried Julia. Crammed 3 into a post-chaise in this heat when we could have seats in a barouche. No, my dear Edmund, that really won't do. Besides, said Maria, I know Mr. Crawford is counting on taking us. After what was said at the start, he'd consider it a promise. And my dear Edmund, added Mrs. Norris, taking out 2 carriages when one will do is just unnecessary trouble. And between you and me, the coachman isn't very fond of the roads between here and Southerton. He always complains bitterly about the narrow lanes scratching the carriage, and you know we wouldn't want dear Sir Thomas, when he comes home, to find all the varnish scraped off. That's hardly a flattering reason for using Mr. Crawford's instead, said Maria, but the truth is, Wilcox is a dim old man and doesn't know how to drive. I can promise you we won't have any trouble with narrow roads on Wednesday. There's nothing unpleasant about riding on the barouche box, said Edmund. Unpleasant, cried Maria. Good heavens, I think most people would consider it the best seat of all. The view of the countryside is incomparable. Miss Crawford will probably claim the barouche box for herself. Then there's no reason Fanny can't go with you. You clearly have room for her. Fanny, repeated Mrs. Norris. My dear Edmund, there's no question of her coming with us. She stays with her aunt. I already told Mrs. Rushworth as much. She isn't expected. I imagine you have no reason, madam, he said, turning to his mother, for wanting Fanny to stay behind, other than for your own convenience. If you could manage without her, you wouldn't want to keep her home? Of course not, but I really can't do without her. You can if I stay home with you, which is what I intend to do. There was a general outcry at this. Yes, he continued, There's no reason I have to go, and I mean to stay home. Fanny very much wants to see Southerton. I know how much she wants it. She rarely gets to enjoy something like this, and I'm sure, ma'am, you'd be glad to give her the pleasure now? Oh yes, very glad if your aunt has no objection. Mrs. Norris was quick to raise the one objection that still remained. They had clearly told Mrs. Rushworth that Fanny couldn't come, and it would look very strange to bring her now. This struck Mrs. Norris as an impossible difficulty to get around. It would look so odd, so informal, so nearly disrespectful toward Mrs. Rushworth, whose own manners were such a model of good breeding and courtesy. She truly didn't feel up to it. Mrs. Norris had no affection for Fanny and no interest in arranging pleasures for her at any time, but her resistance to Edmund now came less from that than from her attachment to her own plan simply because it was hers. She felt she had arranged everything perfectly, and any change could only make things worse. When Edmund, therefore, once she was willing to listen, told her she needn't worry about Mrs. Rushworth, because he had already taken the opportunity, while walking with her through the hall, to mention Miss Price as someone who would likely be part of the group, and had immediately received a perfectly warm invitation for his cousin, Mrs. Norris was too irritated to give in gracefully. She could only say, very well, just as you like, settle it your own way. I'm sure I don't care about it. It does seem rather odd, said Maria, that you should be staying home instead of Fanny. I'm sure she ought to be very grateful to you, added Julia, hurrying out of the room as she spoke, aware enough to feel she should have offered to stay home herself. Fanny will feel exactly as grateful as the situation deserves, was Edmund's only reply, and the subject was dropped. When Fanny heard the plan, her gratitude was, in fact, far greater than her pleasure. She felt Edmund's kindness deeply, more deeply than he, unaware of her true feelings for him, could ever have guessed. But the thought that he was giving up his own enjoyment for her sake caused her pain, and her pleasure in seeing Southerton would mean nothing without him there. The next time the two Mansfield families met, the plan changed again, and this time everyone was pleased with the adjustment. Mrs. Grant offered to spend the day keeping Lady Bertram company in Edmund's place, and Dr. Grant was to join them for dinner. Lady Bertram was perfectly happy with this arrangement. The young ladies were cheerful again, and even Edmund was genuinely relieved by a solution that restored his place in the party. Mrs. Norris declared it an excellent plan and was just on the point of suggesting it herself when Mrs. Grant spoke. Wednesday was a fine day, and shortly after breakfast the barouche arrived, with Mr. Crawford driving his sisters. Since everyone was ready, all that remained was for Mrs. Grant to step down and the others to take their seats. The most coveted spot, the prized seat of honor, was still unclaimed. Who would be the lucky one? While each of the Miss Bertrams was quietly scheming how to secure it while appearing to be doing the others a favor, the matter was settled by Mrs. Grant, who said as she stepped out of the carriage, "Since there are 5 of you, it would be better for one to sit up with Henry. And Julia, since you've been saying lately that you wished you could drive, I think this would be a wonderful chance for you to take a lesson." Lucky Julia, unlucky Maria. The former was up on the barouche box in an instant. The latter settled into her seat inside, sullen and humiliated. The carriage rolled away amid the good wishes of the 2 ladies left behind, and the barking of Pug in his mistress's arms. The road took them through lovely countryside, and Fanny, whose rides had never taken her very far, soon found herself in unfamiliar territory and was thoroughly happy taking in everything that was new and admiring everything that was beautiful. She was rarely invited to join the others' conversation, and she didn't particularly want to be. Her own thoughts were her most reliable company, and in noticing the look of the landscape, the direction of the roads, the different soils, the state of the harvest, the cottages, the cattle, the children, she found entertainment that only would have been better if Edmund had been there to talk to about what she was feeling. That was the only thing she and the woman sitting beside her had in common. Beyond their appreciation of Edmund, Miss Crawford was nothing like Fanny. She had none of Fanny's refinement of taste, mind, or feeling. She looked at the natural world with little real interest. Her attention was entirely on people, her talents suited to the light and lively. When it came to watching for Edmund, though, whenever the road stretched out behind them or he gained ground as they climbed a long hill, they were perfectly united. More than once, there he broke from both of them at exactly the same moment. For the first 7 miles, Miss Bertram found little real pleasure in the journey. Wherever she looked, her eye kept landing on Mr. Crawford and her sister sitting side by side, laughing and chatting together. Catching only his expressive profile as he turned with a smile toward Julia, or hearing the echo of the others' laughter, was a constant source of irritation that her sense of propriety could just barely keep in check. Whenever Julia looked back, her face was radiant, and whenever she spoke to them, it was with the greatest high spirits. Her view of the countryside was wonderful. She wished they could all see it, and so on. Her one offer to swap seats was directed at Miss Crawford, just as they reached the top of a long hill, and it was hardly tempting. "What a glorious view! I wish you had my seat, but I dare say you won't take it, no matter how much I press you." And Miss Crawford had barely begun to answer before they were moving again at a good pace. Once they came within reach of Southerton and all its associations, things improved for Miss Bertram, who might be said to have two advantages working in her favor. She had her feelings for Rushworth and her feelings for Crawford, and in the vicinity of Southerton, the former carried considerable weight. Mr. Rushworth's status was her status. When she could tell Miss Crawford that those woods belonged to Southerton, or casually remark that she believed the land on both sides of the road was now all Mr. Rushworth's property, she felt a quiet surge of pride, and that pride only grew as they drew closer to the grand stone mansion, the ancient family seat with all its historic privileges and prestige. "The road is smooth from here, Miss Crawford. Our difficulties are over. The rest of the way is as it should be. Mr. Rushworth had it improved after he inherited the estate. Here's the village beginning. Those cottages are really quite an eyesore. The church spire is considered remarkably handsome. I'm glad the church isn't right next to the main house, as is so often the case with old estates. The noise of the bells would be dreadful. There's the parsonage, a neat-looking house, and I understand the clergyman and his wife are perfectly respectable people. Those are almshouses, built by one branch of the family. The steward's house is on the right. He's a very dependable man. And now we're coming to the lodge gates, though we still have nearly a mile through the park. It's not bad at this end, as you can see, some fine old trees, but the position of the house itself is unfortunate. You go downhill to it for half a mile, which is a shame, because it wouldn't be a bad-looking place with a better approach." Miss Crawford was generous in her admiration. She could easily guess at Miss Bertram's feelings, and made it her business to add to her enjoyment as much as possible. Mrs. Norris was overflowing with delight and chatter, and even Fanny had something appreciative to say, which was received with quiet satisfaction. Her eyes were eagerly taking in everything around her, and after managing to get a good look at the house and remarking that it was the kind of building she couldn't look at without a feeling of respect, she added, "But where is the avenue? The house faces east, I think. The avenue must be behind it then." Mr. Rushworth mentioned the west front. "Yes, it's directly behind the house. It starts a little distance back and climbs for half a mile to the far edge of the grounds. You can just make out some of the more distant trees from here. It's entirely oak." Miss Bertram could now speak with complete authority about something she had known nothing about when Mr. Rushworth had first asked her opinion, and her spirits were gloriously lifted by vanity and pride as the carriage pulled up to the broad stone steps at the main entrance. Chapter 9. Mr. Rushworth was at the door to greet his guests, and the whole party received a warm welcome from him. In the drawing-room, his mother was equally warm in her reception, and Miss Bertram received all the attention she could have hoped for from both of them. Once the business of arriving had been dealt with, the first order of the day was eating, and the doors were thrown open to guide them through one or two adjoining rooms into the dining room, where an elegant and generous spread had been laid out. There was plenty of conversation and plenty of food, and everything went well. Then the real purpose of the visit came up for discussion. How would Mr. Crawford like to tour the grounds, and how should they go about it? Mr. Rushworth mentioned his curricle. Mr. Crawford suggested it would be far better to have a carriage that could hold more than two people. Depriving themselves of the benefit of other eyes and other opinions could be a real loss, beyond simply missing out on present enjoyment. Mrs. Rushworth suggested the chaise be brought as well, but this proposal fell flat. The young ladies neither smiled nor said a word. Her next suggestion, to show the house to those who hadn't seen it before, went over much better, since Miss Bertram was pleased to have its size shown off, and everyone was happy to have something to do. The whole party got up, and under Mrs. Rushworth's guidance was taken through a long series of rooms, all of them high-ceilinged, many of them large, and all furnished in the style of 50 years ago, with polished floors, solid mahogany, rich damask, marble, gilding, and carved wood, each handsome in its own way. There were plenty of paintings, a few of them genuinely good, but most were family portraits that meant nothing to anyone anymore except Mrs. Rushworth, who had taken great care to learn everything the housekeeper could tell her, and was now almost as well equipped to lead a tour of the house as the housekeeper herself. On this occasion, she directed most of her commentary toward Miss Crawford and Fanny, though there was no comparison in how attentively they listened. Miss Crawford had seen dozens of grand houses and cared nothing for any of them, and managed only to look politely interested, while Fanny, to whom almost everything was as fascinating as it was new, listened with genuine eagerness to everything Mrs. Rushworth could share about the family's past, its rise to greatness, its royal visits and loyal service, delighting in connecting any of it to history she already knew, or letting her imagination roam through scenes from long ago. The position of the house made it impossible to enjoy much of a view from any of the rooms, and while Fanny and some of the others were listening to Mrs. Rushworth, Henry Crawford stood looking grave and shaking his head at the windows. Every room on the west side looked out across a lawn to the beginning of the avenue, just beyond tall iron railings and gates. After they had visited far more rooms than could have served any purpose except adding to the window tax and giving the housemaids work to do, Mrs. Rushworth said, "Now we're coming to the chapel, which we really ought to enter from above and look down into. But since we're all friends here, I'll take you in this way, if you'll forgive me." They went in. Fanny had imagined something far more impressive than a simply large, rectangular room fitted out for worship, with nothing more striking or solemn than an abundance of mahogany and crimson velvet cushions visible above the railing of the family gallery overhead. "I'm disappointed," she said quietly to Edmund. "This isn't what I picture when I think of a chapel. There's nothing awe-inspiring here, nothing solemn, nothing grand. No aisles, no arches, no inscriptions, no banners. No banners, cousin, to be blown by the night wind of heaven. No sign that a Scottish monarch sleeps below. You're forgetting, Fanny, how recently all of this was built, and for how limited a purpose, compared to the old chapels of castles and monasteries. It was only ever meant for the family's private use. They would have been buried in the parish church, I suppose. That's where you'd find your banners and memorials. It was foolish of me not to think of that, but I am disappointed." Mrs. Rushworth launched into her account. "This chapel was fitted out as you see it during the reign of James II. Before that, as I understand it, the pews were only plain wood paneling, and there's some reason to think the linings and cushions of the pulpit and the family seat were just purple cloth, though that's not entirely certain. It's a handsome chapel, and it used to be in regular use both morning and evening. The household chaplain led prayers here within living memory, but the late Mr. Rushworth put a stop to it. Every generation makes its own improvements," said Miss Crawford with a smile to Edmund. Mrs. Rushworth had moved off to deliver her account to Mr. Crawford, leaving Edmund, Fanny, and Miss Crawford together in a small group. "It's a shame," said Fanny, "that the custom was ever given up. It was such a valuable part of the old way of life. There's something about having a chapel and a chaplain that feels so right for a great house, exactly what you'd hope such a household would be. An entire family gathering together regularly for prayer is a beautiful thing." "Very beautiful indeed," said Miss Crawford, laughing. "It must do the heads of the family enormous good to force all the poor housemaids and footmen to drop whatever they're doing and come say their prayers here twice a day, while they themselves are busy dreaming up excuses to stay away." "That's hardly what Fanny had in mind when she spoke of a family assembling," said Edmund. "If the master and mistress don't attend themselves, the custom does more harm than good. In any case, it's safer to leave people to make their own choices on matters like this. Everyone prefers to do things in their own way, to choose their own time and manner of worship. The obligation to attend, the formality, the constraint, the length of the service, altogether it's quite a burden, and nobody really likes it. And if the devout people who used to kneel and yawn in that gallery could have known that a day would come when men and women could simply lie in bed 10 minutes longer when they woke with a headache, without being judged for missing chapel, they would have leapt for joy. Can't you imagine how reluctantly the young women of the Rushworth family must have dragged themselves to this chapel, time after time? The young Misses, Elinors and Mrs. Bridgets, stiff with forced piety, their heads full of something else entirely, especially if the poor chaplain wasn't even worth looking at, and in those days, I imagine clergymen were even more beneath notice than they are now." For a moment, no one responded. Fanny flushed and looked at Edmund, too indignant to speak, and he needed a moment to collect himself before he said, "Your lively mind can hardly be serious even about serious things. You've given us an entertaining little sketch, and human nature can't deny there's truth in it. We all struggle at times to keep our thoughts where we'd like them to be. But if you're suggesting it was a constant problem, That is, a weakness that had grown into a habit through neglect. Then what could you expect from the private devotions of people like that? Do you think minds that were allowed to wander in a chapel would be any more focused in a private room? Yes, very likely. They'd have at least two advantages. There would be fewer outside distractions, and they wouldn't have to keep it up for as long. A mind that doesn't make the effort to discipline itself in one setting will find distractions in any other, I believe. And the influence of a place and the example of others can often raise a person's feelings higher than they started. The length of the service, though, I'll admit that's sometimes genuinely difficult to endure. I wish it weren't so, but I haven't been away from Oxford long enough to forget what chapel prayers are like. While this conversation was going on, the rest of the party had scattered around the chapel. Julia drew Mr. Crawford's attention to her sister by saying, "Just look at Mr. Rushworth and Maria, standing side by side, exactly as if the ceremony were about to begin. Don't they look every bit the part?" Mr. Crawford smiled in agreement and stepped toward Maria, saying in a voice only she could hear, "I don't like seeing Miss Bertram standing so close to the altar." The lady started and instinctively took a step or two back, but quickly recovered herself and forced a laugh, asking him in a voice barely louder than his, whether he would give her away. "I'm afraid I'd do it very awkwardly," he replied with a meaningful look. Julia, joining them at that moment, carried the joke further. "You know, it really is a shame it can't happen right now. If we only had a proper license, here we all are, and nothing in the world could be cozier or more convenient." And she talked and laughed about it so freely that Mr. Rushworth and his mother both caught on, exposing her sister to her lover's whispered flirtations, while Mrs. Rushworth responded with gracious smiles, saying it would be a most happy occasion whenever it came to pass. "If Edmund were only ordained," cried Julia, and she ran over to where he stood with Miss Crawford and Fanny. "My dear Edmund, if you were in holy orders right now, you could perform the ceremony on the spot. What a shame you're not ordained yet. Mr. Rushworth and Maria are perfectly ready." Miss Crawford's expression as Julia spoke would have been fascinating to any impartial observer. She looked almost horrified at the new understanding she was absorbing. Fanny felt sorry for her. How mortified she must be about what she just said passed through her mind. "Ordained," said Miss Crawford. "What are you going to be, a clergyman?" "Yes, I'll be taking orders shortly after my father returns, probably at Christmas." Miss Crawford pulled herself together and, recovering her composure, replied simply, "If I'd known that before, I would have spoken of the clergy with more respect," and changed the subject. The chapel was soon left to the quiet and stillness it inhabited for most of the year, with few interruptions. Miss Bertram, displeased with her sister, led the way out, and everyone seemed to feel they had stayed long enough. The ground floor of the house had now been completely shown, and Mrs. Rushworth, who was tireless in this role, would have pressed on to the main staircase and taken them through all the upper rooms as well, if her son hadn't stepped in with a concern that there might not be enough time. "Because if," he said, with the kind of self-evident logic that even sharper minds sometimes fall into, "we spend too long going through the house, we won't have time for what needs to be done outside. It's past 2, and we're dining at 5. Mrs. Rushworth yielded to this, and the question of how to tour the grounds, who would go with whom and how, looked likely to be discussed at length. Mrs. Norris was already beginning to work out which combination of carriages and horses would cover the most ground, when the young people spotted an outer door standing temptingly open onto a flight of steps that led straight down to grass and shrubs and all the pleasures of the garden. And as if moved by a single impulse, a shared need for fresh air and freedom, they all walked out. "Shall we turn down this way for now?" said Mrs. Rushworth, politely taking the hint and following them. "This is where most of our plants are and where the rare pheasants are kept." "I wonder," said Mr. Crawford, looking around, "whether there might be enough to keep us occupied here before we go any further. Those walls look very promising. Mr. Rushworth, shall we hold a council of war on this lawn?" "James," said Mrs. Rushworth to her son, "I believe the wilderness will be new to all the party. The Miss Bertrams have never seen it." No one objected, but for a time no one seemed inclined to move in any particular direction or toward any specific destination. Everyone was drawn at first by the plants or the pheasants and drifted about in happy independence. Mr. Crawford was the first to move forward to assess the potential of that end of the house. The lawn, enclosed on each side by a high wall, extended beyond the first planted area to a bowling green, and beyond the bowling green to a long terrace walk, backed by iron railings and looking out over them into the treetops of the wilderness immediately below. It was an ideal spot for identifying improvements. Mr. Crawford was soon joined by Miss Bertram and Mr. Rushworth, and when, a little while later, the others began to pair off, Edmund, Miss Crawford, and Fanny found these three deep in consultation on the terrace. The three of them fell together just as naturally, and after briefly sharing in the others' observations and deliberations, they moved on. The remaining three Misses Rushworth, Mrs. Norris, and Julia were still well behind. Julia, whose luck had run out, was forced to stay beside Mrs. Rushworth and hold her impatient pace to that lady's slow one, while her aunt had fallen in with the housekeeper, who had come out to feed the pheasants and was happily lingering behind in conversation with her. Poor Julia was the only one of the nine who was not reasonably content with her situation. She was now in a state of complete misery, as different from the Julia of the carriage as could be imagined. The good manners she had been raised to observe as a duty made escape impossible, while the absence of that higher kind of self-command, that genuine consideration for others, that self-knowledge, that sense of right, which had never formed any real part of her upbringing, made the constraint genuinely unbearable. "It's unbearably hot," said Miss Crawford, after they had walked one circuit of the terrace and were heading back toward the middle door that opened into the wilderness. "Does anyone object to being comfortable? There's a lovely little wood right there, if only one could get into it. What a treat if the door isn't locked, though of course it will be, because in these great houses only the gardeners are ever allowed to go where they please." The door, however, turned out to be unlocked, and they all eagerly stepped through it, leaving the relentless glare of the open day behind them. A long flight of steps brought them down into the wilderness, which was a planted wood of about 2 acres, though it consisted mainly of larch, laurel, and cut-down beech, and was laid out with a little too much regularity. It was shade and shadow and natural beauty compared to the bowling green and the terrace. They all felt the relief of it immediately, and for a time could do nothing but walk and take it in. After a brief pause, Miss Crawford began, "So you're going to be a clergyman, Mr. Bertram? That's rather a surprise to me." "Why should it surprise you? You'd naturally assume I was headed for some profession, and you could see I'm not a lawyer, a soldier, or a sailor." "True enough, but the thought simply hadn't occurred to me. And you know there's usually an uncle or grandfather somewhere ready to leave a fortune to the second son." "A very admirable practice," said Edmund, "but not exactly universal. I'm one of the exceptions, and being one, I need to do something for myself." "But why the church? I always thought that was the fallback for the youngest son when there were others with more options ahead of him." "Do you think no one ever actually chooses the church?" "Never is a strong word. But yes, in the casual sense of not very often, I do think that. Because what is there to be gained in the church? Men want to distinguish themselves, and in the law or the military there are real opportunities for that, but not in the church. A clergyman is nothing. I'd hope the casual nothing admits of degrees, just as the casual never does. A clergyman can't rise to political heights or set fashion trends. But I can't call it nothing when it carries responsibility for everything of the greatest importance to human beings, individually and collectively, in this life and the next, when it holds the guardianship of religion and morals, and consequently of the conduct that flows from them. No one can honestly call that office nothing. If the man who holds it seems to be nothing, it's because he has neglected his duties, failed to honor the true weight of his position, and stepped outside his proper role to appear as something he shouldn't be. You're giving the clergyman far more importance than one typically hears attributed to him, more than I can quite follow. One doesn't see much of this influence and importance in society, and how can it be built up when clergymen are so rarely seen in it? How can 2 sermons a week, even assuming they're worth hearing, even assuming the preacher has the good sense to use Blair's instead of his own, achieve everything you're describing? How can they shape the behavior and manner of a large congregation for the rest of the week? One hardly ever sees a clergyman anywhere but in his pulpit. You're talking about London. I'm talking about the country as a whole. London seems a fair enough sample of the rest. Not, I'd hope, when it comes to the balance of virtue and vice across the nation. We don't look to great cities for our finest examples of morality. It's not there that decent people of any kind can do the most good, and it's certainly not there that the clergy's influence can be most felt. A gifted preacher draws admirers and followers, but a good clergyman's usefulness isn't limited to fine preaching. It extends through his parish and his neighborhood, where people are few enough to know his personal character and observe his daily conduct, which is rarely possible in London. There, the clergy are simply lost in the crowd of their parishioners, known to most only as preachers. And as for their influence on public behavior, Miss Crawford must not misunderstand me. I'm not suggesting clergymen should be the arbiters of good breeding, the authorities on social refinement and politeness, the masters of ceremony. The manners I'm speaking of might better be called conduct, the result of sound principles, the practical effect of the doctrines they have a duty to teach and uphold. And I believe it will be found everywhere that the moral condition of a nation reflects, more or less faithfully, the character of its clergy. Certainly, said Fanny, with quiet conviction. There, said Miss Crawford, you've already won Miss Price over completely. I wish I could convince Miss Crawford too. I don't think you ever will, she said with a playful smile. I'm just as surprised now as I was at first that you mean to take orders. You're genuinely suited for something better. Come, change your mind, it's not too late. Go into the law. Go into the law, as easily as I was told to walk into this wilderness. Now you're about to say something about the law being the worst wilderness of the two, but I've already cut you off. Remember, I got there first. You needn't rush to stop me making a clever remark. There isn't an ounce of wit in my nature. I'm a thoroughly plain-spoken, practical sort of person, and I could circle around the edges of a good comeback for half an hour without ever hitting on one. A general silence followed. Each of them fell into thought. Fanny was the first to speak. I'm surprised to find myself tired just from walking in this lovely wood, but the next time we reach a bench, if you don't mind, I'd be glad to sit down for a little while. My dear Fanny, said Edmund at once, drawing her arm through his, how thoughtless I've been. I hope you're not too tired. Perhaps, he added, turning to Miss Crawford, my other companion would do me the honor of taking my arm as well. Thank you, but I'm not at all tired. She took it all the same as she said it, and the pleasure of feeling her hand on his arm, experiencing that connection for the first time, made him briefly less attentive to Fanny. You're barely touching me, he said. You're making no use of me at all. What a difference between the way a woman leans on an arm and the way a man does. At Oxford, I was quite used to having someone lean on me heavily the whole length of a street, and you're no weight at all by comparison. I genuinely am not tired, which rather surprises me because we must have walked at least a mile in this wood. Don't you think so? Not half a mile, he said firmly, for he was not yet so much in love that he would bend facts about time or distance to please her. Oh, but you're not considering how much we've wound about. We've taken such a meandering course, and the wood itself must be half a mile long in a straight line. We've never once seen the far end of it since we left the main path. But if you remember, before we left that main path, we could see straight to the end of it. We looked down the full length and saw it closed off by iron gates. It couldn't have been more than a furlong. Oh, I know nothing about furlongs, but I'm certain it's a very long wood, and we've been winding in and out of it the whole time, and so when I say we've walked a mile, I'm actually being conservative. We've been here exactly a quarter of an hour, said Edmund, taking out his watch. Do you think we've been walking 4 miles an hour? Oh, don't attack me with your watch. A watch is always either too fast or too slow. I refuse to be ruled by a watch. A few steps further brought them out at the far end of the very walk they had been discussing. Set back in the shade, well sheltered, and looking out over a ha-ha into the park, was a comfortable bench, and they all sat down. I'm afraid you're very tired, Fanny, said Edmund, watching her. Why didn't you say something sooner? This will have been a disappointing day out if you've exhausted yourself. Every kind of physical activity tires her out so quickly, Miss Crawford, except riding. How terrible of you, then, to let me monopolize her horse as I did all last week. I'm ashamed of both of us, but it won't happen again. Your thoughtfulness and consideration make me feel my own neglect all the more. Fanny's well-being seems to be in safer hands with you than with me. That she should be tired now doesn't surprise me at all. There's nothing in the course of an ordinary day quite as draining as what we've been doing this morning. Touring a great house, wandering from room to room, straining your eyes and your attention, listening to things you don't understand, admiring things you don't care about. It's widely acknowledged to be one of the most tedious experiences in existence, and Miss Price has discovered as much, even if she didn't realize it. I'll recover quickly, said Fanny. To sit in the shade on a fine day and look out over greenery is the most perfect refreshment there is. After sitting for a little while, Miss Crawford was on her feet again. I have to move, she said. Sitting still makes me more tired. I've been staring across the ha-ha until I'm bored with the view. I need to go look at the same scene through that iron gate, even if I won't be able to see it as well. Edmund stood up too. Now, Miss Crawford, if you look up the walk, you'll see for yourself that it cannot be half a mile long or even half of that. It's an enormous distance, she said. I can see that at a glance. He continued to reason with her, but it was no use. She had no interest in calculations or comparisons. She would only smile and hold her ground. Her cheerful refusal to be logical was somehow more engaging than perfect reasonableness would have been, and they talked on with mutual enjoyment. At last, they agreed to try to settle the question of the wood's dimensions by walking a little further through it. They would go to one end. Along the line they were already on, for there was a straight grassy walk running along the bottom beside the ha-ha, and perhaps turn in another direction if it seemed useful, and be back in a few minutes. Fanny said she was rested and would have gone with them, but this was not allowed. Edmund urged her to stay where she was with such earnestness that she couldn't refuse, and so she was left alone on the bench, thinking with pleasure of her cousin's care for her, but with deep regret that she was not stronger. She watched them until they turned the corner, and listened until all sound of them had faded away. Chapter 10. A quarter of an hour, 20 minutes passed, and Fanny was still thinking about Edmund, Miss Crawford, and herself, with no one to interrupt her. She began to wonder why she'd been left alone so long, and strained to hear their footsteps and voices again. She listened, and eventually she did hear something, voices and footsteps coming closer, but she had just convinced herself it wasn't them when Miss Bertram, Mr. Rushworth, and Mr. Crawford emerged from the same path she had walked herself and appeared before her. Miss Price all alone, and "My dear Fanny, how did this happen?" were the first things said. She explained. "Poor dear Fanny," her cousin cried, "how badly they've treated you. You should have stayed with us." Then she sat down with a gentleman on either side and picked up the conversation they'd been having before, discussing the possibility of improvements with great enthusiasm. Nothing was decided, but Henry Crawford was full of ideas and plans, and generally speaking, whatever he suggested was immediately approved, first by her, then by Mr. Rushworth, whose main role seemed to be listening to the others. He barely ventured an original thought of his own, beyond wishing they could have seen his friend Smith's place. After a few minutes of this, Miss Bertram noticed the iron gate and expressed a desire to pass through it into the park, so they could get a broader view for their plans. In Henry Crawford's opinion, it was absolutely the best idea, the only sensible way to proceed. He immediately spotted a knoll not half a mile away that would give them exactly the view of the house they needed. So they had to get to that knoll and through that gate, but the gate was locked. Mr. Rushworth wished he'd brought the key. He'd come very close to thinking about whether he should bring it. He was determined he'd never come without it again, but none of this solved the immediate problem. They couldn't get through, and since Miss Bertram's desire to do so hadn't diminished in the slightest, it ended with Mr. Rushworth declaring outright that he would go and fetch the key. He set off accordingly. "It's undoubtedly the best thing we can do now, since we're already so far from the house," said Mr. Crawford once he was gone. "Yes, there's nothing else for it, but honestly, don't you find the place altogether worse than you expected?" "No, not at all, quite the opposite. I find it better, grander, more complete in its style, though that style may not be the finest. And to tell you the truth," he said, lowering his voice, "I don't think I shall ever see Southerton again with as much pleasure as I do right now. Another summer here is hardly likely to improve it for me." After a brief moment of awkwardness, the lady replied, "You're too much a man of the world not to see things the way the world does. If other people think Southerton has improved, I have no doubt you'll think so too. I'm afraid I'm not quite the man of the world that might be good for me in some respects. My feelings aren't quite so fleeting, and my memory of the past isn't as easily kept in check as one tends to find with men of the world." A short silence followed. Miss Bertram began again. "You seem to really enjoy the drive here this morning. I was glad to see you so entertained. You and Julia were laughing the whole way." "Were we?" "Yes, I suppose we were, though I can't remember what about. Oh, I think I was telling her some ridiculous stories about an old Irish groom of my uncle's. Your sister loves to laugh. You think she's more light-hearted than I am?" "More easily amused," he replied, "which means, as you know, smiling, better company. I could hardly have hoped to entertain you with Irish anecdotes over a 10-mile drive. By nature, I'm just as lively as Julia, but I have more on my mind now." "You certainly do, and there are situations where very high spirits would suggest a lack of feeling. Your prospects, however, are too bright to justify any low spirits. You have a very cheerful scene ahead of you." "Do you mean that literally or figuratively?" "Literally, I suppose. Yes, the sun is shining and the park looks very cheerful. But unfortunately, that iron gate, that ha-ha, they give me a feeling of being confined and held back. I cannot get out, as the starling said." As she spoke, and she spoke with feeling, she walked to the gate. He followed her. "Mr. Rushworth is taking so long with that key, and of course you wouldn't dream of getting out without the key and Mr. Rushworth's authority and protection, or I think you could actually slip around the edge of the gate right here with a little help from me. I think it could be done if you really wanted more freedom and could allow yourself to think it wasn't forbidden. Forbidden? Nonsense. I certainly can get out that way, and I will. Mr. Rushworth will be here any moment. We won't be out of sight. And if we are, Miss Price will be kind enough to tell him he'll find us near that knoll, the grove of oaks on the knoll. Fanny, feeling that all of this was wrong, couldn't help trying to stop it. You'll hurt yourself, Miss Bertram, she cried. You'll certainly catch yourself on those spikes. You'll tear your dress. You could slip into the ha-ha. You really shouldn't go. Her cousin was safely on the other side before Fanny had finished speaking, and smiling with all the good humor of someone who'd gotten her way, she said, "Thank you, dear Fanny, but my dress and I are perfectly fine, so goodbye." Fanny was left alone again and with no improvement in her mood, for she was troubled by nearly everything she had seen and heard, astonished at Miss Bertram, and irritated with Mr. Crawford. Taking what seemed to Fanny a roundabout and rather unreasonable path toward the knoll, the two of them were soon out of sight, and for several more minutes she remained without sight or sound of anyone. She seemed to have the little wood entirely to herself. She could almost have believed that Edmund and Miss Crawford had left it altogether, except that it was impossible for Edmund to have forgotten her so completely. She was jolted out of her uncomfortable thoughts by the sudden sound of quick footsteps. Someone was coming down the main path at a fast pace. She expected Mr. Rushworth, but it was Julia, flushed out of breath and visibly disappointed, who cried out when she saw her, "What on earth? Where is everyone? I thought Maria and Mr. Crawford were with you." Fanny explained. "A fine trick, I must say. I can't see them anywhere," she said, peering eagerly into the park. "But they can't have gone far, and I think I'm just as capable as Maria, even without help." "But Julia, Mr. Rushworth will be back any minute with the key. Please wait for Mr. Rushworth." "Certainly not. I've had quite enough of that family for one morning." "Good heavens, child, I only just escaped from his dreadful mother. The ordeal I've been through while you've been sitting here so calm and comfortable. It might have done you some good to be in my place, but you always manage to avoid these situations somehow." It was a completely unfair thing to say, but Fanny could understand it and let it go. Julia was frustrated and quick-tempered, but it wouldn't last, and so, without responding, she simply asked whether she had seen Mr. Rushworth. Yes, we saw him. He was rushing along as if his life depended on it and barely had time to tell us what he was doing and where everyone was. It's a shame he should go to all that trouble for nothing. That's Maria's problem, not mine. I'm not going to punish myself for her choices. I couldn't avoid the mother while my tiresome aunt was wandering around with the housekeeper, but the son I can certainly escape. And she promptly climbed over the fence and walked away, ignoring Fanny's parting question about whether she'd seen anything of Miss Crawford and Edmund. The anxiety Fanny now felt about facing Mr. Rushworth actually kept her from dwelling too much on how long Edmund and Miss Crawford had been gone. She could see that he had been badly treated and was genuinely distressed at having to explain what had happened. He rejoined her within 5 minutes of Julia's departure, and though Fanny told the story as gently as she could, he was clearly hurt and annoyed to an unusual degree. At first, he barely spoke. His expression alone conveyed his shock and frustration, and he walked to the gate and stood there, seeming not to know what to do. "He asked me to wait. My cousin Maria wanted me to tell you that you'd find them at that knoll or somewhere near it. I don't think I'll bother going any farther," he said sulkily. "I can't see them anywhere. By the time I reach the knoll, they've probably moved on somewhere else. I've done enough walking." He sat down beside Fanny with a thoroughly gloomy expression. "I'm very sorry," she said. "It's really too bad." And she wished she could think of something more useful to say. After a silence, "I think they could at least have waited for me," he said. "Miss Bertram thought you'd follow her. I wouldn't have had to follow her if she'd stayed." That was undeniably true, and Fanny had nothing to say to it. After another pause, he continued, "Tell me, Miss Price, are you as great an admirer of this Mr. Crawford as some people seem to be? For my part, I can't see anything in him. I don't find him at all good-looking." Good-looking. Nobody could call such a short man good-looking. He's not 5'9". I wouldn't be surprised if he's barely 5'8". I think he's a poor-looking fellow. In my opinion, these Crawfords add nothing at all. We got along perfectly well without them. A small sigh escaped Fanny, and she didn't know how to disagree with him. If I had made any fuss about fetching the key, there might have been some excuse, but I went the very moment she said she wanted it. Nothing could have been more obliging, I'm sure, and I have no doubt you walked as quickly as you could. But it is some distance, you know, from this spot all the way back to the house, right inside the house, and when people are waiting, they're poor judges of time, and every 30 seconds feels like 5 minutes. He got up and walked back to the gate again, muttering that he wished he'd had the key with him all along. Fanny thought she could see in the way he stood there a hint that he was reconsidering, which encouraged her to try again. It would be a shame not to join them, she said. They were expecting to get a better view of the house from that part of the park, and they'll be thinking about how it might be improved, and nothing like that can be decided without you, of course. She found it easier to send someone away than to keep them. Mr. Rushworth was persuaded. Well, he said, if you really think I should go, it would be silly to have brought the key for nothing. And letting himself out through the gate, he walked off without further ceremony. Fanny's thoughts now turned entirely to the two who had left her so long ago, and growing quite impatient, she decided to go and look for them. She followed their path along the lower walk and had just turned onto another one when Miss Crawford's voice and laugh reached her ears once more. The sound grew closer, and after a few more turns in the path, they appeared before her. They had just come back into the wooded area from the park, which they had entered through a side gate that happened to be unlocked, tempting them away soon after they had left her. They had walked across part of the park and into the very avenue that Fanny had been hoping to reach all morning and had been sitting beneath one of the trees. That was their story. It was obvious they had spent the time pleasantly and had no idea how long they'd been gone. Fanny's best consolation was the assurance that Edmund had wished very much for her company, and would certainly have come back for her had she not already been tired. But this wasn't quite enough to erase the sting of having been left for a full hour when he had spoken of only a few minutes, nor to quiet the curiosity she felt about what they had been talking about all that time. The overall result was disappointment and low spirits as they all agreed, by general consensus, to head back to the house. As they reached the bottom of the steps to the terrace, Mrs. Rushworth and Mrs. Norris appeared at the top, just setting out for the wooded walk, an hour and a half after they had left the house. Mrs. Norris had been far too pleasantly occupied to move any faster. Whatever frustrations her nieces had encountered during the day, she herself had enjoyed a thoroughly satisfying morning. The housekeeper, after a lengthy and enthusiastic discussion about pheasants, had taken her to the dairy, told her all about their cows, and given her the recipe for a famous cream cheese. After Julia had left them, they had run into the gardener, with whom Mrs. Norris had struck up a most gratifying acquaintance. She had set him straight about his grandson's illness, diagnosed it as a fever, and promised him a remedy for it. In return, he had shown her his finest collection of plants and actually presented her with a very unusual specimen of heather. At this reunion, they all returned to the house together, where they lazed away the remaining time on sofas, with light conversation and quarterly reviews, until the others returned and dinner arrived. It was late by the time the Miss Bertrams and the two gentlemen came in, and their outing didn't appear to have been more than partially enjoyable, nor to have produced anything useful in terms of the day's original purpose. By their own accounts, they had spent much of the time wandering after one another, and the eventual coming together, as Fanny observed, had happened far too late either to restore good feeling or to reach any decisions about improvements. Looking at Julia and Mr. Rushworth, she could see that she was not the only unhappy person among them. Both wore gloomy expressions. Mr. Crawford and Miss Bertram were in considerably better spirits, and Fanny noticed that he was making a particular effort during dinner to smooth over any lingering resentment from the other two and restore the general mood. Dinner was quickly followed by tea and coffee. A 10-mile drive home left no room for lingering, and from the moment they sat down at the table it was a brisk succession of small activities until the carriage arrived at the door. Mrs. Norris, having bustled about and secured a few pheasant eggs and a cream cheese from the housekeeper, and having said all the right things to Mrs. Rushworth, was ready to lead the way. At the same moment, Mr. Crawford approached Julia and said, "I hope I'm not about to lose my companion, unless she's worried about the evening air in such an exposed seat." The invitation hadn't been expected, but it was very warmly received, and Julia's day looked set to end nearly as well as it had begun. Miss Bertram had anticipated a different arrangement and was slightly disappointed, but her firm belief that she was truly the one he preferred was enough to comfort her, and she was able to receive Mr. Rushworth's parting attentions with good grace. He was certainly more pleased to hand her into the carriage than he would have been to help her up onto the box, and the seating arrangement seemed to restore his good humor. "Well, Fanny, this has been quite a day for you," said Mrs. Norris as they drove through the park. "Nothing but pleasure from start to finish. I'm sure you ought to be very grateful to your Aunt Bertram and me for arranging for you to come. You've had a very fine day's entertainment. Maria was just dissatisfied enough to say outright, "I think you've done pretty well yourself, ma'am. Your lap seems full of good things, and there's a basket between us here that's been knocking into my elbow relentlessly." "My dear, it's only a lovely little heather plant that the nice old gardener insisted I take, but if it's in your way, I'll take it in my lap right away. There, Fanny, you can carry that parcel for me. Take good care of it, don't drop it. It's a cream cheese, just like the wonderful one we had at dinner. That dear Mrs. Whittaker simply wouldn't hear of my leaving without one of the cheeses. I held out as long as I could, until she was practically in tears, and I knew it was exactly the kind my sister would love. That Mrs. Whittaker is a gem. She was quite shocked when I asked her whether wine was served at the servants' table, and she's dismissed 2 housemaids for wearing white dresses. Mind the cheese, Fanny. Now I can manage the other parcel and the basket perfectly well. What else have you managed to scrounge?" said Maria, half pleased that Southerton should be so flattered. "Scrounge, my dear. It's nothing but 4 of those lovely pheasant eggs which Mrs. Whittaker absolutely pressed upon me. She wouldn't take no for an answer. She said it would be such a pleasure for me, since she understood I lived quite alone, to have a few little creatures like that to look after, and so it will be, of course. I'll have the dairymaid put them under the first broody hen, and if they hatch I can move them to my own house and borrow a coop. It will be a great comfort to me in my lonely hours to tend to them, and if they do well, your mother shall have some." It was a beautiful evening, mild and still, and the drive was as pleasant as the calm of the natural world could make it. But once Mrs. Norris fell silent, the carriage was entirely quiet. Everyone's spirits were more or less spent, and almost every one of them was left to silently weigh whether the day had brought more pleasure or more pain. Chapter 11. The day at Southerton, despite all its flaws, left the Bertram sisters in far better spirits than the letters from Antigua that arrived at Mansfield shortly afterward. Thinking about Henry Crawford was much more pleasant than thinking about their father, and these letters forced them to do exactly that, to think about their father coming back to England within a definite time frame, which was thoroughly unwelcome. November was the dreaded month set for his return. Sir Thomas wrote about it with all the certainty that experience and anxiety could justify. His business was nearly wrapped up, which meant he could reasonably plan to book passage on the September packet, and he was therefore looking forward to being reunited with his beloved family in early November. Maria was worse off than Julia, because for her, their father's return meant a husband. The homecoming of the man most invested in her happiness would bind her to the man she had chosen to make her happy, and that was a grim prospect. All she could do was throw a fog over it and hope that when the fog cleared, things would look different. It probably wouldn't be early November, after all. There were usually delays, a rough crossing, or something that comforting something that everyone clings to when they close their eyes to the facts or ignore their own better judgment. It would probably be at least mid-November, and mid-November was 3 months away. 3 months was 13 weeks. A lot could happen in 13 weeks. Sir Thomas would have been deeply hurt if he'd had any idea how his daughters felt about his return, and he would hardly have found comfort in knowing how much interest it stirred in another young woman. Miss Crawford, walking up with her brother to spend the evening at Mansfield Park, heard the good news. Although she appeared to have no real stake in the matter beyond basic courtesy, and seemed to have expressed all her feelings with a brief, quiet congratulation, she had actually taken it in with a far more restless kind of attention. Mrs. Norris relayed the details from the letters, and the subject was dropped. But later, after tea, as Miss Crawford stood at an open window with Edmund and Fanny looking out at the evening scene, while the Bertram sisters, Mr. Rushworth and Henry Crawford were all crowded around the candles at the piano, she suddenly brought it back up, turning toward the group and saying, "How happy Mr. Rushworth looks. He's thinking about November." Edmund glanced over at Mr. Rushworth too, but had nothing to say. "Your father's return will be quite an event. It will be after such a long absence, and one that's involved so many dangers. It'll set off a chain of other events too, your sister's wedding and you taking holy orders." "Yes. Don't be offended," she said, laughing, "but it does remind me of those old pagan heroes who, after great adventures in foreign lands, came home and offered sacrifices to the gods in thanks for their safe return." "There's no sacrifice involved," Edmund replied with a serious smile, glancing toward the piano again. "It's entirely her own choice." "Oh, I know it is. I was only joking. She's done exactly what any young woman would do, and I have no doubt she'll be very happy." My other sacrifice, of course, you don't understand. My taking orders is just as much my own free choice as Maria's getting married, I assure you. How convenient that your personal inclination lines up so neatly with your father's plans. I understand there's a very good living being kept for you somewhere nearby, which you assume has influenced me. But I'm sure it hasn't, cried Fanny. Thank you for defending me, Fanny, but I wouldn't go that far myself. Honestly, knowing that provision existed probably did influence me, and I don't think it should have. There was no natural reluctance in me to overcome, and I don't see why a man should make a worse clergyman simply because he knows he'll be financially secure early in life. I was in safe hands. I'd like to think I wouldn't have let myself be led astray, and I'm confident my father was too principled to have allowed it. I have no doubt I was influenced, but I believe it was entirely without fault. It's like, said Fanny after a short pause, the son of an admiral going into the Navy or the son of a general joining the army, and nobody thinks anything is wrong with that. Nobody questions whether they should prefer a path where their connections can help them, or suspects them of being any less sincere about it. No, my dear Miss Price, and for good reason. The profession itself, Navy or Army, is its own justification. It has everything going for it. Heroism, danger, excitement, prestige. Soldiers and sailors are always welcomed in society. No one wonders why men become soldiers and sailors. But you'd think the motives of a man who takes orders with a guaranteed living can reasonably be questioned, said Edmund. To earn your respect, I suppose he'd have to do it with absolutely no prospect of any income whatsoever. What? Take orders without a living? No, that would be complete madness. Shall I ask you how the church is supposed to fill its ranks if a man can neither take orders with a living nor without one? No, because you clearly wouldn't have an answer. But I do want to turn your own argument in favor of the clergyman. Since he can't be motivated by the things you consider the great temptations and rewards of the soldier and sailor, heroism, glory, fashion are all working against him, surely he should be less open to the suspicion of lacking sincerity or good intentions in his choice. Oh, no doubt he's perfectly sincere in preferring a ready-made income over the trouble of earning one, and has every intention of spending the rest of his days doing nothing but eating, drinking, and getting fat. That's what makes men become clergymen, Mr. Bertram. Laziness and a love of comfort, a complete lack of any real ambition, no taste for good company, and no desire to make the effort to be interesting. A clergyman has nothing to do except be sloppy and selfish, read the newspaper, watch the weather, and argue with his wife. His curate does all the actual work, and his own life's purpose is to sit down to dinner. Clergymen like that exist, certainly, but I don't think they are common enough to justify Miss Crawford treating it as their defining characteristic. I suspect that this sweeping and, may I say, rather cliched criticism doesn't actually come from your own observation, but from biased people whose views you've grown up hearing. Your own experience can't have given you much real knowledge of the clergy. You can't have personally known more than a handful of the very men you're condemning so absolutely. You're repeating what you've heard at your uncle's dinner table. I'm stating what seems to be the general opinion, and when an opinion is widely shared, it's usually right. Even if I haven't seen much of clergymen's private lives myself, plenty of others have, so there's no shortage of information on the subject. When any group of educated men is condemned across the board, regardless of the specifics, there must be either a lack of real information or, smiling, something else lacking. Your uncle and his fellow admirals probably knew very little about clergymen beyond the ship's chaplains, who they were always wishing would disappear, whether the chaplains were good or bad. Poor William, he's been treated with such kindness by the chaplain of the Antwerp, Fanny said softly, a tender aside that had everything to do with her own feelings, if not much to do with the conversation. I've never been particularly inclined to take my opinions from my uncle, said Miss Crawford, so I can hardly accept that. And since you're pressing me so hard, I should point out that I'm not entirely without direct experience of what clergymen are like, given that I am currently a guest of my own brother, Dr. Grant. And while Dr. Grant is perfectly kind and generous to me, and genuinely a gentleman, and I'll grant he's probably a good scholar and clever, often preaches good sermons, and is perfectly respectable, I can see clearly that he is a lazy, self-indulgent man who has to have everything catered to his own tastes, who won't lift a finger for anyone else's convenience, and who, on top of all that, takes out his temper on his perfectly lovely wife whenever the cook makes a mistake. To be honest, Henry and I were partly driven out tonight because of some disaster over a roast goose that he simply couldn't get over. My poor sister was left behind to deal with him. I genuinely can't disagree with your criticism there. It's a serious flaw of character, made worse by a deeply ingrained habit of self-indulgence, and watching your sister suffer because of it must be extremely painful for someone as feeling as you. Fanny, I'm afraid this goes against us. We really can't defend Dr. Grant. No, replied Fanny, but we don't have to abandon the entire profession because of him. Whatever career Dr. Grant had chosen, he would have brought the same bad temperament into it. And if he'd been in the Navy or Army, he would have had far more people under his authority than he does now, so he would have made many more people miserable as a sailor or soldier than he does as a clergyman. Besides, I can't help thinking that whatever is wrong with Dr. Grant would only have gotten worse in a more active, worldly profession, one that would have given him less time and less reason for self-reflection. He could never have avoided knowing himself the way he can't avoid it now. A sensible man like Dr. Grant cannot make a habit of teaching others their duty every week, cannot go to church twice every Sunday and preach such very good sermons as well as he does, without being better for it himself. It must make him think, and I have no doubt he tries to restrain himself more often than he would if he'd been anything other than a clergyman. We can't prove otherwise, that's true, but I sincerely wish you a better fate than being the wife of a man whose good temper depends entirely on his own sermons. Because even if he can preach himself into a decent mood every Sunday, it would be pretty unbearable to have him picking fights about roast goose from Monday morning to Saturday night. I think a man who could find much to quarrel about with Fanny, said Edmund warmly, would be beyond the help of any sermon. Fanny turned further toward the window, and Miss Crawford only had time to say pleasantly, I imagine Miss Price is far more accustomed to deserving praise than to hearing it, before she was eagerly called over by the Bertram sisters to join in a glee, and she skipped off to the piano, leaving Edmund watching her go with a look of open admiration, taking in everything from her easy, accommodating manner down to her light and graceful way of moving. There goes genuine good humor, I'm sure of it, he said after a moment. There's a temperament that would never cause anyone pain. How well she walks, and how readily she falls in with what other people want, joining them the moment she's asked. What a shame, he added after a brief pause, that she was raised in such an environment. Fanny agreed, and had the pleasure of seeing him stay at the window with her in spite of the glee now beginning, and of watching his gaze turn, like hers, to the scene outside, where everything solemn and soothing and beautiful was laid out in the brilliance of a clear, cloudless night, set against the deep shadows of the woods. Fanny gave voice to what she felt. This is harmony, she said. This is peace. This is something that leaves all painting and all music behind, something only poetry can even try to describe. This could quiet every worry and lift the heart to pure joy. When I look out a night like this, I feel as if there could be no wickedness or sorrow anywhere in the world. And there certainly would be less of both if people paid more attention to the greatness of nature and were drawn more out of themselves by taking in a scene like this. I love hearing you talk like that, Fanny. It is a beautiful night, and I feel sorry for anyone who was never taught to feel it the way you do, who was never given a love of nature when they were young. They miss so much. You're the one who taught me to think and feel that way, cousin. I had a very quick learner. Look, there's Arcturus, very bright tonight. Yes, and the bear, I wish I could see Cassiopeia. We'd have to go out on the lawn for that. Would you mind? Not at all. It's been a long time since we've done any stargazing. Yes, I don't know how that happened. The glee began. Let's stay until this is finished, Fanny, he said, turning away from the window. But as the music went on, she had the quiet disappointment of watching him drift forward as well, moving gradually toward the piano by small degrees, and when the song ended, he was right there among the singers, one of the most insistent voices urging them to sing it again. Fanny stood alone at the window with her thoughts until Mrs. Norris threatened her with catching cold and drove her away. Chapter 12. November would bring Sir Thomas home, and his eldest son had reasons to return even sooner. As September approached, news of Mr. Bertram arrived first in a letter to the gamekeeper, then in a letter to Edmund, and by the end of August he had come back in person, ready once again to be charming, entertaining, and attentive whenever the occasion called for it or Miss Crawford expected it. He talked about races and Weymouth, about parties and friends, stories she might have found interesting 6 weeks earlier. Instead, his return gave her the clearest possible proof, through direct comparison, that she preferred his younger brother. It was deeply frustrating, and she genuinely regretted it, but there it was. Far from wanting to marry the elder brother now, she didn't even care to attract him beyond what any woman with an awareness of her own looks naturally expects. His long absence from Mansfield, with nothing to show for it but pleasure-seeking and his own convenience, made it perfectly obvious he had no real feelings for her. And his indifference was more than matched by her own. Even if he were to step forward tomorrow as the full master of Mansfield Park, the complete Sir Thomas he was destined to become, she didn't think she could accept him. The same season and obligations that brought Mr. Bertram back to Mansfield took Mr. Crawford away to Norfolk. Everingham needed him at the start of September. He was gone for 2 weeks that proved so dull for the Miss Bertrams that it should have put them both on their guard. Even Julia, jealous as she was of her sister, should have recognized the absolute need to distrust his attentions and to hope he wouldn't come back. For Crawford, those 2 weeks, filled in the intervals between shooting and sleeping, should have been more than enough time to convince him that he ought to stay away longer, had he been more inclined to examine his own motives and consider where his idle vanity was leading him. But thoughtless and selfish as he was, spoiled by prosperity and bad influences, he refused to look beyond the present moment. The sisters, attractive, clever, and encouraging, were an entertaining distraction for his jaded mind. Finding nothing in Norfolk that came close to the pleasures of Mansfield's social life, he happily returned at the appointed time and was welcomed back just as happily by the very people he intended to keep toying with. Maria, left with no one but Mr. Rushworth for company and forced to sit through endless retellings of his day's hunting, whether good or bad, his bragging about his dogs, his petty rivalries with the neighbors, his doubts about their competence, and his enthusiasm for catching poachers, topics that hold no appeal for a woman unless the speaker has some skill or she has some genuine affection for him, had missed Mr. Crawford terribly. Julia, with no engagement and nothing to occupy her, felt with even more justification that she had the right to miss him. Each sister believed herself to be his favorite. Julia had some basis for thinking so, encouraged by hints from Mrs. Grant, who was inclined to believe what she wanted to believe. Maria had even more reason, having received hints from Crawford himself. Everything fell back into the same pattern as before his absence. His manner toward each of them was so lively and agreeable that he lost no ground with either, while carefully stopping just short of the kind of consistency, steadiness, devoted attention, or warmth that might attract general notice. Fanny was the only one in the group who found anything troubling in this. But since the day at Southerton, she could never watch Mr. Crawford with either sister without paying close attention, and rarely without feeling either concern or quiet disapproval. Had her confidence in her own judgment matched the sharpness of that judgment itself, had she been sure she was seeing clearly and thinking fairly, she would likely have shared something important with her usual confidant. As it was, she ventured only a hint, and the hint was lost. "I'm rather surprised," she said, "that Mr. Crawford would come back again so soon after spending so much time here already, a full 7 weeks. I had the impression he was very fond of change and moving around, so I thought once he left, something would certainly come up to take him somewhere else. He's used to much livelier places than Mansfield." "That speaks well of him," Edmund answered, "and I imagine it pleases his sister. She doesn't like his restless habits. He's certainly a great favorite with my cousins. Yes, his manner with women is the kind that naturally pleases. Mrs. Grant, I believe, suspects he has a preference for Julia. I haven't noticed much evidence of it myself, but I hope it's true. His only faults are the kind a serious attachment would cure." "If Miss Bertram weren't already engaged," said Fanny carefully, "I could sometimes almost think he admired her more than Julia." "Which perhaps says more in favor of his preferring Julia than you realize, Fanny. I think it often happens that a man, before he's fully made up his mind, pays more attention to the sister or close friend of the woman he's really thinking about than to the woman herself. Crawford has too much sense to stay here if he found himself in any danger from Maria, and I'm not worried about her at all. She's already shown that her feelings aren't easily stirred." Fanny told herself she must have been mistaken and resolved to think differently going forward. But despite her best efforts to defer to Edmund, and despite the occasional glances and hints she noticed from others that seemed to confirm Julia as Crawford's choice, she wasn't always sure what to believe. One evening, she found herself privy to her Aunt Norris's hopes on the subject, as well as to Mrs. Rushworth's feelings on a matter of some similarity, and she couldn't help marveling as she listened. She would have been glad not to have to listen at all, since all the other young people were dancing while she sat, quite unwillingly, among the chaperones by the fire, waiting and hoping for her older cousin to come back, since he was her only chance of getting a partner. It was Fanny's first ball, though nothing like the elaborate, splendid affairs other young women experienced. It had been thrown together only that afternoon, built around the recent arrival of a violin player among the servants and the possibility of scraping together 5 couples with the help of Mrs. Grant and a new friend of Mr. Bertram's who had just arrived for a visit. Still, it had been a very happy evening for Fanny through 4 dances, and she was genuinely distressed to be missing even 15 minutes of it. As she waited and watched, looking first at the dancers, then at the door, this conversation between the 2 women was thrust upon her. "I think, ma'am," said Mrs. Norris, her eyes fixed on Mr. Rushworth and Maria, who were partners for the 2nd time, "we shall be seeing some happy faces again now." "Yes, indeed, ma'am," the other replied with a stiff little smile. "It will be quite satisfying to watch them now, and I do think it was rather a shame they had to be separated at all. Young people in their situation ought to be excused from following every social convention. I wonder my son didn't suggest it himself." "I'm sure he did, ma'am. Mr. Rushworth never fails in his attentions. But dear Maria has such a strong sense of propriety, such true delicacy, the kind one so rarely encounters these days, Mrs. Rushworth, that wish of hers to avoid drawing attention. Dear ma'am, just look at her face right now. How different it is from the last 2 dances." Miss Bertram did indeed look happy. Her eyes were bright with pleasure, and she was talking with great animation, because Julia and her partner, Mr. Crawford, were right beside her. They were all clustered together. How Maria had looked before, Fanny couldn't say, since she had been dancing with Edmund herself and hadn't paid any attention. "Mrs. Norris continued, it is perfectly delightful, ma'am, to see young people so appropriately happy, so well matched, and so exactly as things should be. I keep thinking of dear Sir Thomas's joy when he sees it. And what do you say, ma'am, to the possibility of another match? Mr. Rushworth has set a fine example, and these things are quite contagious." Mrs. Rushworth, who had eyes only for her son, was completely lost. "The couple just above, ma'am, do you see any signs there?" "Oh my, Miss Julia and Mr. Crawford. Yes, indeed, a very nice match. What is his income?" "4,000 a year. Very well, those who don't have more must be content with what they have. 4,000 a year is a respectable estate, and he seems a very gentlemanly, steady young man, so I hope Miss Julia will be very happy." "It's not settled yet, ma'am. We speak of it only among friends, but I have very little doubt that it will be. His attentions are becoming very particular." Fanny could listen no further. Her attention was pulled away entirely, for Mr. Bertram had come back into the room. Though she felt it would be a great honor to be asked to dance by him, she thought it simply had to happen. He came toward their little group, but instead of asking her to dance, he pulled up a chair beside her and gave her a full account of the current condition of a sick horse and the groom's opinion from whom he had just come. Fanny understood that no invitation was coming, and with her characteristic modesty immediately told herself she had been foolish to expect one. Once he had finished talking about the horse, he picked up a newspaper from the table and, glancing through it in a bored sort of way, said casually, "If you want to dance, Fanny, I'll stand up with you." She declined with more than equal politeness. She had no wish to dance. "I'm glad to hear it," he said, his tone brightening considerably as he dropped the newspaper back on the table. "Because I'm absolutely exhausted. I honestly don't know how people keep it up for so long. They'd have to all be in love to find any pleasure in such nonsense, and I suppose they are actually. Look at them and you can see it. Practically every couple is a pair of lovers, except Yates and Mrs. Grant. And between you and me," he added, with a sly glance toward the chair where Dr. Grant was sitting, "poor Mrs. Grant must want a lover as badly as any of them. Life with the doctor must be desperately dull," at which point he discovered that Dr. Grant was sitting right at his elbow, forcing such an instant change of expression and subject that Fanny, despite everything, could barely keep from laughing. "Strange business going on in America, Dr. Grant. What's your view on it? I always come to you when I need to know what to think about public affairs." "My dear Tom," cried his aunt a little while later, "since you're not dancing, I'm sure you won't mind joining us for a rubber of cards, will you?" She got up from her seat and came over to press the point, adding in a whisper, "We need to make up a table for Mrs. Rushworth, you see. Your mother is quite keen on it but can't easily leave off her fringe-making to sit down herself. Now, you and I and Dr. Grant will be just right, and though we're only playing for half-crowns, you know, you can bet half-guineas with him." "I would be absolutely delighted," he replied loudly, jumping to his feet with sudden energy. "Nothing would give me greater pleasure, except that I am, at this very moment, about to dance." He took Fanny's hand. "Come, Fanny, stop dawdling or the dance will be over." Fanny was led away quite willingly, though it was impossible for her to feel much real gratitude toward her cousin, or to see any meaningful difference, as he apparently did, between someone else's selfishness and his own. "A pretty shameless request, I must say," he declared indignantly as they walked away. "Wanting to trap me at a card table for the next 2 hours with herself and Dr. Grant, who are forever bickering, and that dreary old woman who knows as much about whist as she does about algebra. I do wish my good aunt would mind her own business a little more. And to ask me like that, without any ceremony, right in front of everyone, leaving me no possible way to refuse. That's what I find most insufferable of all, this pretense of asking, of giving someone a choice, while phrasing it in such a way that you're practically forced to do whatever it is regardless. If I hadn't had the good luck to think of standing up with you, I'd have had no way out. It really is too bad. But once my aunt gets an idea in her head, nothing on earth will stop her." Chapter 13. The Honorable John Yates, this new friend of Tom's, had little going for him beyond a fashionable lifestyle, a taste for spending money, and the modest income that came with being a younger son of a lord. Sir Thomas would probably have considered his introduction to Mansfield far from ideal. Tom Bertram had met him at Weymouth, where they'd spent 10 days running in the same social circles. The friendship, if you could call it that, had been cemented when Yates was invited to stop at Mansfield whenever he could make it, and he'd promised to come. He arrived earlier than expected, because a large house party assembled for a good time at another friend's estate had suddenly fallen apart, the very party he'd left Weymouth to join. He arrived riding a wave of disappointment, his head full of nothing but acting. It had been a theatrical crowd, and the play in which he'd had a part was just 2 days away from opening night, when a death in the host family brought the whole thing crashing down and scattered the cast. To have been so close to happiness, so close to fame, so close to that glowing paragraph in the papers about the private theatricals at Ecclesford, the seat of the Right Honourable Lord Ravenshaw in Cornwall, the kind of write-up that would have made the whole party famous for at least a year, and then to lose it all at the last moment was a wound Yates felt keenly, and he could talk of nothing else. Ecclesford and its theatre, the arrangements, the costumes, the rehearsals, the jokes, was his inexhaustible topic, and bragging about what had been was his only consolation. Fortunately for him, a love of theatre is so universal, and the urge to act so powerful among young people, that he could barely keep pace with his listeners' enthusiasm. From the first casting of parts to the epilogue, it all sounded thrilling, and there were few who didn't wish they'd been involved, or who would have hesitated to try their own hand at it. The play had been Lovers' Vows, and Yates had been set to play Count Castle. "A trivial part," he said, "and not at all my style, not a role I'd ever accept again, but I was determined not to make a fuss. Lord Ravenshaw and the Duke had claimed the only 2 worthwhile characters before I even arrived at Ecclesford. And though Lord Ravenshaw offered to hand his over to me, I couldn't possibly take it, you understand. I felt sorry for him that he'd so misjudged his own abilities. A small man with a weak voice, always hoarse after the first 10 minutes. It must have seriously damaged the production, but I was resolved not to make difficulties. Sir Henry thought the Duke wasn't up to playing Frederick, but that was only because Sir Henry wanted the part himself, when in fact it was definitely in the better hands of the 2. I was surprised to see Sir Henry so stiff and wooden. Fortunately, the strength of the piece didn't depend on him. Our Agatha was absolutely superb, and many people thought the Duke was excellent. And on the whole, it would certainly have been a tremendous success. That really was hard luck, and I do think you deserved every sympathy, came the kind responses from his sympathetic listeners. It's not worth complaining about, but honestly, the poor old dowager could not have picked a worse moment to die. And it's impossible not to wish that the news could have been held back just 3 days, which was all we needed. Only 3 days. And being just a grandmother, with everything happening 200 miles away, I don't think it would have done any real harm. It was suggested, I know, but Lord Ravenshaw, who I suppose is one of the most proper men in England, wouldn't hear of it. "A funeral instead of a comedy," said Tom Bertram. Lovers' Vows brought to an abrupt end, and Lord and Lady Ravenshaw left to perform My Grandmother between themselves. Well, the inheritance might cheer him up, and perhaps, between us, he was already starting to panic about his reputation and his voice in the barren role, and wasn't entirely sorry to have an excuse to back out. And to make it up to you, Yates, I think we ought to put together a little theater here at Mansfield and ask you to be our director. The idea, though it came to him on impulse, didn't stay there. The desire to act had been stirred awake, in no one more powerfully than in the current master of the house, who had so much time on his hands that almost any new diversion was guaranteed to appeal, and who also possessed just the kind of quick wit and comic sensibility perfectly suited to the novelty of acting. The thought kept coming back. Oh, for the Ecclesford Theatre and its scenery, to try something with it. Each of the sisters echoed the wish, and Henry Crawford, for whom, amid all his many pleasures, this was one he hadn't yet sampled, was immediately caught up in the idea. "I honestly think," he said, "that right now I'm fool enough to take on any character ever written from Shylock or Richard Roman III all the way down to the singing hero of a farce in his scarlet coat and cocked hat. I feel like I could play anything and everything, rant and storm, sigh and dance, in any tragedy or comedy in the English language. Let's do something. Even half a play. A single act, one scene, what's stopping us? Not these faces, I'm sure," he said, glancing toward the Miss Bertrams. "And as for proper theater, what does that matter? We'd only be entertaining ourselves. Any room in this house would do." "We'll need a curtain," said Tom Bertram. "A few yards of green baize for a curtain, that might be enough to start with." "Oh, absolutely enough," cried Mr. Yates, "with just a couple of side wings put up, doors set into the flat, and 3 or 4 drop scenes, nothing more would be needed for something like this. For a bit of fun among ourselves, we wouldn't want anything more." "I think we'd have to make do with even less," said Maria. "There wouldn't be time, and other problems would crop up. We'd be better off following Mr. Crawford's approach and making the performance our goal rather than the theater itself. Many of the best scenes in our finest plays don't need scenery at all." "Now," said Edmund, who had begun to listen with growing alarm, "let's not do things by halves. If we're going to act, let's build a proper theater fitted out with pit, boxes, and gallery, and perform a complete play from beginning to end, a German play, it doesn't matter which one, with a good trick-filled afterpiece and a figure dance and a hornpipe and a song between the acts. If we're not going to outdo Ecclesford, there's no point in bothering." "Edmund, don't be difficult," said Julia. "Nobody loves a play more than you do or has gone further to see one. True, to see real acting, proper, seasoned, professional acting. But I'd hardly walk from this room to the next to watch the raw efforts of people who haven't trained for it, a group of gentlemen and ladies who have all the disadvantages of a refined education and good manners to struggle against." After a brief pause, however, the subject continued and was debated with undiminished excitement, everyone's enthusiasm growing as they heard the other's eagerness. Nothing was actually settled, except that Tom preferred a comedy, his sisters and Henry Crawford preferred a tragedy, and that nothing in the world could be easier than finding a play to please them all. Yet the determination to perform something seemed so firm that Edmund felt genuinely uneasy. He was resolved to stop it if he could, even though his mother, who had heard the entire conversation at the dinner table, showed not the slightest sign of disapproval. That same evening gave him a chance to make his case. Maria, Julia, Henry Crawford, and Mr. Yates were in the billiard room. Tom came back from them into the drawing room, where Edmund stood lost in thought by the fire, while Lady Bertram reclined on the sofa nearby and Fanny sat close beside her, helping with her needlework. Tom came in saying, "There isn't a more horribly awful billiard table anywhere above ground than ours. I can't stand it any longer. I think I can safely say nothing will ever get me near it again. But I have just discovered one very good thing. It's the perfect room for a theater, exactly the right shape and length. And the doors at the far end, which connect with each other, easily done in 5 minutes by simply moving the bookcase in my father's room, are exactly what we'd have wished for if we'd sat down to plan it. And my father's room will make an excellent green room. It might have been designed to connect with the billiard room on purpose." "Tom, you're not seriously thinking of putting on a play?" said Edmund quietly as his brother came toward the fire. "Not serious. Never more so, I assure you. What's so surprising about it? I think it would be very wrong. In general, private theatricals do raise some objections, but given our particular circumstances, I think it would be highly ill-advised, and worse than ill-advised to attempt anything of the kind. It would show a serious lack of consideration for our father, who is away and in some degree of constant danger. And it would be reckless, I think, with regard to Maria, whose situation is a very delicate one, all things considered, extremely delicate. You take everything so seriously, as if we were planning to perform 3 times a week until father gets back and invite the whole county. But it's nothing like that. We only want a little amusement for ourselves, just to break the routine and try something new. We don't need an audience or any publicity." I think we can be trusted to choose a play that's perfectly above reproach, and I see no more harm in speaking the well-crafted words of a respectable author than in chatting away in our own. I have no worries and no qualms, and as for father being away, that's not an objection at all. I'd say it's actually more of a reason to do it. The wait for his return must be a very anxious time for mother, and if we can take her mind off that worry and keep her spirits up over the next few weeks, I'd say our time was very well spent, and so would he, I'm sure. It really is a very anxious time for her. As he said this, they both glanced over at their mother. Lady Bertram, sunk into one corner of the sofa, the very picture of health, comfort, and contentment, was quietly drifting off to sleep while Fanny worked through the trickier parts of her needlework for her. Edmund smiled and shook his head. "Good Lord, that won't work," cried Tom, dropping into a chair with a hearty laugh. "I'm afraid, dear mother, your anxiety, I rather walked into that one. What's the matter?" asked her ladyship in the heavy voice of someone half awake. "I wasn't asleep." "Of course not, ma'am, nobody thought you were." "Well, Edmund," he continued, returning to his previous topic, position, and tone as soon as Lady Bertram began to nod off again. "This I will insist on, we won't be doing any harm." "I can't agree with you. I'm convinced my father would completely disapprove. And I'm just as convinced he wouldn't. Nobody values talent in young people more than my father, or does more to encourage it, and when it comes to anything involving performance, recitation, or acting, I think he's always had a clear taste for it. I'm sure he encouraged it in us when we were boys. How many times did we mourn over the dead body of Julius Caesar, and deliver our to-be or not-to-be speeches in this very room for his entertainment? And I'm quite sure my name was Norval every single evening throughout one entire Christmas holiday. That was a completely different thing. You must see the difference yourself. Father wanted us, as schoolboys, to learn to speak well, but he would never want his grown-up daughters performing in plays. His sense of propriety is strict." "I know all that," said Tom, irritated. "I know my father as well as you do, and I'll make sure his daughters do nothing to upset him. Mind your own business, Edmund, and I'll look after the rest of the family." "If you're set on going ahead with it," persisted Edmund, "then I can only hope it will be kept very small and quiet, and I really think building a theater shouldn't be attempted at all. Taking that kind of liberty with my father's house while he's away couldn't be justified." "I'll take full responsibility for all of that," said Tom firmly. "His house won't be harmed. I have just as much interest in taking care of it as you do. And as for the kinds of changes I was talking about, moving a bookcase, unlocking a door, or using the billiard room for a week without actually playing billiards in it, you might just as well say he'd object to us spending more time in this room and less in the breakfast room than we did before he left, or to your sister's piano being moved from one side of the room to the other. Absolute nonsense. The project, even if the changes themselves aren't objectionable, will be objectionable as an expense. Yes, the cost of such an undertaking will be enormous, perhaps as much as £20 in total. We'll certainly need some sort of stage, but it'll be kept as simple as possible, a green curtain and a bit of carpentry work, that's all. And since the carpentry can be done right here by Christopher Jackson himself, it would be ridiculous to make a fuss about expense. And as long as Jackson is kept busy, everything will be fine with Sir Thomas. Don't imagine you're the only person in this house capable of seeing and judging. Don't take part yourself if you don't want to, but don't expect to run everyone else's lives. As for acting myself, said Edmund, that I absolutely refuse. Tom walked out of the room as he said it, leaving Edmund to sit by the fire and brood in frustrated silence. Fanny, who had heard every word and had silently shared Edmund's feelings throughout, now ventured to offer some comfort. "Perhaps they won't be able to find a play they can all agree on. Your brother's taste and your sister's seem very different. I have no hope of that, Fanny. If they're determined to go through with it, they'll find something. I'll speak to my sisters and try to talk them out of it. That's all I can do. I would have thought my Aunt Norris would be on your side. She probably would be, but she has no real influence over Tom or my sisters that would make any difference. And if I can't convince them myself, I'll let things take their course without dragging her into it. Family quarreling is the greatest evil of all. We'd be better off doing almost anything than coming to open conflict." His sisters, when he found a chance to speak to them the following morning, were just as impatient with his advice, just as resistant to his arguments, and just as firmly committed to their fun as Tom had been. Their mother had no objection to the plan, and they weren't the least bit worried about their father's disapproval. There could be nothing wrong with something that had been done in so many respectable households and by so many women of the highest standing. It would be sheer madness to find anything objectionable in a plan that involved only brothers, sisters, and close friends, and would never be heard of outside their own circle. Julia did seem somewhat inclined to admit that Maria's situation might call for particular care and discretion, but that surely couldn't apply to her. She was free, and Maria clearly regarded her engagement as something that raised her above such restraints and left her even less reason than Julia to consult either parent. Edmund had little hope, but he was still pressing the point when Henry Crawford came into the room, fresh from the parsonage, calling out, "No shortage of performers for our theater, Miss Bertram. No shortage of supporting players either. My sister sends her love and hopes to be included in the company. She'll be happy to take on any elderly Duna or quiet confidante that you don't want to play yourselves." Maria shot Edmund a look that said plainly, "What do you say to that? Can we really be wrong if Mary Crawford feels the same?" And Edmund, silenced, had to acknowledge that the appeal of acting could well captivate an intelligent mind, and, with the somewhat selective reasoning of someone half in love, he found himself dwelling more on the generous and accommodating spirit of the message than on anything else. The project moved forward. Opposition was useless. And as for Mrs. Norris, Edmund had been wrong to think she would want to offer any. Whatever difficulties she raised were talked down within 5 minutes by her eldest nephew and niece, who had complete sway over her, since the whole affair was going to cost very little and nothing at all to herself. And since she could already picture herself in the thick of all the rush, bustle, and importance it would generate, and since it gave her the immediate advantage of convincing herself that she was obliged to leave her own house, where she'd been living at her own expense for a month, and take up residence at Mansfield Park so that every hour could be devoted to their needs, she was in truth thoroughly delighted with the whole scheme. Chapter 14. Fanny seemed closer to being right than Edmund had expected. Finding a play that would suit everyone turned out to be no small matter. The carpenter had already received his orders, taken his measurements, suggested solutions to at least 2 sets of problems, and clearly demonstrated that the stage would need to be larger and more expensive than originally planned. He was already hard at work, and they still hadn't chosen a play. Other preparations were moving forward too. An enormous roll of green baize had arrived from Northampton and been cut by Mrs. Norris, who managed to save a good 3/4 of a yard through careful management, and the housemaids were already turning it into a curtain. Still no play had been decided on. As 2 or 3 days slipped by like this, Edmund began to almost hope that they might never find one. There were simply too many things to consider, too many people to please, too many roles that had to be star parts, and above all, everyone insisted that the play be simultaneously tragic and comic. The chances of reaching a decision seemed about as slim as anything driven by youth and enthusiasm could possibly be. On the tragic side were the Miss Bertrams, Henry Crawford, and Mr. Yates. On the comic side stood Tom Bertram, and though she kept her preferences politely to herself, it was clear that Mary Crawford leaned the same way too. But Tom's determination and force of personality made allies unnecessary. Beyond this major irreconcilable difference, they all wanted a play with very few characters overall, every single role a top-tier part, and 3 leading women's roles. All the best plays were considered and rejected. Neither Hamlet, nor Macbeth, nor Othello, nor Douglas, nor the Gamester offered anything that could satisfy even the tragedy enthusiasts. The Rivals, The School for Scandal, Wheel of Fortune, Heir at Law, and a long list of others were dismissed one after another with even stronger objections. Every play suggested gave someone a problem, and from one side or the other it was a constant stream of, "Oh no, that will never do. No ranting tragedies, please. Too many characters. Not a single decent woman's part in the whole thing. Anything but that, dear Tom. It would be impossible to cast properly. You couldn't expect anyone to take a part like that. Nothing but slapstick from start to finish. That one might work, perhaps, if it weren't for the low comedy roles. If I must give my opinion, I've always thought it the most tedious play in the English language. I don't want to be difficult. I'm happy to help however I can, but I really think we couldn't have made a worse choice." Fanny watched and listened, quietly amused to observe the selfishness that, in various degrees of disguise, seemed to drive them all, and wondering how it would end. For her own enjoyment, she would have liked something to be performed, since she had never seen even half a play, but everything that mattered more was against it. "This is getting us nowhere," Tom Bertram finally said. "We're wasting an enormous amount of time. Something has to be decided. It doesn't matter what, as long as we choose something. We can't afford to be so fussy. A few extra characters shouldn't put us off. We can double up on parts. We need to lower our standards a little. If a part is minor, there's all the more credit in doing something good with it. From this moment on, I'm raising no objections. I'll take whatever part you give me, as long as it's comic. Just let it be comic. That's my only condition." For roughly the 5th time, he then suggested heir at law, debating only whether he preferred Lord Duberly or Dr. Pangloss for himself, and making a very earnest but completely unsuccessful attempt to convince the others that there were some fine tragic parts among the rest of the cast list. The pause that followed this fruitless effort was broken by Tom himself, who picked up one of the many volumes of plays lying on the table, flipped through it, and suddenly exclaimed, "Lovers' Vows. Why shouldn't Lovers' Vows work just as well for us as it did for the Ravenshaws? How did nobody think of it before? It seems to me like it would be perfect. What does everyone say? Here are 2 excellent tragic parts for Yates and Crawford, and here's the rhyming butler for me, if no one else wants it. A minor role, but the kind of thing I wouldn't mind at all. And as I said, I'm committed to taking whatever comes my way and making the best of it. As for the rest of the parts, anyone can fill them. It's only Count Castle and Anhalt." The suggestion was generally well received. Everyone was growing tired of the indecision, and the immediate reaction was that nothing proposed so far was as likely to suit them all. Mr. Yates was particularly pleased. He had been longing to play the Baron ever since Ecclesford, had resented every speech Lord Ravenshaw had delivered, and had been forced to rant them all over again alone in his room. The storm scene with Baron Wildenheim was the pinnacle of his theatrical ambitions, and with the advantage of already knowing half the scenes by heart, he immediately and eagerly offered himself for the part. To be fair to him, though, he didn't insist on claiming it. Remembering that Frederick also had some excellent ranting scenes, he declared himself equally willing to take that role instead. Henry Crawford was happy to take either one. Whichever Mr. Yates didn't want would suit him perfectly, and a brief exchange of courtesies followed. Miss Bertram, who was keenly invested in the question as a potential Agatha, settled the matter by pointing out to Mr. Yates that height and build ought to be considered in this decision, and that being the taller of the 2, he seemed particularly well suited for the Baron. Everyone agreed she was absolutely right, and with those 2 parts assigned accordingly, she was guaranteed the Frederick she wanted. 3 of the roles were now cast, plus Mr. Rushworth, who Maria always guaranteed would be willing to do anything, when Julia, intending just like her sister to play Agatha, suddenly became concerned about Miss Crawford's position. "This isn't being fair to someone who isn't here," she said. "There aren't enough women's parts. Amelia and Agatha might work for Maria and me, but there's nothing left for your sister, Mr. Crawford." Mr. Crawford insisted they needn't worry about that. He was quite sure his sister had no desire to act unless she could be useful, and that she would not want to be considered in this situation. But Tom Bertram immediately disagreed, declaring that the part of Amelia belonged in every way to Miss Crawford, if she would accept it. "It falls to her as naturally, as inevitably," he said, "as Agatha falls to one or the other of my sisters. It can hardly be a sacrifice on their part, since it's a highly comic role." A brief silence followed. Each sister looked anxious, since each felt she had the stronger claim to Agatha and was hoping the others would press it on her. Henry Crawford, who had meanwhile picked up the play and was seemingly idly turning through the first act, soon resolved the matter. "I must beg Miss Julia Bertram," he said, "not to take the part of Agatha, or she will completely destroy any attempt at solemnity on my part. You really must not. Indeed you must not," he added, turning to her. "I couldn't bear to see your face dressed up in grief and pallor. The many laughs we've had together would inevitably come flooding back to me, and Frederick and his knapsack would have no choice but to make a run for it." It was said pleasantly and graciously, but Julia didn't register the manner, only the meaning. She caught a glance directed at Maria that confirmed the insult to herself. It was a scheme, a trick. She had been passed over, Maria was preferred. The smile of triumph Maria was trying to suppress made it perfectly clear how well it was all understood. Before Julia could compose herself enough to speak, her brother added his weight against her too by saying, "Oh yes, Maria must be Agatha. Maria will make the best Agatha. Even though Julia thinks she prefers tragedy, I wouldn't trust her in it. There's nothing tragic about her. She doesn't have the look for it. Her features aren't tragic features, and she moves too quickly, speaks too quickly, and couldn't keep a straight face. She'd be far better as the old countrywoman, the cottager's wife." "You would, really, Julia? The cottager's wife is a very decent part, I assure you. The old lady balances her husband's high-minded generosity with a good deal of spirit. You shall be cottager's wife." "Cottager's wife?" cried Mr. Yates. "What are you talking about? The most trivial, insignificant, worthless part imaginable, the most ordinary thing possible, without a decent speech in the entire play. Your sister to take that? It's an insult to even suggest it. At Ecclesford it was going to be given to the governess. We all agreed it couldn't be offered to anyone of standing. A little more fairness, Mr. Manager, if you please. You don't deserve the title if you can't appreciate the talents of your cast any better than that." "Well, as to that, my dear fellow, until my company has actually performed, there has to be some guesswork, but I mean no disrespect to Julia. We can't have two Agathas, and we need one cottager's wife, and I'd say I'm setting an example of modesty myself by being content with the old butler. If the part is minor, she'll get more credit for making something of it. And if she's absolutely dead set against anything humorous, she can take the cottager's lines instead of the cottager's wife's and swap the parts throughout. He's solemn and moving enough, I'm sure. It wouldn't change the play at all, and as for the cottager himself, once he's got his wife's lines, I'd take him on with pleasure." "With all your enthusiasm for the cottager's wife," said Henry Crawford, "it would be impossible to make anything of it that's worthy of your sister, and we can't allow her good nature to be taken advantage of. We can't let her accept that part. She can't be left to her own willingness to oblige. Her talents are needed for Amelia. Amelia is actually a harder part to play well than even Agatha. I consider Amelia the most demanding character in the entire play. It takes great skill, great precision, to bring out her playfulness and innocence without going over the top. I've seen good actresses fail at it. True simplicity is beyond the reach of almost any professional actress. It requires a sensitivity of feeling that they simply don't have. It requires a lady, a Julia Bertram. You will take it on, I hope." He turned to her with an expression of earnest appeal that softened her somewhat. But as she hesitated over her reply, her brother stepped in again to assert Miss Crawford's superior claim. No, Julia must not be Amelia. It's not right for her at all. She wouldn't enjoy it. She wouldn't do it well. She's too tall and athletic. Amelia should be small, light, girlish, quick, and airy. It's made for Miss Crawford and Miss Crawford alone. She looks the part, and I'm convinced she'll be wonderful in it." Ignoring this, Henry Crawford continued his appeal. "You must do us this favor," he said. "You really must. Once you've studied the character, I'm sure you'll feel it suits you perfectly. Tragedy may be your preference, but it will quickly become clear that comedy has chosen you. You would come to visit me in prison with a basket of supplies. You wouldn't refuse to visit me in prison. I can just picture you coming in with your basket." The warmth in his voice had its effect. Julia wavered. But was he simply trying to soothe and pacify her, to make her forget the earlier slight? She didn't trust him. The snub had been unmistakably deliberate. He was perhaps playing a treacherous game with her. She looked to her sister's face for the answer. Maria's expression would decide it, if she looked irritated or uneasy, but Maria looked entirely calm and satisfied, and Julia knew perfectly well that on this particular matter, Maria could not be happy except at her expense. With sudden indignation and a shaking voice, she said to him, "You don't seem worried about keeping a straight face when I come in with a basket of supplies, though one might have thought. But I see it's only as Agatha that I would have been so impossible to face." She stopped. Henry Crawford looked rather thrown off, as though he didn't quite know what to say. Tom Bertram started up again. "Miss Crawford must be Amelia. She'll make an excellent Amelia." "Don't worry about me wanting the part," Julia cut in with sharp anger. "I am not to be Agatha, and I certainly won't do anything else. And as for Amelia, it is of all parts in the world the one I find most repulsive. I absolutely detest her. A horrible, pert, unnatural, brazen little girl. I have always been against comedy, and this is comedy at its very worst." And with that, she walked quickly out of the room, leaving more than one person feeling awkward behind her, but earning little sympathy from anyone except Fanny, who had been a quiet witness to everything, and who could not think of her as caught in the grip of jealousy without feeling deeply sorry for her. A brief silence followed her departure. But her brother soon turned back to business and lover's vows, eagerly going through the play with Mr. Yates's help to figure out what scenery would be needed, while Maria and Henry Crawford talked together in low voices. Maria had begun with, "I'm sure I would give the part to Julia most willingly, except that even though I'll probably play it rather badly, I'm quite convinced she would do it worse." A remark that was doubtless receiving every compliment it seemed to invite. After this had gone on for some time, the group split up completely. Tom Bertram and Mr. Yates went off together to continue their discussions in the room that was already being called the theater, while Miss Bertram decided to go down to the parsonage herself to offer the part of Amelia to Miss Crawford. Fanny was left alone. The first thing she did with her solitude was pick up the volume that had been left on the table and begin to acquaint herself with the play she had heard so much about. Her curiosity was fully alive, and she read through it eagerly, her pace interrupted only by moments of astonishment that it could have been chosen for this purpose, that it could be proposed and accepted for a private home theater. Agatha and Amelia struck her, in their very different ways, as completely inappropriate for a domestic performance. The situation of one character and the language of the other seemed so unfit to be portrayed by any woman of decency that she could hardly believe her cousins understood what they were getting themselves into. She longed for Edmund to confront them about it as soon as possible. Chapter 15. Miss Crawford accepted the part without hesitation, and soon after Miss Bertram returned from the parsonage, Mr. Rushworth arrived, which meant another role needed to be filled. He was offered either Count Castle or Anhalt, and at first couldn't decide which to take, wanting Miss Bertram to choose for him. But once someone explained the difference between the two characters, and he remembered seeing the play in London and thinking Anhalt was a complete bore, he quickly decided on the Count. Miss Bertram approved of his choice. The less he had to memorize, the better, and though she couldn't share his hope that the Count and Agatha might have scenes together, or wait patiently while he slowly flipped through the pages looking for one, she very helpfully took charge of his part and cut every speech that could reasonably be shortened. She also pointed out the importance of his costume and helped him choose his colors. Mr. Rushworth was quite pleased by the prospect of wearing a flashy outfit, even while pretending not to care, and was so absorbed in thinking about how he would look that he never drew the conclusions or felt the displeasure that Maria had half expected from him. All of this had been settled before Edmund, who had been out all morning, knew anything about it. But when he walked into the drawing room before dinner, Tom, Maria, and Mr. Yates were deep in excited discussion, and Mr. Rushworth hurried over to share the good news. "We've chosen a play," he announced. "It's going to be Lover's Vows, and I'm playing Count Castle. I come on first in a blue outfit with a pink satin cloak, and later I get to wear another elaborate costume as a kind of shooting ensemble. I'm not sure how I'll feel about it." Fanny watched Edmund closely, her heart aching for him as she heard this and saw his expression, knowing exactly what he must be feeling. "Lover's Vows?" he said in a tone of pure disbelief. That was his only response to Mr. Rushworth. He turned to his brother and sisters as though certain they would contradict it. "Yes," Mr. Yates exclaimed. "After all our debates and difficulties, we've found there's nothing that suits us as well, nothing as unproblematic as Lover's Vows. The wonder is we didn't think of it sooner. I was completely dim for not seeing it, because now I have the advantage of everything I observed at Ecclesford, and it's so useful to have a model to work from. We've cast nearly every part." "But what about the women's roles?" said Edmund seriously, looking at Maria. Maria blushed despite herself as she answered, "I'm taking the part that Lady Ravenshaw was supposed to play, and, with a more confident look, Miss Crawford is to be Amelia." "I wouldn't have thought this was the kind of play we could easily cast among ourselves," replied Edmund, turning away toward the fireplace where his mother, aunt, and Fanny were sitting, and settling into a chair with an expression of deep displeasure. Mr. Rushworth followed him over to add, "I appear 3 times and have 42 speeches. That's something, isn't it? Though I'm not entirely sure I like the idea of all those elaborate costumes. I'll hardly recognize myself in a blue outfit and a pink satin cloak." Edmund couldn't bring himself to respond. A few minutes later, Mr. Bertram was called out of the room to sort out some questions from the carpenter, and Mr. Yates went with him, followed shortly by Mr. Rushworth. Edmund immediately seized the opportunity to say, "I can't speak freely about this play in front of Mr. Yates without reflecting poorly on his friends at Ecclesford, but I have to tell you now, Maria, I think it's entirely unsuitable for a private performance, and I hope you'll abandon it. I'm sure you'll agree once you've read it through carefully. Just read the first act aloud to your mother or your aunt and see if you can still stand behind it. I don't think it'll even be necessary to ask your father's opinion." "We see this very differently," Maria said sharply. "I know the play perfectly well, I assure you, and with a few minor cuts and adjustments, which will be made as a matter of course, I see nothing objectionable about it, and I'm not the only young woman you'll find who thinks it's perfectly appropriate for a private performance." "I'm sorry to hear that," he replied, "but in this matter, it's you who has to lead. You have to set the example. If others have made a mistake, it's your place to correct them and show them what real standards of decorum look like. In every matter of propriety, your behavior has to be the guide for the rest of the group. This picture of her authority had some effect, since no one enjoyed leading more than Maria, and she answered in a considerably better humor. "I appreciate what you're trying to do, Edmund, truly I do, but I still think you're making far too much of this. I really can't bring myself to lecture everyone else on a matter like this. That would be the real indecorum, in my opinion." Do you think that's what I'm suggesting? Not at all. Just let your actions speak for themselves. Tell them that upon looking more closely at the part, you feel it's beyond what you're comfortable with, that it requires more boldness and confidence than can reasonably be expected of you. Say it calmly but firmly, and that will be enough. Anyone with any sense will understand your reasoning. The play will be dropped, and your good judgment will be respected as it deserves. "Don't perform anything improper, darling," said Lady Bertram. "Sir Thomas wouldn't like it. Fanny, ring the bell, I need my dinner. Julia must surely be dressed by now." "I'm certain, ma'am," said Edmund, moving to stop Fanny, "that Sir Thomas would not like it. There, my dear, you hear what Edmund says." "If I were to turn down the part," said Maria with renewed determination, "Julia would certainly take it." "What?" cried Edmund. "Even knowing your reasons?" "Oh, she might think the difference between us, our different situations, meant she needn't be as particular as I might feel I need to be. I know she'd argue that way. No, you'll have to excuse me. I can't back out now. It's all too far along, everyone would be terribly disappointed, Tom would be furious, and if we're going to be this fussy, we'll never put on anything at all." "I was just about to say exactly the same thing," said Mrs. Norris. "If we're going to find fault with every play, nothing will ever get performed, and all the preparation money will have been completely wasted, which would reflect badly on all of us. I don't know the play myself, but as Maria says, if there are one or two slightly improper moments, and most plays have them, they can simply be cut out. We mustn't be overly precious about it, Edmund. And since Mr. Rushworth is acting too, where's the harm? I only wish Tom had known his own mind when the carpenters started, because half a day's work was lost over those side doors. The curtain is coming along nicely, though. The maids are doing excellent work, and I think we'll be able to send back several dozen of the rings. There's no need to space them quite so close together. I like to think I'm doing my part to prevent waste and make good use of everything. Someone with a steady head always needs to be in charge when there are so many young people involved. I nearly forgot to tell Tom about something that happened to me today. I was looking around the poultry yard, and just on my way out when who should I see but Dick Jackson heading toward the servants' hall door with 2 small planks of wood, obviously bringing them to his father. His mother had apparently sent him with a message for his father, and then his father had told him to bring up those 2 boards because he couldn't manage without them. I knew exactly what that was all about, because the servants' dinner bell was ringing right above our heads at that very moment. Since I can't stand that kind of pushiness, the Jacksons have always been that sort, always grabbing what they can. I said directly to the boy, who must have been about 10 and really should have known better, "I'll take those boards to your father, Dick, so get yourself home as fast as you can." The boy looked quite sheepish and turned around without saying a word. I may have spoken to him a bit sharply, I'll admit, and I dare say it will stop him from sneaking around the house for quite some time. I can't stand that kind of greediness, especially when your father has been so good to that family, giving the man work all year round. Nobody bothered to reply. The others soon returned, and Edmund was left with the grim satisfaction of knowing he had at least tried to reason with them. Dinner was a subdued affair. Mrs. Norris told her story about Dick Jackson again, but neither the play nor its preparations were discussed much beyond that, as even Tom felt the weight of Edmund's disapproval, though he would never have admitted it. Maria, missing Henry Crawford's energizing presence, thought it wiser to avoid the subject. Mr. Yates, who was trying to charm Julia, found her mood less impenetrable on any topic, except his complaints about her dropping out of the production. And Mr. Rushworth, with nothing on his mind but his own part and his costume, had quickly exhausted everything there was to say about either. But the theatrical discussions could only be postponed for an hour or two. There was still a great deal to sort out, and the renewed energy that evening always brought gave everyone fresh courage. Tom, Maria, and Mr. Yates, once they were all back in the drawing room, settled themselves around a separate table with the script in front of them and were just getting deeply into their planning when a most welcome interruption arrived. Mr. and Miss Crawford walked in. Late, dark, and muddy as the evening was, they simply couldn't stay away and were received with delighted gratitude. Well, how is it going? And what have you decided? And oh, we can't do anything without you, followed the first greetings. Henry Crawford was soon seated with the others at the table, while his sister made her way over to Lady Bertram and began paying her pleasant compliments. I really must congratulate you, your ladyship, she said, on a play finally being chosen. You've borne all this noise and indecision with remarkable patience, and you must be heartily tired of it. The actors may be pleased, but the onlookers must be infinitely more grateful that a decision has finally been made. I sincerely rejoice for you, ma'am, and for Mrs. Norris and everyone else in the same position, glancing with an expression that was half cautious and half mischievous past Fanny to Edmund. Lady Bertram responded politely, but Edmund said nothing. His position as a mere bystander went unchallenged. After chatting with the group by the fire for a few minutes, Miss Crawford went back to join the planning table and stood watching their work with apparent interest until, as if suddenly remembering something, she exclaimed, "My dear friends, you're very comfortably arranging all these cottage and alehouse scenes, inside and out. But do tell me what's happening with my situation in the meantime. Who is playing Anhalt? Which gentleman am I going to have the pleasure of making love to?" For a moment no one spoke, and then everyone spoke at once to deliver the same unfortunate news. They still hadn't found an Anhalt. Mr. Rushworth was playing Count Castle, but no one had yet taken on Anhalt. "I had the choice of either part," said Mr. Rushworth, "but I thought I'd prefer the Count, even if I'm not entirely thrilled about the costume." "A very wise choice, I'm sure," replied Miss Crawford, brightening. "Anhalt is a demanding role. The Count has 42 speeches, Mr. Rushworth pointed out, which is no small thing." "I'm not at all surprised," said Miss Crawford after a brief pause, "that no one wants to play Anhalt. Amelia deserves no better. A girl as forward as she is would frighten any man off." "I'd absolutely love to take the part if it were possible," Tom exclaimed, "but unfortunately the butler and Anhalt are in scenes together. I won't completely give up on it just yet, though. I'll look at it again and see if something can be worked out." "Your brother should take the part, Mr. Yates said quietly. "Don't you think he might?" "I won't be asking him," Tom replied, coolly and firmly. Miss Crawford changed the subject and shortly afterward returned to join the group by the fire. "They don't really need me over there," she said, sitting down. "I only confuse things and make them feel obliged to be polite. Mr. Edmund Bertram, since you're not acting yourself, you can give an unbiased opinion, so I'm turning to you. What are we to do about Anhalt? Could any of the others take on a double role? What would you suggest?" "My advice," he said calmly, "is to change the play." "I'd have no objection to that," she replied, "because although I wouldn't particularly mind playing Amelia if everything went smoothly, I'd be sorry to cause any inconvenience. But since they clearly aren't listening to your advice over at that table," glancing across, "it certainly won't be taken." Edmund said nothing more. "If any part could persuade you to act," the lady remarked with a knowing smile, after a short pause, "I'd imagine it would be Anhalt, since he is a clergyman after all." "That detail would be no temptation whatsoever," he replied, "since I'd hate to make the character look ridiculous through poor acting. It must be genuinely difficult to keep Anhalt from coming across as a stiff, pompous preacher, and perhaps the last person who would want to portray a clergyman on stage is someone who has actually chosen that profession." Miss Crawford had no answer to that. Feeling somewhat stung and embarrassed, she moved her chair noticeably closer to the tea table and turned her full attention to Mrs. Norris, who was presiding there. "Fanny," called Tom Bertram from the other table, where the discussion was going full steam, "we need your help." Fanny jumped up immediately, expecting to be sent on some errand. Old habits die hard, and despite everything Edmund had tried to do, no one had quite stopped treating her as the household's general helper. "Oh, we don't want to drag you away from your seat. We don't need you right now. We'll need you for the play, though. You're going to be the cottager's wife." "Me?" cried Fanny, sitting back down with a look of genuine alarm. "Please, you must excuse me. I couldn't act anything, not for anything in the world. No, truly, I cannot act." "You really must, because we can't let you off. There's nothing to be frightened about. It's a tiny part, barely half a dozen lines altogether, and it won't much matter if nobody catches every word. You can be as quiet as a mouse if you like, but we need you there to look at." "If you're afraid of half a dozen speeches," said Mr. Rushworth, "what would you do with a part like mine? I have 42 to learn." "It's not that I'm afraid of memorizing lines," said Fanny, suddenly horrified to find herself the only one speaking in a room where nearly everyone was now looking at her. "But I really cannot act." Yes, you can, well enough for our purposes. Learn your lines and we'll show you everything else. You only have 2 scenes, and since I'm playing the cottager, I'll guide you through it and give you a nudge when needed, and you'll do perfectly well, I promise you." "No, Mr. Bertram, please, you must excuse me. You have no idea. It would be completely impossible for me. If I tried, I'd only let you all down." "Oh, come on, don't be so bashful. You'll do splendidly. We'll make all the allowances in the world for you. We're not expecting perfection. You'll need a plain brown dress, a white apron, and a mop cap, and we'll add a few wrinkles and some laugh lines at the corners of your eyes, and you'll make a perfectly charming little old woman." "Please excuse me. You really must excuse me," cried Fanny, turning redder and redder with distress and looking desperately at Edmund, who was watching her with concern but was reluctant to inflame his brother further by stepping in, and could only offer her an encouraging smile. Her pleas had no effect on Tom. He simply repeated everything he'd said before. And it wasn't only Tom now, because the pressure was coming from Maria and Mr. Crawford and Mr. Yates too, in voices that were gentler or more formally polite than Tom's, but altogether completely overwhelming to Fanny. Before she could even catch her breath, Mrs. Norris delivered the final blow, whispering to her in a tone that was both furious and quite audible. "What a fuss over nothing. I'm honestly ashamed of you, Fanny, making such a difficulty out of doing a simple favor for your cousins, after everything they've done for you. Accept the part gracefully and let us hear no more about it, I beg you." "Please don't push her, ma'am," said Edmund. "It's not right to press her like this. You can see she doesn't want to act. Let her make her own choice, just as the rest of us have. Her judgment is perfectly sound. Please don't push her anymore." "I am not pushing her, Mrs. Norris snapped, "but I shall think her a very obstinate and ungrateful girl if she doesn't do what her aunt and cousins are asking of her. Very ungrateful indeed, given who she is and what she owes to this family." Edmund was too angry to speak, but Miss Crawford, who had been staring first at Mrs. Norris and then at Fanny, whose tears were now beginning to show, immediately said with some sharpness, "I don't like where I'm sitting. It's far too warm here," and moved her chair around to the other side of the table, right next to Fanny, leaning in to whisper kindly, "Don't let it upset you, dear Miss Price. It's been a trying evening, everyone is irritable and difficult. Let's just ignore them." And with warm, attentive kindness, she continued to talk with Fanny and try to lift her spirits, even though her own were not particularly high. A single look at her brother was enough to stop any further pressure from the theater committee, and the genuinely good nature that largely governed her behavior was quickly winning back the small amount of Edmund's goodwill she had lost. Fanny didn't exactly love Miss Crawford, but she felt deeply grateful for her kindness in that moment. Miss Crawford admired Fanny's needlework and wished she could do it as well, asked for the pattern, and jokingly suggested Fanny must be preparing her wardrobe for her own social debut, since of course she'd be coming out when her cousin got married. Then she asked whether Fanny had heard recently from her brother at sea, said she was genuinely curious to meet him, imagined he must be a fine young man, and advised Fanny to have his portrait done before he shipped out again. Fanny couldn't help recognizing it as very pleasant flattery, and found herself listening and responding with far more animation than she had intended. The consultation about the play continued, and Miss Crawford's attention was eventually drawn away from Fanny when Tom Bertram told her, with exaggerated regret, that he had tried every possible way to take on the role of Anhalt on top of the butler, but it simply couldn't be done. He had to give it up. "But there won't be the slightest trouble filling it," he added. "We only have to say the word, we have our pick. I could name at least 6 young men within 6 miles of here who are desperate to join us, and 1 or 2 of them wouldn't disgrace us at all. I'd happily trust either of the Olivers or Charles Maddox. Tom Oliver is extremely sharp, and Charles Maddox is as much of a gentleman as you'll find anywhere. I'll take my horse out first thing tomorrow morning, ride over to Stoke, and get one of them sorted." While he spoke, Maria was glancing nervously at Edmund, fully expecting him to object to this expansion of the plan, so completely at odds with everything they had originally promised. But Edmund said nothing. After a moment's thought, Miss Crawford replied calmly, "As far as I'm concerned, I have no objection to whatever you all think is best. Have I met either of these gentlemen?" "Yes, Mr. Charles Maddox did dine at my sister's once, didn't he, Henry? A quiet sort of young man. I remember him. Please do approach him if you like, since it would be less awkward for me than having a complete stranger." So Charles Maddox it was to be. Tom reaffirmed his plan to visit him first thing in the morning. Julia, who had barely said a word all evening, observed in a sardonic tone, glancing first at Maria and then at Edmund, that the Mansfield theatricals were going to enliven the entire neighborhood considerably. Edmund still held his tongue and showed his feelings only through a steady, unsmiling gravity. "I'm not feeling terribly optimistic about this play," Miss Crawford said quietly to Fanny, after reflecting for a moment. "And I intend to let Mr. Maddox know that I'll be cutting quite a few of his speeches and a great many of my own before we rehearse together. It's going to be very uncomfortable, not at all what I was expecting." Chapter 16. Miss Crawford hadn't been able to talk Fanny out of her distress. When the evening finally ended, Fanny went to bed with everything still churning in her mind, her nerves still raw from the shock of Tom's very public and relentless attack, her spirits crushed by her aunt's cold criticism. Being singled out like that, being told it was only the beginning of something far worse, being told she had to do something as impossible as acting, and then being accused of stubbornness and ingratitude, with that pointed reminder of just how dependent she was on the family's charity. It had all been too painful in the moment, and being alone with the memory of it made things no easier. On top of everything else, she dreaded what tomorrow might bring when the subject came up again. Miss Crawford had shielded her for one evening, but if Tom and Maria came at her again with all the authority and pressure they were capable of, and Edmund wasn't there, what would she do? She fell asleep before she could answer that question, and found it just as unanswerable when she woke the next morning. Her small white attic, which had been her bedroom since she first joined the family, offered no solutions. So as soon as she was dressed, she made her way to another room, larger, better suited to pacing back and forth and thinking things through, a room she had gradually come to think of as nearly her own. It had been the schoolroom, known by that name until the Miss Bertrams decided they were too old for it, and used as such well into their later years. Miss Lee had lived and worked in that room. They had all read and written and talked and laughed there, right up until 3 years ago when she had left them. After that the room sat empty and unused, except when Fanny came to tend her plants or to borrow a book, since her little bedroom upstairs had no room for them. But gradually, as she came to value the comfort the room offered, she had added her own things to it and spent more and more time there. With no one standing in her way, she had claimed it so quietly and so naturally that everyone had simply accepted it as hers. The East Room, called that ever since Maria Bertram turned 16, was now considered Fanny's space almost as completely as the white attic. The smallness of one room made the use of the other perfectly sensible, and the Miss Bertrams, well satisfied with their own far superior apartments, had no objection to it. Mrs. Norris had insisted that no fire would ever be lit there on Fanny's account, and had more or less made her peace with Fanny using a room that nobody else wanted, though the way Mrs. Norris sometimes talked about the arrangement made it sound as though Fanny had been given the finest room in the house. The room faced such a favorable direction that even without a fire it was perfectly livable on many a spring morning or late autumn day, at least for someone as willing as Fanny. As long as there was a bit of sunshine, she hoped to hold onto it even into winter. In her free hours it was a true refuge. After anything unpleasant downstairs, she could come here and find immediate comfort in some occupation or train of thought. Her plants, her books, which she had been collecting since the very first time she had a shilling to spend, her writing desk, and her various projects of needlework and handicrafts were all within easy reach. And if she wasn't in the mood to do anything, if she simply needed to sit and think, there was hardly an object in that room that didn't carry some warm memory with it. Everything here felt like a friend or pointed her thoughts toward one. And though there had been real suffering along the way, though her motives had often been misread, her feelings ignored, and her understanding underestimated, and though she had known what it was to be bullied, laughed at, and overlooked, almost every painful episode had eventually led to something comforting. Her Aunt Bertram had spoken up for her, or Miss Lee had offered encouragement, or most often and most dear to her, Edmund had come to her defense. He had taken her side or explained what she really meant. He had told her not to cry, or had shown her some small affection that made her tears feel worthwhile. And now, with time softening all of it, every past hardship seemed to have its own kind of sweetness. She loved this room more than any other in the house, and wouldn't have traded its worn furniture for the finest pieces in the place, even though things that had started out plain enough had been thoroughly roughed up by children over the years. Its proudest decorations were a faded footstool embroidered by Julia, not well enough to be kept in the drawing room, 3 glass paintings made during a craze for that sort of thing, fitted into the 3 lower window panes, where Tintern Abbey stood between a cave in Italy and a moonlit lake in Cumberland. A collection of family profile portraits, deemed not good enough to hang anywhere else, arranged over the mantelpiece. And pinned to the wall beside them, a small sketch of a ship that William had sent 4 years ago from the Mediterranean, with HMS Antwerp written at the bottom in letters as tall as the mainmast. It was to this haven that Fanny now retreated, hoping its familiar comfort might settle her restless, uncertain mind, that looking at Edmund's profile might give her some of his steadiness, or that tending her geraniums might restore some of her own inner strength. But she had more than just her own willpower to worry about. She had begun to feel genuinely unsure about what she ought to do. As she paced the room, her doubts only grew. Was she right to refuse something that was so earnestly requested, so desperately wanted, something that might matter so much to people she owed a great deal to? Was her refusal really just selfishness, pettiness, and fear of making a fool of herself? And would Edmund's judgment, his conviction that Sir Thomas would disapprove of the whole business, be enough to justify her holding firm against everyone else? The thought of actually performing was so awful to her that she started to wonder whether her own objections were even honest. And as she looked around the room, the sight of gift after gift from her cousins made her feel all the more that she owed them something. The table between the windows was covered with work boxes and netting boxes they had given her at various times, mostly from Tom, and she began to feel dizzy trying to calculate what all those kind gestures actually obligated her to do. A knock at the door interrupted her in the middle of all this soul-searching, and her quiet come-in brought in the one person before whom she had always laid her doubts. Her eyes lit up at the sight of Edmund. "Can I speak with you, Fanny, for a few minutes?" he said. "Yes, of course. I need to talk something through. I want your opinion." "My opinion," she exclaimed, shrinking from such a compliment even as it pleased her. "Yes, your advice and opinion. I don't know what to do. This acting business is getting worse and worse, as you can see. They've chosen about the worst play they could, and now, to top it all off, they're going to ask for help from a young man that none of us really knows. So much for all the talk about privacy and propriety at the beginning. I have nothing against Charles Maddox personally, but the kind of familiarity that would come from letting him into our circle this way is completely unacceptable, more than familiarity, really. I can't think about it calmly. It strikes me as a serious enough problem that it must be prevented if at all possible. Don't you see it the same way?" "Yes, but what can be done? Your brother is completely set on it." "There's only one thing to be done, Fanny. I have to take the part of Anhalt myself. I know perfectly well that nothing else will satisfy Tom." Fanny couldn't say a word. "It's not what I want at all," he continued. "No one likes being pushed into looking so inconsistent. Having made it known from the start that I was against the whole thing, it's absurd to be joining them now, when they've gone further than their original plan in every way, but I can't think of any other option." "Can you, Fanny?" "No," said Fanny slowly, "not immediately, but what? I can see you don't agree with me. Think it over for a moment. You may not realize as clearly as I do what trouble could come, what unpleasantness certainly will come, from a young man being brought in this way, made part of the household, free to come and go at any hour, suddenly placed on a footing that removes all natural barriers. Just think about what every rehearsal will license. It's all completely wrong. Put yourself in Miss Crawford's position, Fanny. Think about what it would be like to play Amelia opposite a stranger. She has every right to be considered, because she clearly feels the difficulty herself. I heard enough of what she said to you last night to understand that she doesn't want to be acting with someone she doesn't know. And since she probably agreed to the part expecting something different, perhaps without thinking through what the reality would be, it would be unfair, it would actually be wrong, to expose her to that. Her feelings deserve to be respected. Doesn't that strike you too, Fanny? You're hesitating." "I'm sorry for Miss Crawford, but I'm more sorry to see you going back on what you decided and doing something that you know will upset my uncle. It will feel like such a victory for the others. They won't have much to celebrate when they see how badly I act, but yes, they'll be triumphant, and I'll just have to live with it. If I can at least limit how public the whole thing becomes, keep the performances small, contain the damage, it will have been worth it. Right now I have no influence at all. I've offended them and they won't listen to me. But once I've put them in a good mood by giving in on this, I'm not without hope of persuading them to keep the performances to a much smaller audience than they're currently planning for. That would be a real gain. My goal is to keep it to Mrs. Rushworth and the Grants. Isn't that worth working toward? Yes, that would be a significant thing, but you still don't approve. Can you suggest anything else that would give me the same chance of doing some good? No, I can't think of anything. Then give me your approval, Fanny. I'm not comfortable without it. Oh, cousin, if you're against me, I should probably distrust my own judgment, and yet, but it's absolutely impossible to let Tom carry on this way. Riding all over the countryside looking for anyone who can be talked into taking a part, anyone at all, as long as they look like a gentleman. I thought you, of all people, would have understood Miss Crawford's position better. No doubt she'll be very glad. It must be a great relief to her, said Fanny, trying to sound warmer. She was never more likable than in the way she treated you last night. It gave her a very strong claim on my goodwill. She was very kind, and I'm glad she'll be spared. She couldn't finish the generous thought. Her conscience stopped her halfway, but Edmund was satisfied. I'll walk over there right after breakfast, he said, and I know I'll be well received. And now, dear Fanny, I won't keep you any longer. You want to get back to your reading. But I couldn't settle until I'd talked this over with you and made a decision. Sleeping or waking, this has been on my mind all night. It's a bad situation, but I'm certainly making it less bad than it could be. If Tom is up, I'll go to him right now and get it done. And when we sit down to breakfast, we'll all be in high spirits at the prospect of making complete fools of ourselves together. You, in the meantime, will be off to China, I imagine. How is Lord Macartney getting on? He picked up a volume from the table and glanced at a few others, and here are Crab's Tales and The Idler right at hand when you need a break from your serious reading. I do admire your little setup here, and as soon as I'm gone, you can clear all this acting nonsense out of your head and settle comfortably back down to your book. But don't stay here and get cold. He left, but there was no reading, no China, no peace of mind for Fanny. He had told her the most extraordinary, the most unbelievable, the most unwelcome news imaginable, and she could think of nothing else. Acting, after all his objections so reasonable and so openly stated. After everything she had heard him say and watched him feel, how was it possible? Edmund being so inconsistent, was he deceiving himself? Was he wrong? It was all Miss Crawford's doing. She could see her influence in every word he had spoken, and the realization made her wretched. The doubts and anxieties about her own behavior that had been tormenting her before, and that had faded while she was listening to him, now seemed trivial by comparison. This deeper worry had swallowed everything else. Whatever happened would happen. She no longer cared how it ended. Her cousins could pressure her all they liked, they could hardly touch her now. She was beyond their reach, and if she was eventually forced to give in, so be it. Nothing mattered. Everything was misery now. Chapter 17. It was, indeed, a triumphant day for Mr. Bertram and Maria. They had never expected to overcome Edmund's good judgment, and doing so was absolutely thrilling. Nothing stood in the way of their beloved project anymore, and in private they congratulated each other on the jealous weakness they believed had caused his change of heart, feeling satisfied in every possible way. Edmund could still look serious and say he didn't like the whole idea and particularly disapproved of the play, but they had gotten what they wanted. He was going to act, and he'd been pushed into it purely by selfish desire. Edmund had stepped down from the moral high ground he'd held before, and they felt both better and happier for it. They handled it graciously, though, showing no more triumph than a slight smile at the corners of their mouths, and acted as if getting rid of the intrusion of Charles Maddox was as much a relief to them as it was to him. Having it entirely within the family circle was exactly what they had wanted. A stranger among them would have ruined everything, and when Edmund, following that line of thinking, hinted that he hoped the audience would be kept small, they were happy in the moment to promise anything. Everything was good spirits and encouragement. Mrs. Norris offered to arrange his costume, Mr. Yates assured him that Anhalt's final scene with the Baron allowed for plenty of action and emphasis, and Mr. Rushworth volunteered to count his lines. Maybe, said Tom, Fanny will be more willing to help us now. Maybe you can persuade her. No, she's completely decided. She definitely won't act. Oh, fine. And nothing more was said, but Fanny felt herself in danger again, and her ability to stay indifferent to that danger was already starting to slip. There were just as many smiles at the parsonage as at the park over Edmund's change of heart. Miss Crawford's smile was particularly lovely, and she threw herself back into the whole business with such immediate cheerfulness that it could only have one effect on him. He was certainly right to respect such feelings. He was glad he had made the decision he had. The morning passed in satisfactions that were pleasant, if not entirely wholesome. One good thing came of it for Fanny. At Miss Crawford's earnest request, Mrs. Grant had good-naturedly agreed to take on the role they had wanted Fanny to play. This was the only thing that brought Fanny any happiness that day, and even this, when Edmund told her about it, came with a sting. because it was Miss Crawford she had to thank, Miss Crawford whose kind efforts had spared her, and whose generosity Edmund spoke of with glowing admiration. She was safe, but safety and peace had nothing to do with each other here. Her mind had never been further from peace. She couldn't feel that she herself had done anything wrong, but she was troubled in every other way. Both her heart and her judgment were against Edmund's decision. She couldn't excuse his inconsistency, and his happiness over it made her miserable. She was consumed with jealousy and anxiety. Miss Crawford arrived looking cheerful in a way that seemed almost like an insult, and spoke warmly to Fanny in a way that Fanny could barely answer without losing her composure. Everyone around her was lively and busy, thriving and important. Each person had something to focus on: their part, their costume, their favorite scene, their friends and fellow conspirators. Everyone was occupied with consultations and comparisons, or entertained by the playful ideas they came up with. She alone was sad and invisible. She had no part in any of it. She could come or go, stay in the middle of all the noise or retreat to the quiet of the East Room, and no one would notice or miss her. She could almost believe that anything would have been better than this. Mrs. Grant mattered. Her kindness was spoken of with genuine appreciation. Her taste and her time were considered important. Her presence was sought after, attended to, and praised, and at first Fanny was in real danger of envying her the role she had accepted. But reflection brought better feelings and showed her that Mrs. Grant deserved a respect that could never have belonged to Fanny in that position, and that even if she had received the greatest praise imaginable, she could never have been comfortable participating in a scheme that, thinking only of her uncle, she had to condemn entirely. Fanny's heart was not quite the only unhappy one among them, as she soon began to realize. Julia was suffering too, though not entirely without fault. Henry Crawford had toyed with her feelings, but she had allowed and even encouraged his attention for a very long time, despite a jealousy of her sister that was reasonable enough to have served as a warning. Now that she had been forced to accept the reality of his preference for Maria, she dealt with it without any concern for Maria's situation or any real effort to find peace for herself. She either sat in gloomy silence, wrapped in a gravity that nothing could shake. No curiosity could reach her, no wit could amuse her, or she let Mr. Yates attend to her and talk to him alone with forced cheerfulness, mocking the other's acting. For a day or two after the falling out, Henry Crawford had tried to smooth things over with his usual charm and flattery, but he hadn't cared enough to keep at it when she resisted a few times. Growing too caught up in the play to have time for more than one flirtation, he lost interest in their quarrel, or rather saw it as a convenient development, since it quietly put an end to something that might eventually have raised expectations in people beyond Mrs. Grant. She was not pleased to see Julia excluded from the play and sitting there being ignored, but since it wasn't something that truly affected her happiness, and since Henry had to be the best judge of his own feelings, and since he did assure her with a very persuasive smile that neither he nor Julia had ever had serious feelings for each other, she could only repeat her earlier warning about the older sister, urge him not to risk his peace of mind by admiring her too much, and then happily take her own pleasure in anything that brought cheerfulness to the young people generally, and particularly promoted the happiness of the two she cared about most. "I rather wonder Julia isn't in love with Henry," she remarked to Mary. "I'm sure she is," replied Mary coolly. "I imagine both sisters are." "Both? No, that won't do. Don't give him any hint of it. Think of Mr. Rushworth? You'd be better off telling Miss Bertram to think of Mr. Rushworth. It might do her some good. I often think about Mr. Rushworth's estate and independence and wish they were in other hands, but I never think about him. A man could represent the county with an estate like that. A man could avoid a profession entirely and represent the county. I'm sure he will be in Parliament soon. When Sir Thomas comes back, I expect he'll get him into some borough, but there's been no one to point him in the right direction yet. Sir Thomas is going to accomplish great things when he gets home," said Mary. After a pause, "Do you remember Hawkins Brown's address to tobacco, imitating Pope? Bless Leaf, whose aromatic gales dispense / to Templar's modesty to parson's sense. I'll do my own version, Bless Night, whose dictatorial looks dispense / to children affluence to Rushworth sense. Does that work, Mrs. Grant? Everything seems to depend on Sir Thomas's return. You'll find his authority very fair and reasonable when you see him with his family, I assure you. I don't think things go as well without him. He has a fine, dignified manner that suits the head of a household like this and keeps everyone in line. Lady Bertram seems more like a shadow now than when he's at home, and no one else can keep Mrs. Norris in check. But Mary, don't imagine that Maria Bertram has real feelings for Henry. I'm sure Julia doesn't, or she wouldn't have flirted the way she did last night with Mr. Yates. And although he and Maria are very good friends, I think she values Southerton too much to be unfaithful. I wouldn't give much for Mr. Rushworth's chances if Henry stepped in before the papers were signed. If that's what you suspect, something has to be done. As soon as the play is over, we'll have a serious talk with him and make him figure out what he actually wants. And if he means nothing by it, we'll send him away for a while, Henry or not. Julia did suffer, though, even if Mrs. Grant didn't see it, and even though many of her own family missed it too. She had loved him, she still loved him, and she was enduring everything that a passionate temperament and a proud spirit were bound to suffer when a cherished, though unrealistic, hope is crushed, along with a strong sense of having been treated badly. Her heart was sore and angry, and she was only capable of angry consolations. The sister she had always been easy and comfortable with had now become her greatest enemy. They were estranged from each other, and Julia was not above hoping that the attention still playing out between Henry and Maria would come to some painful end. Some punishment for Maria for behaving so shamefully, both toward her and toward Mr. Rushworth. With no real difference of personality or opinion that would have otherwise kept them from being close friends, the two sisters, put to a test like this, didn't have enough affection or principle to be merciful or fair, or to show each other honor or compassion. Maria felt her triumph and pressed her advantage, indifferent to Julia, while Julia could never watch Maria favored by Henry Crawford without hoping it would eventually stir up jealousy and end in some public scene. Fanny saw much of this in Julia and felt for her deeply, but there was no open connection between them. Julia said nothing, and Fanny didn't push. They were two solitary sufferers, linked only by Fanny's private awareness. The failure of the two brothers and their aunt to notice Julia's distress and their blindness to its real cause could only be explained by how completely absorbed they were in their own concerns. Tom was consumed by the business of his theater and noticed nothing that didn't directly relate to it. Edmund, torn between his theatrical role and his real one, between Miss Crawford's hold on him and his own sense of integrity, between love and consistency, was equally oblivious. And Mrs. Norris was far too busy organizing and managing all the small practical details for everyone, overseeing their various costumes with her characteristic economizing, for which nobody thanked her, and proudly saving half a crown here and there on behalf of the absent Sir Thomas, to have any time left to watch the behavior or protect the happiness of his daughters. Chapter 18. Everything was now moving along smoothly. The theater, actors, actresses, and costumes were all coming together. But before many days had passed, Fanny noticed that the whole production wasn't quite the happy, harmonious experience it had first appeared to be. Everyone was starting to have their frustrations. Edmund had plenty of them. Against his better judgment, a set designer had been brought in from London and was busy at work, driving up costs and, worse, in Edmund's view, drawing more attention to the whole enterprise. And his brother, rather than respecting the private nature of the production as Edmund had advised, was inviting every family he ran into. Tom himself was growing impatient with the set designer's slow progress and was tired of waiting around. He'd already learned his part, all his parts, since he'd taken on every minor role he could stack onto the butler, and was eager to start performing. Every idle day only made him more aware of how insignificant all his roles were combined, and made him increasingly wish they'd chosen a different play. Since Fanny was always a willing listener, and often the only one available, she ended up hearing everyone's grievances. She knew that Mr. Yates was generally considered to be hopelessly over the top, that Mr. Yates was disappointed in Henry Crawford, that Tom Bertram spoke so fast he was impossible to understand, that Mrs. Grant ruined scenes by laughing, that Edmund was behind on his lines, and that working with Mr. Rushworth was a nightmare since he needed prompting through every single speech. She also knew that poor Mr. Rushworth could hardly ever find anyone willing to rehearse with him. He came to her with that complaint, just like everyone else. And it was clear to her how deliberately her cousin Maria was avoiding him, while the rehearsals of her first scene with Mr. Crawford were repeated far more often than necessary. It wasn't long before Fanny was dreading that Mr. Rushworth would start airing his grievances about that as well. Far from everyone being content and having a good time, she found that everyone wanted something they didn't have and managed to annoy everyone else in the process. Every part was either too long or too short. Nobody paid attention when they should. Nobody could remember which side of the stage they were supposed to enter from. Nobody followed directions except the person doing the complaining. Fanny believed she got as much genuine pleasure from the play as any of them. Henry Crawford acted well, and she enjoyed slipping into the theater to watch rehearsals of the first act, despite the unsettling feelings some of Maria's speeches stirred in her. Maria, she also thought, acted well, too well in fact. After the first couple of rehearsals, Fanny became their only regular audience member and made herself useful as both prompter and spectator. As far as she could tell, Mr. Crawford was by far the best actor of the group, more confident than Edmund, more skilled than Tom, and more talented and polished than Mr. Yates. She didn't particularly like him as a person, but she had to admit he was the best actor among them, and most people agreed with her on that point. Mr. Yates, of course, complained that Crawford was flat and dull. And then one day Mr. Rushworth turned to Fanny with a dark look and said, "Do you honestly think he's all that impressive? I cannot admire him for the life of me. Between you and me, it's pretty ridiculous watching a small, unremarkable-looking man like that being treated as some great actor." After that, his old jealousy came back in full force, and Maria, whose interest in Crawford was growing, made little effort to put his mind at ease. The chances of Mr. Rushworth ever mastering his 42 lines grew considerably slimmer. As for anyone expecting him to deliver them tolerably, nobody harbored that hope except his mother. She, for her part, lamented that his role wasn't larger and kept putting off her visit to Mansfield until rehearsals had progressed far enough to include all his scenes. Everyone else simply hoped he could remember his cue and the first line of each speech and muddle through the rest with the prompter's help. Out of genuine kindness and sympathy, Fanny went to great lengths to help him learn his lines, offering every tip and trick she could think of, essentially trying to build him a substitute memory, and in the process learning every word of his part herself. It didn't help him much. She certainly had her share of anxious, uncomfortable moments. But with all these demands on her time and attention, she was far from feeling useless or idle among them, and far from lacking company in her worries. Her initial gloom had turned out to be unwarranted. She was useful to everyone at one point or another, and was perhaps as much at peace as any of them. There was also a great deal of sewing to be done, and her help was needed there too. That Mrs. Norris considered her no better off than the others was made perfectly clear by the way she put her to work. "Come, Fanny," she said. "You've been having a fine time of it, but you can't spend all day wandering from room to room watching everyone else while you take it easy. I need you here. I've been working myself half to death figuring out how to make Mr. Rushworth's cloak without ordering more satin, and now I need your help putting it together. There are only 3 seams. You can do them in no time. It would be a nice luxury if I had nothing to worry about but the actual sewing. You've had the easy end of things, I can tell you that. If everyone did as little as you, we'd never get anywhere." Fanny took the work quietly, without any attempt at self-defense, but her kinder aunt, Lady Bertram, spoke up on her behalf. "One can hardly blame Fanny for being delighted by all this, sister. It's all new to her, after all. You and I used to love the theater too, and I still do. In fact, once I have a bit more free time, I plan to come watch one of the rehearsals myself. What's the play about, Fanny? You've never told me." "Oh, please don't ask her now, sister," Mrs. Norris cut in. "Fanny isn't one of those people who can talk and work at the same time. The play is called Lover's Vows." "I believe," Fanny said to Lady Bertram, "that they'll be rehearsing 3 acts tomorrow evening, so you'd be able to see all the actors at once. You'd be better off waiting until the curtain is up." Mrs. Norris interjected. "It should be hung in a day or 2. A play without a curtain is hardly a play at all, and I'm quite sure you'll find it drapes into some very elegant folds." Lady Bertram seemed perfectly content to wait. Fanny did not share her aunt's calm. She was thinking a great deal about the following evening, because if 3 acts were to be rehearsed, Edmund and Miss Crawford would be performing together for the first time. The 3rd act contained a scene between them that she was particularly anxious about, one she was both longing and dreading to watch. The entire scene was about love. The gentleman was to speak of a love match, and the lady was to say something that fell just short of a direct declaration of love. Fanny had read and reread it with a swirl of painful and troubling emotions, and the prospect of watching them perform, it felt almost too charged to bear. She didn't think they had rehearsed it yet, even privately. The next day arrived, the evening plans held, and Fanny's agitation about them only grew. She worked diligently under her aunt's supervision, but her industry and silence hid a distracted and anxious mind. Around noon, she managed to slip away with her sewing to the East Room, wanting time to herself, and also wanting to avoid the sight of Mr. Rushworth during what she considered a completely unnecessary rerun of the first act that Henry Crawford was proposing. As she passed through the hall, she caught a glimpse of the two Crawford ladies walking up from the parsonage, but that didn't change her desire to retreat. She worked and thought in the East Room, undisturbed, for about 15 minutes, when a soft knock at the door was followed by Miss Crawford stepping inside. "Am I in the right place?" "Yes, this is the East Room. My dear Miss Price, I'm sorry to barge in, but I've come specifically to ask for your help." Fanny, genuinely surprised, tried to be a gracious hostess and glanced with mild embarrassment at the empty, unlit grate. "Thank you, but I'm quite warm enough. May I stay here a little while? And please, would you be kind enough to hear me go through my third act? I've brought my book, and if you'd rehearse it with me, I'd be so grateful. I came today planning to rehearse it with Edmund, just the two of us, before this evening, but he's nowhere to be found. And even if he were here, I'm not sure I could get through it with him just yet. I need to work up to it a little first, because honestly, some of those lines, you'll help me, won't you?" Fanny assured her she would, though she couldn't quite keep her voice steady. "Have you ever happened to look at the scene I mean?" Miss Crawford continued, opening her book. "It is. I didn't think much of it at first, but honestly, look at that speech, and that one, and that one. How am I ever supposed to look him in the face and say these things? Could you do it? Although, of course, he's your cousin, which makes it entirely different. You must rehearse it with me so I can pretend you're him and work my way up to it gradually. You actually have a look of him sometimes, you know." "Do I? I'll do my best and gladly, but I'll have to read the lines, since I can only remember a little of the part." "None of it, I expect. Of course you'll have the book. Right, let's begin. We'll need 2 chairs pulled up to the front. There, those will do. Very nice schoolroom chairs, not exactly designed for the stage, much better suited for little girls sitting and kicking their feet while they do their lessons. What would your governess and your uncle think, seeing them used for this? If Sir Thomas could look in on us right now, he'd be horrified. We're rehearsing all over the house. Yates is thundering away in the dining room. I could hear him as I came upstairs. And the theater is naturally monopolized by those tireless rehearsers, Agatha and Frederick. If they don't know their parts perfectly by now, I'd be shocked. As a matter of fact, I looked in on them 5 minutes ago, at exactly the moment when they were supposed to be trying not to embrace each other, and Mr. Rushworth was standing right beside me. He started looking a bit peculiar, so I smoothed it over as best I could by whispering to him, "We're going to have a wonderful Agatha. There's something so maternal about her manner, so completely maternal in her voice and expression." Wasn't that clever of me? His face brightened up immediately. "Now, my soliloquy," she began, and Fanny joined in with all the self-conscious hesitation that came naturally from the idea of standing in for Edmund, though her manner and voice were so unmistakably feminine that she made a very poor impression of a man. Still, with such an Anhalt before her, Miss Crawford had enough courage to carry on, and they had worked through about half the scene when a knock at the door brought them to a halt. And the next moment Edmund walked in, stopping everything entirely. All 3 of them registered surprise, self-consciousness, and pleasure at the unexpected encounter. Since Edmund had come for the exact same reason as Miss Crawford, that self-consciousness and pleasure were clearly going to last more than a moment for the 2 of them. He had his book as well, and had been looking for Fanny to help him rehearse and prepare for the evening, not knowing Miss Crawford was even in the house. There was a great burst of delight and animation at finding themselves thrown together like this, comparing plans and sharing warm appreciation for Fanny's helpfulness. Fanny couldn't match their enthusiasm. Her spirits sank under the brightness of theirs, and she felt herself becoming increasingly irrelevant to both of them, too peripheral to either for the fact of being sought by both to bring her much comfort. They would now rehearse together. Edmund pressed for it, urged it, practically begged for it until the lady, who was not really all that reluctant to begin with, could no longer say no, and Fanny was needed only as prompter and observer. She was officially given the role of judge and critic, and they earnestly asked her to exercise it and point out all their faults. But every instinct in her recoiled from the idea. She could not, would not, did not dare attempt it. Even had she been capable of offering criticism, her conscience would have stopped her from voicing disapproval. She suspected her overall judgment of the scene was too conflicted to be either honest or safe when it came to specifics. Prompting them would have to be enough, and at times it was more than enough, since she couldn't always keep her eyes on the book. Watching them, she forgot herself, and once, caught up in the growing intensity of Edmund's performance, she had turned the page and looked away at the exact moment he needed a prompt. It was kindly attributed to natural tiredness, and she was thanked and sympathized with, though she deserved their sympathy far more than she hoped they would ever guess. At last the scene ended, and Fanny made herself add her praise to the compliments they were already exchanging. Later, alone and able to think back over it all, she was inclined to believe that their performance would indeed have a naturalness and emotional depth that would earn them real credit and make it a very painful thing for her to watch. Whatever effect it had, she would have to face it again that very day. The first full rehearsal of the 3 acts was definitely happening that evening. Mrs. Grant and the Crawfords had agreed to come back as soon as they could after dinner, and everyone involved was looking forward to it eagerly. A general mood of excitement seemed to have settled over the house. Tom was thrilled to be moving closer to the end, Edmund was in high spirits from the morning's rehearsal, and the various small irritations seemed to have smoothed themselves away. Everyone was energized and impatient. The ladies moved quickly, the gentlemen followed soon after, and with the exception of Lady Bertram, Mrs. Norris and Julia, everyone was in the theater early. They lit it up as best they could given its unfinished state and waited only for Mrs. Grant and the Crawfords to arrive before starting. The Crawfords didn't keep them waiting long, but there was no Mrs. Grant. She couldn't come. Dr. Grant had claimed to be unwell, a claim his sister-in-law found entirely unconvincing and couldn't let his wife leave. "Dr. Grant is ill," said Miss Crawford, with exaggerated solemnity. "He's been ill ever since he decided not to eat the pheasant at dinner. He decided it was tough, pushed his plate away, and has been suffering ever since." What a blow this was. Mrs. Grant's absence was a serious problem. Her warm personality and easygoing cooperation made her an asset at any time, but right now she was absolutely essential. They couldn't act, couldn't rehearse properly without her. The entire evening was ruined before it had started. What were they to do? Tom, in his role as the cottager, was beside himself. After a bewildered pause, eyes began drifting toward Fanny and voices started suggesting if Miss Price would be kind enough to read the part. She was immediately surrounded by pleas. Everyone asked her. Even Edmund said, "Please, Fanny, that is, if it's not too awful for you." But Fanny still held back. She couldn't stand the thought of it. Why wasn't Miss Crawford being asked to step in? And why hadn't she gone to her own room, as she'd known would be safer, instead of coming to the rehearsal at all? She had known it would distress her. She had known it was her duty to stay away. Now she was paying for it. "You only have to read the part," Henry Crawford said, pressing her again. "And I'm quite sure she knows every word of it," Maria added. She corrected Mrs. Grant on at least 20 lines the other day. "Fanny, you know the part perfectly well." Fanny couldn't deny it. And as everyone persisted, as Edmund repeated his request and looked at her with an expression of warm, almost affectionate reliance on her good nature, she had to give in. She would do her best. Everyone was satisfied, and she was left alone with the frantic beating of her heart while the others got ready to begin. They did begin. They were too caught up in their own noise to notice any unusual sounds coming from elsewhere in the house, and had gotten quite a way into the rehearsal when the door of the room suddenly burst open. Julia appeared in the doorway, her face white with shock. "My father is here," she cried. "He's in the hall right now." Chapter 19. How do you even begin to describe the panic that swept through the room? For most of them, it was a moment of pure horror. Sir Thomas was in the house. The realization hit everyone at once. Nobody entertained even a flicker of hope that it might be a mistake. Julia's face made that impossible, and after the initial gasps and exclamations, nobody said a word for a full 30 seconds. They all stood there, faces drained of color, staring at one another, almost every one of them reeling from what felt like the worst possible news at the worst possible time. Mr. Yates saw it as nothing more than an annoying interruption to the evening, and Mr. Rushworth may actually have considered it a relief. But every other heart was sinking under some degree of guilt or nameless dread, every other heart whispering, "Asterisk, what's going to happen to us? What do we do now?" Asterisk, it was an agonizing silence, made worse by the sounds drifting in from the hallway, doors opening, footsteps approaching. Julia was the first to move and speak again. Her jealousy and bitterness had been suspended. Her self-interest had dissolved in the face of the shared crisis. But the moment she had appeared in the room, she had found Frederick listening to Agatha's speech with an expression of total devotion, pressing her hand to his heart. And when she saw that even the shock of her announcement hadn't moved him, that he was still standing there, still holding her sister's hand, the wound in her heart opened again. Her face flooded red after having gone completely white, and she walked out of the room, saying, "Asterisk, I'm asterisk not afraid of facing him." Her exit jolted the others into action. At the same moment, the two brothers stepped forward, both feeling the need to do something. A few quick words between them settled it. There was no room for disagreement. They had to go to the drawing room immediately. Maria joined them with the same intention, and she was actually the most composed of the three, because the very thing that had driven Julia away was, for her, a source of strength. Henry Crawford had held her hand at this moment, of all moments, a moment that tested and proved everything. She took it as a sign of the most serious and genuine commitment, and felt ready to face even her father. They walked off, completely ignoring Mr. Rushworth's repeated questions. "Should I come too? Wouldn't it be better if I came too? Shouldn't I come as well?" But the moment they were through the door, Henry Crawford took it upon himself to answer the anxious inquiry, enthusiastically encouraging him to go pay his respects to Sir Thomas without delay and sending him hurrying after the others. Fanny was left behind with only the Crawfords and Mr. Yates. Her cousins had completely forgotten about her, and since she had far too low an opinion of her own place in Sir Thomas's affections to imagine she belonged with his children, she was glad to hang back and catch her breath. Her anxiety and dread surpassed everything felt by the others. This was simply the nature of her disposition, one that suffered even when it had nothing to be ashamed of. She was close to fainting. All her old, habitual fear of her uncle came rushing back, along with a wave of sympathy for him and for nearly everyone in the party, given what he was about to discover. And over everything else was a worry for Edmund that she couldn't put into words. She had found a seat and was sitting there, shaking badly, trying to endure all these terrible thoughts, while the other three, no longer holding anything back, were freely venting their frustration, lamenting the hopelessly early and unexpected arrival as a complete disaster, and quite shamelessly wishing poor Sir Thomas had taken twice as long at sea or was still in Antigua. The Crawfords were more worked up about it than Mr. Yates, because they understood the family better and could see more clearly what kind of damage was coming. As far as they were concerned, the play was finished. The whole scheme was as good as dead. Mr. Yates, on the other hand, saw it as only a temporary setback, a bad evening at most, and actually suggested that the rehearsal could pick back up after tea, once the fuss of welcoming Sir Thomas had died down and he might be free to enjoy watching them. The Crawfords laughed at the idea, and having quickly agreed that the sensible thing was to quietly walk home and leave the family to sort things out privately, they suggested Mr. Yates come with them and spend the evening at the parsonage. But Mr. Yates had never moved in circles where parental authority or family loyalty counted for much, and he couldn't see why any of that should apply here. He thanked them but declined, saying he'd rather stay and pay his proper respects to the old gentleman now that he was here. And besides, he didn't think it would be fair to the others for everyone to run away. Fanny was just beginning to pull herself together and realized that staying away much longer might look disrespectful. When this was settled, entrusted with the Crawfords' apologies, she watched them prepare to leave just as she herself got up to perform the dreaded task of presenting herself to her uncle. She reached the drawing-room door far too quickly. She paused for a moment, waiting for courage she knew would never come. It never did, not from any door she had ever stood in front of, and then, in desperation, she turned the handle. The lights of the drawing-room and the whole assembled family were right in front of her. As she stepped in, she heard her own name. Sir Thomas was at that moment looking around the room and saying, "But where is Fanny? Why don't I see my little Fanny?" And when he spotted her, he came toward her with a warmth that astonished and overwhelmed her, calling her his dear Fanny, kissing her affectionately, and remarking with obvious pleasure on how much she had grown. Fanny didn't know what to feel or where to look. She was completely overcome. He had never been so kind to her, never so genuinely kind in all the years she had known him. His manner seemed different. His voice was quick with the emotion of happiness, and all the formidable dignity she had always found so intimidating seemed to have melted into tenderness. He drew her closer to the light and looked at her again, asked about her health, and then, catching himself, said he need not ask. Her appearance answered that question well enough. A healthy flush had replaced the pallor in her cheeks, and he was more than satisfied that she had improved in both health and looks. He asked after her family, and especially about William, and his kindness throughout was such that she found herself reproaching herself for having thought so little of him, for having dreaded his return. And when she finally found the courage to look up at his face, she saw that he was thinner and worn, his skin weathered and tired from fatigue and tropical heat, and every tender feeling she had swelled within her, and she felt wretched thinking about how much unexpected trouble was about to fall on him. Sir Thomas was, from that moment, the life of the gathering, and at his suggestion, they all drew their chairs around the fire. He had every right to hold the floor, and the sheer joy of being back in his own house, surrounded by his family after so long away, made him more talkative and open than usual. He was ready to share everything about his voyage, and to answer his two sons' questions almost before they could finish asking them. His business in Antigua had recently moved quickly and well, and he had come straight from Liverpool, having found passage on a private vessel rather than waiting for the packet. And he laid out all the details of his journey cheerfully, sitting beside Lady Bertram and looking around at every face with heartfelt contentment. More than once he interrupted himself to remark on his good luck in finding everyone at home, arriving unexpectedly as he had, and yet finding them all together, exactly as he could have wished but hadn't dared count on. Mr. Rushworth was not overlooked. He had already received a warm handshake and a friendly welcome, and Sir Thomas now made a point of including him among those most closely connected with Mansfield. There was nothing to dislike in Mr. Rushworth's appearance, and Sir Thomas found himself warming to him already. Of everyone in the room, nobody listened to him with more pure, unclouded enjoyment than his wife, who was genuinely and deeply happy to see him. The surprise of his arrival had stirred her feelings more than anything had in the past 20 years. She had been almost flustered for a few minutes, and still felt sufficiently animated to put down her needlework, shoo Pug off the sofa, and give her husband her full attention and most of the cushions beside her. She had no worries about anyone to cloud her happiness. She had spent his absence in a perfectly respectable manner, having accomplished a great deal of carpet work and made many yards of fringe, and she would have vouched as readily for the good behavior and productive habits of all the young people as for her own. It was so pleasant to see him and hear him talk, to have her ears entertained, and her mind fully occupied by his accounts, that she was just beginning to understand how dreadfully she must have missed him, and how impossible it would have been to endure a much longer absence. Mrs. Norris was nowhere near as happy as her sister. Not that she was particularly troubled by fear of Sir Thomas's disapproval when he learned the state of things. Her judgment had been too thoroughly clouded for that, and apart from the instinctive flash of cunning with which she had whisked Mr. Rushworth's pink satin cloak out of sight as her brother-in-law came in, she had shown hardly any sign of alarm. What bothered her was the way he had come back. It had left her with nothing to do. Instead of being summoned out of the room first, bringing him the news and spreading the happy word through the house, Sir Thomas, sensibly enough, perhaps, given what he knew of his wife's and children's nerves, had confided in no one but the butler, and had followed him into the drawing-room almost immediately. Mrs. Norris felt robbed of a role she had always counted on, whether the news to be delivered was his arrival or his death, and was now bustling without anything to bustle over, laboring to seem indispensable when all that was actually called for was peace and quiet. If Sir Thomas had agreed to eat, she might have gone to the housekeeper with a string of demanding instructions and bullied the footmen about speed of service, but Sir Thomas firmly declined dinner. He would have nothing until tea. He would rather wait for tea. Still, Mrs. Norris kept pressing something different at regular intervals, and at the most gripping moment of his account of the voyage home, right when the alarm over a French privateer had reached its peak, she broke straight through his story with a suggestion of soup. Really, my dear Sir Thomas, a bowl of soup would do you far more good than tea. Do have a bowl of soup. Sir Thomas refused to be rattled. Still looking out for everyone's comfort, my dear Mrs. Norris, he replied, but truly I would rather have nothing but tea. Well then, Lady Bertram, perhaps you'd better ring for tea right away. Do hurry Baddeley along a little. He seems to be running behind this evening. She got her way on that point, and Sir Thomas's story continued. At last there was a pause. He had finished the immediate news, and it seemed enough just to sit there looking happily around him, from one beloved face to another. But the pause didn't last long. In a burst of high spirits, Lady Bertram became chatty, and what a jolt it sent through her children when they heard her say, "How do you think the young people have been keeping themselves busy lately, Sir Thomas? They've been acting. We've all been absolutely caught up in it." "Really? And what have you been acting?" "Oh, they'll tell you all about it." "There's not much to tell," said Tom quickly, with studied indifference. "It's not worth boring you with tonight, sir. You'll hear plenty about it tomorrow. We've just been putting together a few scenes. A minor thing, really, just to have something to do and keep Mother entertained over the past week or so. We've had such relentless rain since the beginning of October that we've been practically confined indoors for days at a time. I've barely picked up a gun since the 3rd. Decent shooting the first 3 days, went over Mansfield Wood myself, and Edmund took the copses past Easton. We brought home 6 brace between us, and could have killed 6 times that many, but we respect your pheasants, sir, I assure you. I don't think you'll find your woods any worse stocked. I've never seen Mansfield wood so full of pheasants as this year. I hope you'll take a day's sport there yourself soon, sir. For the moment the danger had passed, and Fanny's sick feeling began to ease, but when tea was brought in shortly afterward and Sir Thomas stood up, saying he found he couldn't stay in the house another minute without just looking in on his own dear room, all the panic came rushing back. He was gone before anyone had had a chance to prepare him for what he would find there, and a tense, alarmed silence followed his departure. Edmund was the first to speak. "Something has to be done," he said. "We should think about our guests," said Maria, still very aware of her hand against Henry Crawford's heart and caring about little else. "Where did you leave Miss Crawford, Fanny?" Fanny told them about the Crawfords' departure and passed on their message. "Then poor Yates is all alone," said Tom. "I'll go and get him. He won't be a bad person to have around when it all comes out." He headed for the theater and arrived just in time to witness his father's first encounter with his friend. Sir Thomas had been quite surprised to find candles burning in his room, and looking around it, he noticed other signs of recent occupation and a general disorder in the furniture. The removal of the bookcase from in front of the billiard room door struck him particularly, but he barely had time to take in his astonishment before sounds from the billiard room gave him something new to be astonished about. Someone in there was speaking in an extremely loud voice, more than speaking, practically shouting. He crossed to the door, glad in that moment to have a direct way through, and opened it, to find himself standing on the stage of a theater, face to face with a young man in full dramatic flow who looked as if he might knock him clean over backwards. At the precise moment that Yates saw Sir Thomas and produced what was probably the most genuine start of his entire rehearsal career, Tom Bertram walked in from the other end of the room, and never in his life had he had more difficulty keeping a straight face. His father's expression of solemn bewilderment at finding himself making his theatrical debut, and the gradual transformation of the impassioned Baron Wildenheim into the polished and composed Mr. Yates, bowing and apologizing to Sir Thomas Bertram. It was such a performance, such a piece of genuine acting, that Tom would not have missed it for anything. This would almost certainly be the last scene ever played on that stage, but he was sure there could never be a finer one. The house would close in extraordinary style. There was little time to enjoy the humor of it, though. He needed to step forward and handle the introductions, and he did his best through considerable awkwardness. Sir Thomas greeted Mr. Yates with every outward appearance of cordiality that his own dignity required, but he was as far from genuinely pleased about the acquaintance as he was about the circumstances in which it had begun. He knew enough about Mr. Yates's family and background to find his introduction as a particular friend. One of his son's 100 particular friends, thoroughly unwelcome, and it took every bit of the happiness of being home again, and all the patience that happiness could provide, to keep Sir Thomas from open anger at finding himself bewildered in his own house, caught up in some absurd theatrical display, and forced at such an inconvenient moment to meet a young man he was already quite sure he disapproved of. A young man whose breezy self-assurance and non-stop talking in the first 5 minutes made him seem by far the more at home of the two. Tom understood exactly what his father was thinking, and heartily hoping he would go on expressing it only partially, began to see more clearly than ever before that there might actually be some cause for offense here, that there might be some reason for the glance his father cast toward the ceiling and the plasterwork of the room, and that when he asked, with mild composure, about the fate of the billiard table, he was not going beyond a very reasonable question. A few minutes were more than enough for the quiet discomfort on both sides, and after Sir Thomas had made the effort of saying a few measured words of acknowledgement in response to Mr. Yates's eager enthusiasm about the theatrical setup, all 3 gentlemen returned to the drawing-room together, Sir Thomas with a gravity that was not lost on anyone. "I've come from your theater," he said calmly as he sat down. "I found myself in it rather unexpectedly. Its proximity to my own room, but in every respect, it took me entirely by surprise. I had no idea your acting had taken on such an elaborate character. It looks like a neat piece of work, though, from what I could see by candlelight, and does my friend Christopher Jackson credit." He would then have been happy to change the subject and drink his coffee in peace amid some quieter domestic conversation. But Mr. Yates, lacking either the perceptiveness to read Sir Thomas's signals, the restraint to let him steer the conversation, or the tact to simply blend quietly into the background, kept drawing him back to the topic of the theater. He pestered him with questions and comments, and in the end forced him to hear the entire story of the disappointment at Ecclesford. Sir Thomas listened with perfect politeness, but found plenty throughout the story to offend his sense of propriety and confirm his poor opinion of Mr. Yates's values and habits of mind. And when it was over, he could offer him no more sympathy than a brief, slight nod. "That was actually how our production started," said Tom, after a brief pause. "My friend Yates brought the idea back from Ecclesford, and it spread. The way these things always do, sir. Probably all the faster, because you've often encouraged that sort of thing with us in the past. It was like returning to familiar ground." Mr. Yates took the subject back from his friend as quickly as he could, and immediately launched into a full account for Sir Thomas of everything they had done and planned to do, describing the gradual growth of the project, the resolution of their initial difficulties, and the current promising state of things. He was so blindly absorbed in his own enthusiasm that he was completely unaware of the uneasy shifting and restlessness among many of the others as they sat there, the changed expressions, the fidgeting, the suppressed coughs of discomfort, and he couldn't even read the face he was actually looking at. He couldn't see Sir Thomas's dark brow drawing together as he looked with grave, searching intensity at his daughters and at Edmund, resting particularly on the latter, a look that said everything, that was a rebuke, a reproach, a remonstrance, which Edmund felt to the core. Fanny felt it no less sharply. She had quietly edged her chair back behind her aunt's end of the sofa, hidden from notice, watching everything that passed in front of her. She had never expected to see such a look of reproach from father to son, and knowing it was even partly deserved made it all the worse. Sir Thomas's expression said plainly, "I trusted your judgment, Edmund. What have you been doing?" She felt herself kneel before her uncle in spirit, her whole heart aching to cry out. Not him, not like that. Look that way at the others, but please, not at him. Mr. Yates was still talking. "To be perfectly honest, Sir Thomas, we were in the middle of a rehearsal when you arrived this evening. We were going through the first 3 acts, and not without some success, on the whole. The company is rather scattered now that the Crawfords have gone home, so nothing more can be done tonight. But if you would do us the honor of watching tomorrow evening, I don't think you'd be disappointed. We ask for your indulgence, of course, as young performers. We do ask for your indulgence." "My indulgence will be given, sir," Sir Thomas replied gravely, but without any further rehearsal. Then, with a softening smile, he added, "I've come home to be happy and easygoing." Turning then to the rest of the room, he said pleasantly, "Mr. and Miss Crawford were mentioned in my last letters from Mansfield. Do you find them agreeable company?" Tom was the only one remotely ready with an answer, and having no particular feelings about either of them, no jealousy in love or in theater, he could speak well of both. "Mr. Crawford is a very pleasant, gentlemanly sort of man. His sister is a sweet, pretty, lively, elegant girl." Mr. Rushworth could hold back no longer. "I won't say he's not gentlemanly, considering, but you should tell your father he's not above 5'8", or he'll be expecting someone of more impressive appearance." Sir Thomas was not quite sure what to make of this, and looked at the speaker with some surprise. "If I'm to say what I really think, Mr. Rushworth continued, "in my opinion it's very tiresome to be always rehearsing. It's too much of a good thing. I'm not nearly as keen on acting as I was at the start. I think we're much better off sitting here comfortably together and doing nothing." Sir Thomas looked at him again, then replied with an approving smile. "I'm pleased to find our views on the matter so much in agreement. That gives me genuine satisfaction. It's perfectly natural that I should be cautious and alert to things my children might overlook, and that I should value domestic peace, a home that keeps noisy entertainments at a distance, far more than they do. But to feel all of this at your age, that is a very fortunate quality, fortunate for yourself and for everyone connected with you, and I appreciate the importance of having an ally of such sound judgment." Sir Thomas was trying to put Mr. Rushworth's thoughts into better words than Mr. Rushworth himself could manage. He was under no illusions about the man's intellectual gifts, but as a sensible, steady young man with sounder instincts than his manner of expressing them might suggest, he intended to value him highly. It was impossible for several of the others not to smile. Mr. Rushworth wasn't quite sure what to do with so much praise, but by looking, as he genuinely felt, extremely pleased with Sir Thomas's good opinion, and saying almost nothing, he did his best to make that good opinion last a little longer. Chapter 20. Edmund's first priority the next morning was to see his father alone and give him a straightforward account of the whole acting scheme. He defended his own role in it only as far as he could honestly justify in a calmer moment, and openly admitted that his decision to go along with it had produced enough mixed results to make him seriously doubt his own judgment. While defending himself, he was careful not to say anything harsh about the others, though there was only one person among them whose behavior he could mention without needing to make excuses or offer some kind of defense. "We've all been more or less to blame," he said, "every one of us except Fanny. Fanny is the only one who got it right from the beginning, who stayed consistent. Her feelings were against it from the very start. She never stopped thinking about what she owed you. You'll find Fanny is everything you could hope for." Sir Thomas saw every flaw in such a scheme, involving such people, at such a time, just as clearly as his son had always expected he would. In fact, he felt it too deeply for many words. After shaking Edmund's hand, he resolved to push the unpleasant impression aside and forget as quickly as possible how thoroughly he had been forgotten, once the house had been cleared of everything that reminded him of it and restored to its proper state. He didn't confront his other children directly. He preferred to believe they already felt the weight of their mistake rather than risk digging deeper into it. The sharp rebuke of having everything immediately shut down and dismantled would be enough. There was one person in the house, however, whom he couldn't simply let learn his feelings through his actions alone. He couldn't resist giving Mrs. Norris a pointed hint that he had hoped her advice might have stepped in to prevent what her own good judgment should surely have condemned. The young people had been thoughtless in coming up with the plan. They should have known better themselves. But they were young, and aside from Edmund, he believed they had unstable characters. He was therefore far more surprised by Mrs. Norris's willingness to go along with it all, her encouragement of their reckless entertainment, than he was by the young people having suggested it in the first place. Mrs. Norris was a little thrown off balance and came closer to being struck completely silent than she had ever been in her life. She was too ashamed to admit she had never seen any of the impropriety that was so obvious to Sir Thomas, and she certainly wasn't about to concede that her influence had been insufficient, that she might have spoken up and been ignored. Her only option was to change the subject as fast as possible and steer Sir Thomas's thoughts toward something more pleasant. She had plenty to say in her own favor regarding her general dedication to the welfare and comfort of his family, with many rushed walks and sudden departures from her own fireside to hint at. Along with numerous excellent pieces of advice on thrift and economy, she had passed on to Lady Bertram and Edmund, advice that had resulted in considerable savings and the exposure of more than one dishonest servant. But her strongest ground was Southern. Her greatest source of pride and security was having engineered the connection with the Rushworths. On that point, she was unassailable. She took full credit for turning Mr. Rushworth's admiration of Maria into something real. "If I hadn't been proactive," she said, "and made a point of getting an introduction to his mother, and then persuaded my sister to pay the first visit, I am absolutely certain nothing would have come of it. Mr. Rushworth is exactly the sort of pleasant, modest young man who needs a great deal of encouragement, and there were plenty of girls chasing after him who would have gotten there first if we'd sat back and done nothing. But I left no stone unturned. I was ready to move heaven and earth to persuade my sister, and in the end I did persuade her. You know the distance to Southerton. It was the middle of winter, and the roads were nearly impassable, but I managed it. I know how great, how justly great, your influence is with Lady Bertram and her children, and I am all the more sorry it wasn't put to use here. My dear Sir Thomas, if you had seen the state of the roads that day, I thought we'd never get through them, even with 4 horses. And poor old coachman insisted on driving us himself, out of pure devotion, even though he could barely sit on the box because of the rheumatism I'd been treating him for since Michaelmas. I did cure him eventually, but he was in a bad way all winter, and that particular day was so dreadful that I went up to his room before we set off just to advise him not to attempt it. He was putting on his wig, and I said, "Coachman, you really would be far better staying behind. My lady and I will be perfectly safe. You know how steady Stephen is, and Charles has handled the leaders so many times now that there's nothing to worry about." But it was no use. He was determined to go, and as I hate to nag and interfere, I said nothing more. But my heart ached for him with every jolt, and when we got into those rough lanes around Stoke, where the frost and snow on top of all those stones made it worse than anything you can imagine, I was in absolute agony on his behalf. And then the poor horses too, watching them strain like that. You know how I always feel for the horses. And when we reached the bottom of Sandcroft Hill, do you know what I did? You'll laugh at me, but I got out and walked up. I really did. It might not have saved them much, but it was something, and I simply couldn't sit there in comfort while those noble animals dragged me up the hill. I caught a dreadful cold in the process, but I didn't give that a second thought. The purpose of the visit was accomplished. I hope we will always consider the acquaintance worth whatever trouble it took to establish it. There's nothing particularly striking about Mr. Rushworth's manner, but I was pleased last night by what appeared to be his view on one subject, his clear preference for a quiet family gathering over the chaos and confusion of putting on a play. He seemed to feel exactly as one would wish. Yes, indeed, and the more you know him, the better you'll like him. He's not a dazzling personality, but he has 1,000 good qualities, and he looks up to you so much that I'm quite teased about it. Everyone considers it my doing. Upon my word, Mrs. Grant said to me just the other day, if Mr. Rushworth were a son of your own, he couldn't hold Sir Thomas in any greater respect. Sir Thomas let the matter drop, outmaneuvered by her evasions and disarmed by her flattery. He had to settle for the conclusion that when the immediate pleasure of those she loved was at stake, her affection sometimes simply overpowered her judgment. It was a busy morning for him, with conversation taking up only a small part of it. He had to re-establish himself in all the familiar routines of his life at Mansfield, meeting with his steward and bailiff, reviewing accounts, and in the breaks between business, walking through his stables, gardens, and the nearest plantations. Efficient and methodical as he was, he had not only completed all of this before sitting down as master of the house at dinner, but had also set the carpenter to work dismantling what had so recently been put up in the billiard room, and had dismissed the scene painter early enough to allow the satisfying belief that he was by now at least as far away as Northampton. The scene painter was gone, having done nothing worse than ruin the floor of one room, destroy all the coachman's sponges, and leave 5 of the junior servants idle and disgruntled. Sir Thomas hoped that another day or two would be enough to erase every visible trace of what had happened, including the destruction of every loose copy of Lover's Vows in the house, as he was burning everyone he came across. Mr. Yates was beginning to understand Sir Thomas's intentions by now, though he was as far as ever from understanding the reasons behind them. He and Tom had spent most of the morning out shooting, and Tom had taken the opportunity to explain, with appropriate apologies for his father's particular views, what was to be expected. Mr. Yates took it as hard as might be imagined. To be disappointed in exactly the same way a second time struck him as extraordinarily bad luck, and his indignation was such that, had it not been for his consideration toward his friend and his friend's youngest sister, he believed he would have confronted the baronet directly about the absurdity of his behavior and argued him into some degree of reason. He held firmly to this belief while he was in Mansfield Wood and all the way home. But there was something about Sir Thomas, once they were all seated at the same table, that made Mr. Yates decide it would be wiser to let the man have his way and come to recognize his own foolishness without any prompting. He had encountered plenty of difficult fathers before and had often felt the inconvenience they caused, but never in his entire life had he met one so inexplicably self-righteous, so outrageously overbearing as Sir Thomas. He was not a man one could tolerate for his own sake, only for his children's, and Sir Thomas ought to have been grateful to his daughter Julia that Mr. Yates intended to stay a few days longer under his roof. The evening passed smoothly on the surface, though nearly everyone was inwardly unsettled. The music Sir Thomas requested from his daughters helped mask the absence of any real harmony. Maria was in considerable distress. It was critically important to her that Crawford should waste no more time in declaring himself, and she was troubled that even a single day had passed without any apparent progress. She had been expecting to see him all morning, and all evening she was still waiting. Mr. Rushworth had left early to carry the great news to Southerton, and she had fondly hoped for an immediate clarification that might spare him the trouble of ever returning. But there had been no one from the parsonage, not a soul, and no word beyond a friendly note of congratulations and inquiry from Mrs. Grant to Lady Bertram. It was the first day in many, many weeks that the two families had been completely apart. Not once since August had 24 hours gone by without bringing them together in some way. It was a wretched, anxious day, and the next day, though the nature of the trouble was different, brought no less of it. A few moments of feverish excitement were followed by hours of acute pain. Henry Crawford came to the house again. He walked up with Dr. Grant, who was eager to pay his respects to Sir Thomas, and they were shown into the breakfast room fairly early in the morning, where most of the family were gathered. Sir Thomas appeared before long, and Maria watched with a mixture of delight and anxiety as the man she loved was introduced to her father. Her feelings were impossible to define, and a few minutes later they became even more so when she heard Henry Crawford, who was sitting between herself and Tom, ask Tom in a low voice whether there were any plans to revive the play after the current happy interruption, with a polite glance towards Sir Thomas, because if so, he would make a point of returning to Mansfield whenever the group needed him. He was leaving immediately, as he had to meet his uncle in Bath without delay, but if there was any prospect of lovers' vows being resumed, he would consider himself absolutely committed. He would set aside every other obligation. He would make it an express condition with his uncle that he be free to attend them at any time he was needed. The play would not suffer for his absence. From Bath, Norfolk, London, York, wherever I happen to be, he said, I will come to you from anywhere in England on an hour's notice. It was fortunate that Tom had to respond at that moment and not his sister. He said easily and without hesitation, I'm sorry you're going, but as for the play, that's entirely finished, completely over, with a meaningful look at his father. The painter was sent away yesterday, and very little of the theater will be left by tomorrow. I knew it would come to this from the start. It's early in the season for Bath, you'll find nobody there. It's around my uncle's usual time. When do you plan to leave? I might get as far as Banbury today. Whose stables do you use in Bath? Came the next question, and while that branch of the conversation continued, Maria, lacking neither pride nor resolve, was steadying herself to face her share of it with some degree of calm. Crawford soon turned to her, repeating much of what he had already said, only with a softer manner and stronger expressions of regret. But what good were his expressions or his manner? He was leaving, and if not leaving entirely of his own choice, then deliberately choosing to stay away. Apart from whatever obligation he owed his uncle, all his commitments were of his own making. He could talk about necessity all he liked, but she knew very well that he was his own man. The hand that had pressed her so fervently to his heart, that hand and heart were now perfectly still and indifferent. Her pride sustained her, but the anguish inside her was severe. She didn't have long to endure the pain of listening to words that his actions directly contradicted, or to keep her turbulent feelings buried beneath the demands of social propriety, because general conversation soon drew his attention away from her, and what now became openly recognized as a farewell visit was a very brief one. He was gone, he had touched her hand for the last time, made his parting bow, and she was free to seek whatever relief solitude could offer. Henry Crawford was gone, out of the house, and within 2 hours out of the parish entirely, and so ended all the hopes his selfish vanity had raised in Maria and Julia Bertram. Julia was glad he was gone. His presence had begun to feel offensive to her, and since Maria hadn't won him either, she was now composed enough to want nothing further in the way of revenge. She had no desire for humiliation on top of abandonment. With Crawford gone, she could even feel sorry for her sister. Fanny's joy at the news was far more genuine. She heard it at dinner and felt it as a relief. Everyone else mentioned his departure with regret, their appreciation of his qualities expressed with varying degrees of feeling, from the sincerity of Edmund's overly generous regard down to his mother's hollow, mechanical politeness. Mrs. Norris began to wonder and puzzle over why his supposed interest in Julia had come to nothing, and could almost convince herself that she had been negligent in helping it along. But with so many people to look after, how could even her energy keep up with all her intentions? Another day or two, and Mr. Yates was also gone. His departure was the one Sir Thomas felt most gratified by. He wanted time alone with his family, and the presence of any stranger would have been unwelcome enough. But this one, so trivial and presumptuous, so idle and free-spending, was objectionable in every way. He was tedious simply as a person, but as Tom's close friend and Julia's admirer, he became genuinely offensive. Sir Thomas had been largely indifferent to Mr. Crawford's coming or going, but the good wishes he expressed to Mr. Yates as he walked him to the front door were entirely sincere. Mr. Yates had stayed long enough to witness the demolition of every theatrical prop at Mansfield and the removal of everything connected with the play. He left the house in the full dignity of its usual character, and Sir Thomas, in seeing him out, hoped he was finally rid of the most troublesome figure associated with the whole scheme, the last person whose presence had inevitably kept the memory of it alive. Mrs. Norris managed to remove one item from his sight that might otherwise have distressed him. The curtain, over which she had presided with such enthusiasm and such satisfaction, went home with her to her cottage, where, as it happened, She was in particular need of some green baize. Chapter 21. Sir Thomas's return brought a striking change to the family's way of life, quite apart from the lovers' vows situation. Under his authority, Mansfield was a different place entirely. Some members of their social circle had been sent away, and the spirits of many others had fallen. Everything felt the same and gloomy compared to before, a somber family gathering that was rarely livened up. There was little contact with the parsonage. Sir Thomas, pulling back from close friendships in general, was particularly unwilling at this time to socialize with anyone except one group. The Rushworths were the only addition to his domestic circle that he would actively seek out. Edmund wasn't surprised that his father felt this way, and his only regret was the exclusion of the Grants. "But they," he said to Fanny, "have a real claim on us. They feel like they belong to us, like they're practically part of the family. I wish my father were more aware of how much attention they paid to my mother and sisters while he was away. I'm afraid they might feel neglected. But the truth is, my father barely knows them. They hadn't even been here a year when he left England. If he knew them better, he'd value their company as it deserves, because they're actually exactly the kind of people he would like. We can sometimes be a little lacking in energy among ourselves. My sisters seem low-spirited, and Tom is certainly not comfortable. Dr. and Mrs. Grant would liven us up and make our evenings far more enjoyable, even for my father." "Do you think so?" said Fanny. "In my opinion, my uncle wouldn't welcome any addition at all. I think he values the very quietness you're talking about, and that having his own family circle to himself is all he wants. And it doesn't seem to me that we're any more serious than we used to be. I mean before my uncle went abroad. As far as I can remember, it was always much the same. There was never much laughing in his presence, and if there's any difference now, I think it's only what you'd naturally expect after such a long absence. There's bound to be a kind of shyness at first, but I can't remember that our evenings were ever particularly merry before, except when my uncle was away in town. No young people's evenings are, I suppose, when the people they look up to are at home." "I think you're right, Fanny," he replied after a moment's thought. "I think our evenings have returned to what they were, rather than taken on some new character. The liveliness was what was unusual, yet how powerful even a few weeks can make an impression. I've been feeling as though we'd never lived any other way." "I suppose I'm more serious than other people," said Fanny. "The evenings don't seem long to me at all. I love hearing my uncle talk about the West Indies. I could listen to him for an hour at a stretch. It entertains me more than most other things, but then I'm probably different from other people." "Why do you say probably?" he asked, smiling. "Do you need to be told that you're only different from other people in being wiser and more discreet? But when did you, or anyone, ever get a compliment from me, Fanny? Go to my father if you want compliments. He'll give you plenty. Ask your uncle what he thinks of you, and you'll hear more than enough. And though they may mostly be about your looks, you'll have to put up with it and trust that he'll come to see your inner qualities just as clearly in time." This kind of talk was so unfamiliar to Fanny that it left her quite flustered. "Your uncle thinks you're very pretty, dear Fanny. That's the long and the short of it. Anyone else would have made more of it, and anyone but you would feel offended at not having been considered pretty before. But the truth is, your uncle never particularly admired you until now, and now he does. Your complexion has improved so much, you carry yourself so much better, and your figure— No, Fanny, don't turn away, he's only your uncle. If you can't bear your uncle's admiration, what will become of you? You really must start getting used to the idea of being worth looking at. You must try not to mind growing into a pretty woman." "Oh, don't talk like that, please don't," cried Fanny, distressed by feelings he wasn't fully aware of. But seeing that she was genuinely upset, he dropped the subject and only added more seriously, "Your uncle is inclined to be pleased with you in every way, and I only wish you would talk to him more. You're one of those people who stay too quiet in the evening gatherings, but I do talk to him more than I used to. I'm sure I do. Didn't you hear me ask him about the slave trade last night?" "I did, and I hoped the question would lead to more. Your uncle would have been pleased to be asked further. And I wanted to, but there was such a dead silence. And with my cousins sitting there without saying a word or seeming the least bit interested in the subject, I didn't want to. I thought it would look as if I were trying to show myself off at their expense, by showing a curiosity and enthusiasm for his stories that he must wish his own daughters felt. Miss Crawford was absolutely right in what she said about you the other day, that you seemed almost as afraid of being noticed and praised as other women are of being ignored. We were talking about you at the parsonage, and those were her exact words. She has remarkable perception. I've never known anyone who reads people better. For someone so young, it's really quite extraordinary. She certainly understands you better than most people who have known you for years, and regarding certain others, I can tell from the occasional sharp remark, the unguarded comment made in the moment, that she could describe many people just as accurately, if only delicacy didn't stop her. I wonder what she thinks of my father. She must admire him as a distinguished-looking man with the most gentlemanly, dignified, and consistent manner, though perhaps, having seen him so rarely, his reserve might strike her as a little off-putting. If they were to spend more time together, I'm certain they would like each other very much. He would enjoy her liveliness, and she has the intelligence to appreciate his qualities. I wish they met more often. I hope she doesn't imagine there's any dislike on his side. She must know herself to be too secure in the regard of everyone else in the family, said Fanny, with something close to a sigh, to worry about that. And it's perfectly natural for Sir Thomas to want to be only with his family at first. She couldn't read anything into that. After a little while, I'm sure we'll all be meeting again in much the same way as before, allowing for the time of year being different. This is the first October she spent in the country since she was an infant. I don't count Tunbridge or Cheltenham as the country, and November is an even harder month, and I can see that Mrs. Grant is very anxious about her not finding Mansfield dull as winter sets in. Fanny could have said a great deal, but it was safer to say nothing, and leave untouched all of Miss Crawford's advantages, her talents, her energy, her connections, her friends, for fear of being drawn into observations that might seem unkind. Miss Crawford's generous opinion of her deserved at least a grateful restraint, and Fanny changed the subject. Tomorrow, I think, my uncle dines at Southerton, and you and Mr. Bertram, too, will be quite a small group at home. I hope my uncle continues to like Mr. Rushworth. That's impossible, Fanny. He can only like him less after tomorrow's visit, since we'll be in his company for 5 hours. I dread how tedious the day will be. If it weren't for a far greater concern to follow, the impression it will leave on Sir Thomas. He can't deceive himself much longer. I feel sorry for all of them, and I'd give a great deal if Rushworth and Maria had never met. In this regard, disappointment was indeed closing in on Sir Thomas. No amount of goodwill toward Mr. Rushworth, and no amount of Mr. Rushworth's deference toward him, could prevent Sir Thomas from soon seeing part of the truth, that Mr. Rushworth was a mediocre young man, as ignorant of business as he was of books, with opinions that were mostly unformed, and without seeming particularly aware of any of this himself. Sir Thomas had expected a very different son-in-law, and beginning to feel genuinely worried on Maria's behalf, he tried to understand her feelings. It took very little observation to tell him that indifference was the best state her feelings could be in. Her behavior toward Mr. Rushworth was careless and cold. She could not like him. Sir Thomas resolved to speak to her seriously. However advantageous the match might be, and however long and publicly established the engagement, her happiness could not be sacrificed to it. Mr. Rushworth had perhaps been accepted on too short an acquaintance, and now that she knew him better, she might be having second thoughts. With solemn kindness, Sir Thomas spoke to her. He told her his fears, asked about her wishes, urged her to be open and honest, and assured her that every difficulty would be faced, and the engagement completely broken off if she felt unhappy about going through with it. He would act on her behalf and set her free. Maria struggled for just a moment as she listened, only a moment. When her father stopped speaking, she was able to answer immediately, decisively, and without any visible distress. She thanked him for his great concern and fatherly kindness, but he was entirely mistaken in thinking she had the slightest wish to break off her engagement, or that she felt any change in her feelings or intentions since she had made it. She held Mr. Rushworth's character and temperament in the highest regard, and had no doubt whatsoever of her happiness with him. Sir Thomas was satisfied, perhaps too eager to be satisfied to push the matter quite as far as his better judgment might otherwise have led him. It was a match he could not have given up without real pain, and so he reasoned accordingly. Mr. Rushworth was young enough to improve. He must and would improve in good society. And if Maria could speak so confidently of her future happiness with him, speaking clearly without the bias or blindness of being in love, then she ought to be believed. Her feelings were probably not intense. He had never supposed they were. But that needn't make her any less content, and if she could be satisfied with a husband who was not a particularly outstanding figure, then everything else was certainly in her favor. A sensible young woman who had not married for love generally became more devoted to her own family. And the closeness of Southerton to Mansfield would naturally offer every temptation, and would in all likelihood provide a constant source of wholesome and pleasant enjoyment. Such was Sir Thomas's reasoning, relieved to escape the painful and embarrassing complications of a broken engagement, the shock, the gossip, the blame that would inevitably follow, and glad to secure a marriage that would bring him added respectability and social standing, and very willing to think whatever was most favorable about his daughter's state of mind in order to justify it. For Maria, the conversation ended as satisfactorily as it did for him. She was in exactly the state of mind to be glad that she had locked in her future beyond any possibility of reversal, that she had committed herself anew to Southerton, that she was safe from giving Crawford the satisfaction of controlling her decisions and ruining her prospects. She left the conversation with proud resolve, determined only to be more careful in how she behaved toward Mr. Rushworth in future, so that her father would not grow suspicious again. Had Sir Thomas approached his daughter within the first 3 or 4 days after Henry Crawford left Mansfield, before her feelings had calmed at all, before she had given up every hope of him or firmly resolved to endure his rival, her answer might have been very different. But after another 3 or 4 days, with no return, no letter, no message, no sign of a softened heart, and no hope of anything good coming from the separation, her mind had grown cool enough to take whatever comfort pride and self-assertion could offer. Henry Crawford had destroyed her happiness, but he would not know that he had done it. He would not destroy her reputation, her appearance, and her prospects too. He would not get to picture her pining away in the quiet of Mansfield for his sake, rejecting Southerton and London, independence, and a prosperous life, all for him. Independence had never felt more necessary. The lack of it at Mansfield was more keenly felt than ever. She was less and less able to bear the constraints her father imposed. The freedom his absence had given her had now become absolutely essential. She had to escape from him and from Mansfield as soon as possible, and find consolation in wealth and status, in activity and society, for a heart that had been wounded. Her mind was firmly made up and did not waver. Given how she felt, even a short delay would have been an ordeal, and Mr. Rushworth could hardly have been more eager for the marriage than she was herself. In all the important inner preparations, she was entirely ready, prepared for marriage by a hatred of home, constraint, and quiet, by the misery of disappointed love, and by contempt for the man she was about to marry. The rest could wait. The arrangements for new carriages and furniture could wait for London in the spring, when she could exercise her own taste more freely. Since the main parties were all agreed on this point, it quickly became clear that just a few weeks would be enough to complete whatever arrangements needed to come before the wedding. Mrs. Rushworth was perfectly ready to step aside and make room for the fortunate young woman her dear son had chosen, and very early in November she removed herself, her maid, her footman, and her carriage to Bath with all the proper dignity of a dowager, there to hold forth about the wonders of Southerton at her evening gatherings, enjoying them perhaps just as thoroughly over a card table as she ever had in person. And before the middle of that same month, the ceremony had taken place that gave Southerton a new mistress. It was a very proper wedding. The bride was elegantly dressed, the 2 bridesmaids were appropriately less so, her father gave her away. Her mother stood with smelling salts in hand, expecting to be overcome, her aunt did her best to cry, and the service was impressively read by Dr. Grant. The neighborhood had nothing to object to when they discussed it afterward, except that the carriage which took the bride and groom and Julia from the church door to Southerton was the same one Mr. Rushworth had been using for the past year. In every other respect, the etiquette of the day could have withstood the strictest scrutiny. It was done, and they were gone. Sir Thomas felt as any anxious father would, and was in fact experiencing much of the emotional turmoil his wife had feared for herself, but had fortunately been spared. Mrs. Norris, delighted to assist with the duties of the day by spending it at the park to support her sister's spirits and drinking the health of Mr. and Mrs. Rushworth in 1 or 2 extra glasses, was in a state of pure joyful triumph, for she had made the match. She had done everything, and no one could have guessed from her confident elation that she had ever heard of an unhappy marriage in her life, or had the faintest understanding of the character of the niece she had helped to raise. The young couple's plan was to go to Brighton after a few days and take a house there for several weeks. Every fashionable destination was new to Maria, and Brighton is nearly as lively in winter as in summer. Once the novelty of that wore off, it would be time for the wider pleasures of London. Julia was to go with them to Brighton. Since the rivalry between the sisters had ended, they had gradually recovered much of their old understanding, and were at least friendly enough that each was genuinely glad to have the other along at such a time. Her husband was certainly not the most stimulating company for Maria, and Julia was just as hungry for novelty and excitement as Maria herself, though perhaps she hadn't had to fight through quite as much to get there, and could more easily accept a secondary role. Their departure brought another significant change to Mansfield, a gap that took some time to fill. The family circle shrank considerably, and though the Miss Bertrams had contributed little enough to its liveliness in recent times, their absence was still felt. Even their mother missed them, and how much more so their tender-hearted cousin, who wandered through the house thinking of them and feeling for them with a depth of affectionate regret that they had never quite done enough to deserve. Chapter 22. Fanny's importance grew after her cousins left. As the only young woman left in the drawing room, the only one filling that interesting role in the family where she had always been a humble third, it was impossible for her not to be noticed, thought about, and attended to more than ever before. "Where is Fanny?" became a common question, even when no one actually needed her for anything. Her value rose not only at home, but at the parsonage as well. That house, which she had barely visited twice a year since Mr. Norris's death, now became a place where she was welcomed and invited, and on the gloomy, dirty days of November, she was especially welcome to Mary Crawford. Her visits there, which began by accident, continued by invitation. Mrs. Grant, genuinely eager to find some variety for her sister, could easily convince herself, with a little self-deception, that she was doing Fanny a kindness by encouraging her frequent visits, giving her valuable opportunities for self-improvement. One day, Fanny had been sent to the village on an errand by her Aunt Norris when a heavy shower caught her near the parsonage. She was spotted from one of the windows trying to shelter under the branches and lingering leaves of an oak tree just beyond their property, and was persuaded, despite some modest reluctance on her part, to come inside. She had managed to refuse a polite servant, but when Dr. Grant himself came out with an umbrella, there was nothing left to do but feel thoroughly embarrassed and get into the house as quickly as possible. For poor Miss Crawford, who had just been staring miserably at the pouring rain, sighing over her ruined plans for a morning walk and the near certainty of not seeing a single soul beyond their own household for the next 24 hours, the sound of a small commotion at the front door and the sight of Miss Price dripping wet in the hallway was absolutely delightful. It brought home to her, in the most vivid way, just how much an unexpected event could mean on a rainy day in the country. She came alive immediately and was among the most active in helping Fanny, insisting she was wetter than she was willing to admit and finding her dry clothes. Fanny, obliged to submit to all this attention and to being fussed over by both the mistresses and the maids, was then equally obliged, when she came back downstairs, to stay in their sitting room for an hour while the rain kept on. This extended blessing, something fresh to look at and think about, did wonders for Miss Crawford's spirits and carried her through until it was time to dress for dinner. The two sisters were so kind and pleasant that Fanny might have genuinely enjoyed her visit, if only she hadn't felt she was in the way, and if she hadn't been threatened with the humiliation of having Dr. Grant's carriage brought out to take her home. As for worrying that her absence in such weather might cause alarm at home, she had no such concern. Since only her two aunts knew she had gone out, she was perfectly certain that no one would worry, and that wherever Aunt Norris imagined her to be sheltering from the rain, Aunt Bertram would accept that account without question. The sky was starting to brighten when Fanny noticed a harp in the room and began asking about it. This quickly led to her admitting she very much wanted to hear it played, and then to the barely believable confession that she had never once heard it since it had arrived at Mansfield. To Fanny herself, this seemed perfectly simple and natural. She had hardly been to the parsonage since the instrument arrived, and there had been no reason she should have been. But Miss Crawford, remembering a wish Fanny had expressed early on, felt bad about her own neglect, and immediately and cheerfully asked, "Shall I play for you now? What would you like to hear?" She played willingly, happy to have a new listener, one who seemed so genuinely grateful, so full of wonder at the performance, and who clearly had real taste. She played on until Fanny's eyes drifted to the window, the weather having clearly improved, and her expression made plain what she felt she had to do. "Give it another quarter of an hour," said Miss Crawford, "and we'll see how it looks. Don't run off the moment it stops raining. Those clouds look threatening." "But they've already passed," said Fanny. "I've been watching them. This weather is all coming from the south." South or north, I know a dark cloud when I see one, and you shouldn't leave while it still looks like that. Besides, I want to play you something else, a very pretty piece, your cousin Edmund's absolute favorite. You have to stay and hear your cousin's favorite. Fanny felt she had to. And though she hadn't needed that last sentence to start thinking about Edmund, the reminder made her particularly aware of him, and she found herself imagining him sitting in that very room again and again, perhaps in the exact spot where she now sat, listening with constant pleasure to his favorite piece, which seemed to her to be played with exceptional feeling and expression. Though she enjoyed it herself and was glad to love whatever he loved, she felt more genuinely eager to leave at the end of it than she had been before. When this became obvious, she was so warmly invited to come back, to stop in on her walks whenever she could, and to come hear more of the harp, that she felt she really ought to, if there was no objection at home. This was how the friendship began, the kind of intimacy that developed between them in the first 2 weeks after the Miss Bertrams left. It grew mainly from Miss Crawford's desire for something new, and it meant relatively little to Fanny on a deeper level. Fanny visited her every 2 or 3 days. It had something almost compulsive about it. She couldn't feel quite right without going, and yet she went without truly liking her, without ever thinking the way she did, without any sense of gratitude for being sought out now that no one better was available. The pleasure she got from their conversations was no more than occasional amusement, and even that was often at the cost of her own better judgment, when it was provoked by Miss Crawford's witty remarks about people or subjects that Fanny felt deserved more respect. She went all the same, and they strolled together for many a half-hour in Mrs. Grant's shrubbery. The weather was unusually mild for the time of year, and they sometimes even ventured to sit on one of the benches, now relatively exposed, staying there perhaps until, in the middle of some warm exclamation from Fanny about the pleasures of such a long autumn, a sudden cold gust shook down the last few yellow leaves around them and sent them jumping up to walk for warmth. "This is lovely, really lovely," said Fanny, looking around as they sat together one day. "Every time I come into this shrubbery, I'm more struck by how much it's grown and how beautiful it is. 3 years ago, this was nothing but a rough hedgerow along the top of the field. Nobody thought of it as anything or imagined it could become anything. Now it's been turned into a proper walk, and it would be hard to say whether it's more valuable as something useful or something beautiful. And perhaps in another 3 years, we may be forgetting, almost forgetting, what it was like before. How wonderful, how truly wonderful the way time works, and how the human mind changes with it." Following that train of thought, she added a moment later, "If any one capacity of human nature deserves to be called more wonderful than the rest, I think it has to be memory. There seems to be something more strangely incomprehensible in the power of memory, its failures, its inconsistencies, than in any other aspect of our minds. Sometimes memory is sharp, reliable, and obedient, at other times it's confused and weak, and at others it's tyrannical, completely beyond control. We are, without doubt, remarkable in every way, but our ability to remember and to forget seems especially beyond understanding." Miss Crawford, unmoved and only half paying attention, had nothing to say. Fanny, noticing this, brought her thoughts back to something she thought would actually interest her. "It might seem presumptuous of me to offer praise, but I really do admire the taste Mrs. Grant has shown in all of this. There's such a quiet simplicity in how the walk is laid out, nothing overdone." "Yes," replied Miss Crawford carelessly, "it works well enough for a place like this. You don't think about scale here, and between us, before I came to Mansfield, I had never imagined that a country parson would aspire to a shrubbery or anything of that kind." "I'm so glad to see the evergreens doing so well," said Fanny. "My uncle's gardener always says the soil here is better than his own, and you can see it in the laurels and the evergreens generally. The evergreen, how beautiful, how welcome, how wonderful the evergreen is. When you think about it, what an astonishing variety there is in nature. In some countries, it's the tree that sheds its leaves that's the rarity, but that makes it no less remarkable that the same soil and the same sun can nurture plants that differ so fundamentally in their very nature. You'll think I'm getting carried away, but when I'm outdoors, especially when I'm sitting outdoors, I have a tendency to fall into this kind of wondering frame of mind. You can't look at the most ordinary thing in nature without finding something to set your imagination wandering." "To tell you the truth," replied Miss Crawford, "I'm a bit like the famous doge at the court of Louis Roman XIV, and I could say that nothing in this shrubbery strikes me as more remarkable than finding myself in it at all. If anyone had told me a year ago that this would be my home, that I would be spending month after month here as I have been, I certainly wouldn't have believed them. I've now been here nearly 5 months, and what's more, the quietest 5 months I've ever spent. Too quiet for you, I'd guess. I would have thought so in theory, but her eyes brightened as she spoke. Taken all in all, I have never spent such a happy summer. But then, she added in a more thoughtful tone and a lower voice, there's no knowing where it might lead. Fanny's heart beat fast, and she felt completely unequal to guessing or asking anything more. Miss Crawford, however, picked up again with renewed energy. I find myself far more reconciled to living in the country than I ever expected to be. I can even imagine it pleasant to spend half the year here, under the right circumstances, very pleasant. An elegant, modestly sized house at the center of family connections, a constant round of engagements with them, commanding the best society in the neighborhood, looked up to, perhaps, as leading it even more than those with greater fortunes, and turning from that cheerful, lively routine to nothing worse than a tete-a-tete with the person you find most agreeable in the world. There's nothing dreadful about that picture, is there, Miss Price? One needn't envy the new Mrs. Rushworth with a home like that. Envy Mrs. Rushworth, was all Fanny managed to say. Come now, it would be very ungenerous of us to be hard on Mrs. Rushworth, for I'm counting on her to provide us with a great many gay, brilliant, happy occasions. I fully expect we'll be spending a good deal of time at Southerton next year. A match like the one Miss Bertram has made is a blessing for everyone, for the first pleasure of Mr. Rushworth's wife will naturally be to fill her house and give the finest balls in the county. Fanny was silent, and Miss Crawford drifted back into thought, until suddenly looking up a few minutes later and exclaiming, "Ah, here he is." It was not Mr. Rushworth, however, but Edmund, who appeared walking toward them with Mrs. Grant. "My sister and Mr. Bertram, I'm so glad your eldest cousin is gone, so that he can be Mr. Bertram again. There's something about the name Mr. Edmund Bertram, so formal, so pathetic, so younger brother-ish, that I can't stand." "How differently we feel," cried Fanny. "To me, the name Mr. Bertram sounds so cold and meaningless, so completely without warmth or character. It simply means a gentleman and nothing more. But there is something noble about the name Edmund. It's a name of heroism and renown, of kings, princes, and knights, and it seems to carry the spirit of chivalry and deep feeling. I grant you it's a fine name in itself, and Lord Edmund or Sir Edmund sound wonderful, but bury it under the deadening weight of a plain Mr. And Mr. Edmund is no more than Mr. John or Mr. Thomas. Well, shall we go and meet them, and rob them of half their lecture about sitting outside at this time of year by being on our feet before they can begin?" Edmund greeted them with particular pleasure. It was the first time he had seen them together since hearing, with great satisfaction, about the friendship that had developed between them. A friendship between two people so dear to him was exactly what he could have wished for. And to give credit where it's due to a lover's understanding, it should be noted that he did not consider Fanny by any means the only, or even the greater, beneficiary of such a friendship. "Well," said Miss Crawford, "aren't you going to scold us for being reckless? What do you think we've been sitting out here for, if not to be lectured about it and begged never to do it again?" "I might have scolded," said Edmund, "if either of you had been sitting out here alone, but when you misbehave together, I can overlook a great deal." "They can't have been sitting long," said Mrs. Grant, "for when I went up for my shawl I could see them from the staircase window, and they were walking then." "And really," added Edmund, "the day is so mild that sitting down for a few minutes can hardly be called reckless. We can't always judge the weather by the calendar. Sometimes we can get away with more in November than in May." "Well, I must say," cried Miss Crawford, "you are two of the most disappointing and unfeeling friends I've ever encountered. There's no making you worry for a moment. You have no idea how much we've been suffering, how cold we've been. But I've thought for a long time that Mr. Bertram is one of the most resistant subjects imaginable when it comes to any attempt to work against common sense. I had very little hope of him from the start. But you, Mrs. Grant, my sister, my own sister, I thought I had every right to at least alarm you a little. Don't flatter yourself, my dearest Mary. You haven't the slightest chance of unsettling me. I have my own anxieties, but they're on a completely different front. And if I'd had any control over the weather, you would have had a sharp east wind blowing on you the entire time, because some of my plants that Robert will insist on leaving out, just because the nights are mild, are going to come to grief when the weather suddenly turns. There'll be a hard frost setting in all at once, catching everyone, Robert at least, completely off guard, and I'll lose every one of them. And what's worse, the cook has just told me that the turkey, which I specifically wanted kept until Sunday, because I know how much more Dr. Grant would enjoy it on Sunday after the exhaustions of the day, won't keep past tomorrow. Now those are real troubles, and they make me think this weather is unseasonably close. The joys of keeping house in a country village, said Miss Crawford with a sardonic smile. Give me the garden center and the butcher any day. My dear girl, get Dr. Grant appointed to the deanery of Westminster or St. Paul's, and I'd be as happy to have your garden center and butcher as you are. But we have nothing of that sort in Mansfield. What would you have me do? Oh, there's nothing to be done but what you already do, be plagued constantly and never lose your temper. Thank you, but there's no escaping these small irritations, Mary, wherever one lives. And when you're settled in town and I come to visit, I have no doubt I'll find you with troubles of your own, despite the garden center and the butcher, perhaps because of them. Their unreliability and poor timekeeping, or their outrageous prices and dishonesty, will be driving you to bitter complaints. I intend to be too rich to complain or feel anything of the kind. A large income is the best recipe for happiness I've ever heard of. It can certainly take care of all the flowers and turkey that go along with it. You intend to be very rich, said Edmund, with a look that, to Fanny's eye, carried considerable serious meaning. Of course, don't you, don't we all? I can't intend something that is entirely beyond my power to achieve. Miss Crawford may choose her level of wealth. She only has to settle on how many thousands a year she wants, and there's no doubt she'll have them. My only intention is not to be poor. By being moderate and economical, cutting your desires down to fit your income and all that. I understand you, and a very sensible plan it is for someone in your position, with such limited means and unremarkable connections. What more can you really want than a decent living? You don't have a great future ahead of you, and your family is in no position to do anything for you, or to make you feel inadequate by contrast with their own wealth and status. By all means, be honest and poor, but I won't envy you. In fact, I rather think I won't even respect you. I have far more respect for those who are honest and rich. How much respect you have for honesty, rich or poor, is of absolutely no concern to me. I don't intend to be poor. Poverty is precisely what I have decided against. It's honesty in the middle ground, in ordinary, modest circumstances, that I want to make sure you're not looking down on. But I do look down on it if it could have been something better. I must look down on anything that settles for obscurity when it could have risen to distinction. But how is it supposed to rise? How can my honesty, at least, rise to any kind of distinction? This was not a particularly easy question to answer, and produced a drawn-out "oh" from Miss Crawford before she could add, "You ought to be in Parliament, or you should have gone into the army 10 years ago. That's not much help now. As for Parliament, I suppose I'll have to wait until there's a special assembly to represent younger sons with very little to live on. No, Miss Crawford," he added, in a more serious tone, "there are distinctions which I would be miserable to think myself entirely without any chance of obtaining, absolutely without any hope at all, but they are of a different kind entirely." The look of self-awareness on his face as he spoke, and what seemed like a matching awareness on Miss Crawford's side as she made some laughing reply, was painful food for Fanny's thoughts. Finding herself quite unable to give Mrs. Grant, at whose side she was now following the others, the attention she deserved, she had nearly decided to go home at once, and was only waiting for the courage to say so, when the great clock at Mansfield Park struck 3 and made her realize she had been gone considerably longer than usual. The question of whether to take her leave and how to do it was suddenly resolved without hesitation. She immediately and decisively began her goodbyes, and at the same moment Edmund remembered that his mother had been asking for her, and that he had in fact walked down to the parsonage specifically to bring her back. Fanny's urgency increased. Without expecting Edmund to come with her at all, she would have hurried away alone, but everyone quickened their pace, and they all accompanied her through the house, which they had to pass through to leave. Dr. Grant was in the hallway, and while they stopped to speak to him, she gathered from Edmund's manner that he did intend to walk back with her. He too was saying his goodbyes. She couldn't help but feel grateful. At the moment of parting, Dr. Grant invited Edmund to come and share a meal with him the following day, and Fanny had barely had time to feel a pang of discomfort at this when Mrs. Grant, with sudden inspiration, turned to her and extended the same invitation. This was so unprecedented, so utterly unlike anything that had ever happened to Fanny before, that she was overwhelmed with surprise and embarrassment. She stammered her deep gratitude and something about not being sure it would be possible, all while looking to Edmund for his opinion and guidance. Edmund, delighted that such a pleasure had been offered to her, and quickly establishing with half a glance and half a sentence that her only hesitation was on account of her aunt, could not imagine that his mother would object to sparing her. He therefore gave his clear, unhesitating advice that she should accept. And though Fanny could not quite bring herself, even with his encouragement, to such a bold act of independence, it was soon settled that, unless she heard otherwise, Mrs. Grant might expect her. "And you already know what dinner will be," said Mrs. Grant with a smile. "The turkey, and a very fine one, I promise. For my dear," she said, turning to her husband, "the cook insists the turkey must be dressed tomorrow." Very well, said Dr. Grant, "all the better. I'm glad to hear there's something so good in the house, but I'm sure Miss Price and Mr. Edmund Bertram will take whatever they're given. None of us need to know the menu in advance. A friendly gathering, not a formal dinner, is all we're after. Turkey, goose, leg of mutton, whatever you and your cook decide to serve us." The two cousins walked home together. Apart from an immediate discussion of the dinner engagement, which Edmund spoke of with the warmest enthusiasm, as being exactly what he had hoped for her in the friendship he was so pleased to see forming, the walk was a quiet one. Once that topic was exhausted, he grew thoughtful and had little inclination for anything else. Chapter 23. "But why should Mrs. Grant ask Fanny?" said Lady Bertram. "How did she come to think of asking Fanny? Fanny never dines there, not in this sort of way. I can't spare her, and I'm sure she doesn't want to go. Fanny, you don't want to go, do you?" If you put that question to her, Edmund cut in before his cousin could speak. "Fanny will immediately say no. But I'm sure, mother, she would like to go, and I see no reason why she shouldn't. I can't imagine why Mrs. Grant would think of asking her. She never has before. She used to ask your sisters now and then, but she never asked Fanny." "If you can't do without me, ma'am," said Fanny in a self-sacrificing tone, "but my mother will have my father with her all evening." "To be sure, so I shall. Why don't you ask father's opinion, ma'am?" "That's a good thought. So I will, Edmund. I'll ask Sir Thomas as soon as he comes in whether I can do without her." "As you please, ma'am, on that point. But what I meant was father's opinion on whether the invitation should be accepted at all, and I think he'll consider it the right thing, both for Mrs. Grant's sake and Fanny's, that being the first invitation, it should be accepted. I don't know, we'll ask him, but he'll be very surprised that Mrs. Grant should ask Fanny at all." There was nothing more to be said, or that could usefully be said, until Sir Thomas was present. But since the matter involved her own comfort for the following evening, it stayed very much at the front of Lady Bertram's mind, and half an hour later, when he briefly looked in on his way from the plantation to his dressing-room, she called him back just as he had nearly closed the door. "Sir Thomas, stop a moment, I have something to say to you." Her tone of calm languor, she never bothered to raise her voice, was always heard and heeded, and Sir Thomas came back. She began her story, and Fanny immediately slipped out of the room because hearing herself discussed by her uncle was more than her nerves could handle. She was anxious, more anxious perhaps than she should have been, because when it came down to it, did it really matter whether she went or stayed? But if her uncle took a long time deliberating, with grave looks directed at her, and finally decided against her, she might not be able to appear properly submissive and indifferent. Meanwhile, her case was going well. Lady Bertram opened with, "I have something to tell you that will surprise you. Mrs. Grant has asked Fanny to dinner." "Well," said Sir Thomas, as though waiting for more to justify the surprise, "Edmund wants her to go, but how can I spare her?" "She'll be late," said Sir Thomas, pulling out his watch. "But what exactly is your difficulty?" Edmund found himself obliged to speak and fill in the gaps in his mother's account. He explained everything, and she had only to add, "So strange, Mrs. Grant never used to ask her." "But isn't it perfectly natural," Edmund observed, "that Mrs. Grant would want such a pleasant visitor for her sister?" "Nothing could be more natural," said Sir Thomas after a brief pause, "and even if there were no sister involved, I can think of nothing more natural. Mrs. Grant showing kindness to Miss Price, to Lady Bertram's niece, needs no explanation whatsoever. The only thing that surprises me is that this is the first time it has happened. Fanny was perfectly right to give only a conditional answer. She shows exactly the right instincts. But since I have no doubt she wishes to go, all young people enjoy being together, I see no reason to deny her the pleasure." "But can I do without her, Sir Thomas?" "I really think you can. She always makes the tea, you know, when my sister isn't here. Your sister might perhaps be persuaded to spend the day with us, and I shall certainly be at home." "Very well then, Fanny may go, Edmund." The good news soon reached her. Edmund knocked on her door on his way to his own room. "Well, Fanny, it's all happily settled, and your uncle didn't hesitate for a moment. He had only one opinion. You're going." "Thank you, I'm so glad," was Fanny's instinctive reply. But when she had turned away from him and closed the door, she couldn't help thinking, "And yet why should I be glad? Am I not certain to see or hear something there that will hurt me?" In spite of that thought, she was glad. Simple as such an outing might seem to others, it felt novel and important to her. Apart from the day at Southerton, she had barely ever dined out before, and though she was going only half a mile away to dine with just 3 people, it was still dining out, and all the small pleasures of getting ready were enjoyments in themselves. She had neither sympathy nor help from those who should have shared in her excitement and guided her. Lady Bertram never thought of being useful to anyone, and Mrs. Norris, who arrived the next morning in response to an early invitation from Sir Thomas, was in a very bad mood and seemed determined to diminish her niece's pleasure as much as possible, both now and in the future. "Upon my word, Fanny, you are extremely lucky to receive such attention and indulgence. You should be very grateful to Mrs. Grant for thinking of you, and to your aunt for letting you go, and you should recognize it as something exceptional. I hope you understand there is no real reason for you to be going into company like this, or dining out at all, and this is not something you should ever expect to be repeated. And don't go imagining the invitation is meant as any special compliment to you. The compliment is intended for your uncle, your aunt, and me. Mrs. Grant considers it a courtesy to us to take a little notice of you, otherwise it would never have occurred to her. And you may be quite certain that if your cousin Julia had been at home, you would not have been asked at all." Mrs. Norris had now so cleverly stripped away all Mrs. Grant's credit for the favor that Fanny, expected to say something, could only manage that she was very grateful to her Aunt Bertram for sparing her, and that she was trying to get her aunt's evening work into such a state that her absence wouldn't be felt. "Oh, you may depend on it, your aunt can manage perfectly well without you, or you wouldn't be allowed to go. I shall be here, so you needn't worry at all about your aunt. And I hope you have a very agreeable day and find it all delightful. But I must say that 5 is the most awkward number possible to sit down to table, and I can't help being surprised that such an elegant woman as Mrs. Grant couldn't arrange things better, and around that enormous wide table of theirs, which takes up the room so dreadfully. If the doctor had been sensible enough to take my dining table when I left, as any reasonable person would have done, instead of getting that absurd new one of his own, which is wider, literally wider than the table here, how much better it would have been, and how much more he would have been respected. People are never respected when they step outside their proper sphere. Remember that, Fanny. Only 5 people sitting around that table, though I dare say there'll be enough food on it for 10. Mrs. Norris took a breath and continued. "The nonsense and foolishness of people stepping outside their station and trying to appear above themselves makes me feel I ought to give you a word of advice, Fanny, now that you're going into company without any of us. I beg and implore you not to push yourself forward, talking and giving your opinion as if you were one of your cousins, as if you were dear Mrs. Rushworth or Julia. That will never do, believe me. Remember, wherever you are, you must keep yourself in the lowest position, and though Miss Crawford is practically at home at the parsonage, you are not to be putting yourself ahead of her. As for coming home at night, you are to stay exactly as long as Edmund chooses. Leave that to him." "Yes, ma'am, I wouldn't think of anything else. And if it rains, which I think very likely, as I've never seen weather look more threatening for a wet evening in my life, you must manage as best you can and not be expecting the carriage to be sent for you. I'm certainly not going home tonight, and therefore the carriage won't be going out on my account, so you must prepare yourself for whatever may happen and dress accordingly." Her niece thought this perfectly reasonable. She rated her own claims to comfort just as low as Mrs. Norris did. So when Sir Thomas shortly afterward opened the door and said, "Fanny, what time would you like the carriage to come round?" she was so astonished she couldn't speak. "My dear Sir Thomas," cried Mrs. Norris, red with anger, "Fanny can walk." "Walk," repeated Sir Thomas with an air of absolute authority, stepping further into the room. "My niece walked to a dinner engagement at this time of year. Will 20 minutes past 4 suit you?" "Yes, sir," said Fanny humbly, feeling almost like a criminal toward Mrs. Norris. Unable to bear staying in the room with her in what might look like a moment of triumph, she followed her uncle out, remaining only long enough to hear these words spoken in angry agitation behind her. "Completely unnecessary, far too generous. But Edmund is going? Yes, it's on Edmund's account. I noticed he was hoarse on Thursday evening." But Fanny wasn't fooled. She knew the carriage was for her, and for her alone, and her uncle's thoughtfulness toward her, coming so immediately after her aunt's treatment of her, brought tears of gratitude to her eyes when she was alone. The coachman arrived exactly on time. A minute later Edmund came down, and since Fanny, in great fear of being late, had been sitting ready in the drawing-room for several minutes, Sir Thomas saw them off in good time, perfectly in keeping with his own punctual habits. "Now let me look at you, Fanny," said Edmund with the warm smile of an affectionate brother. "I want to see how you look, and as well as I can tell in this light, you look very nice indeed. What are you wearing?" "The new dress my uncle was kind enough to give me for my cousin's wedding. I hope it isn't too fine, but I thought I ought to wear it as soon as I had a chance, and I might not have another opportunity all winter. I hope you don't think I'm overdressed. A woman can never be too fine when she's dressed all in white. No, I see nothing excessive about you. Everything is perfectly appropriate. Your gown looks lovely. I like those glossy spots. Doesn't Miss Crawford have something similar?" As they approached the parsonage, they passed close by the stable yard and coach house. "Hello," said Edmund. "There's a carriage here. Who have they got coming to meet us?" He lowered the window to get a better look. "It's Crawford's Barrouch. I swear it, there are his men pushing it back into the stable. He's here, of course. What a surprise, Fanny. I'll be very glad to see him." There was no opportunity, and no time, for Fanny to say how differently she felt, but the thought of having yet another person watching her greatly increased the nervousness with which she faced the terrifying business of walking into the drawing room. Mr. Crawford was indeed in the drawing room, having arrived just long enough ago to be ready for dinner. The smiles and pleased expressions of the other three gathered around him made it clear how welcome his sudden decision to come and stay for a few days was after leaving Bath. He and Edmund greeted each other warmly, and with the exception of Fanny, the pleasure was universal. Even for her, his presence had a certain advantage. Every addition to the party was more likely to leave her free to enjoy her preferred indulgence of sitting quietly without being noticed. She soon recognized this herself, though she was obliged, as her own sense of propriety required despite Mrs. Norris's opinion, to take her place as the principal lady in the company with all the small distinctions that entailed. She found at dinner such a lively flow of conversation going on around her, in which no one required her to participate, so much between the brother and sister about Bath, so much between the two young men about hunting, so much about politics between Mr. Crawford and Dr. Grant, and so much about everything under the sun between Mr. Crawford and Mrs. Grant, that she had every prospect of doing nothing but listening quietly and having a very pleasant day. She could not, however, show any genuine interest in a plan that was soon being discussed. Dr. Grant suggested it, Edmund advised it, and the two sisters urged it warmly, for Mr. Crawford to extend his stay at Mansfield and send for his hunters from Norfolk. He seemed to want her encouragement in particular to make up his mind. He asked her opinion about whether the mild weather was likely to continue, but her answers were as brief and noncommittal as politeness allowed. She didn't want him to stay, and would have much preferred he not speak to her at all. Her two absent cousins, Maria especially, were much in her thoughts as she watched him, but no uncomfortable memories seemed to trouble his spirits at all. Here he was again, on the same ground where everything had happened before, and apparently just as content to stay and be happy without the Miss Bertrams as if he had never known Mansfield any other way. She heard him mention them only in passing until they were all back together in the drawing room, when Edmund became absorbed in some private matter of business with Dr. Grant and Mrs. Grant was occupied at the tea table. Crawford then began talking about the Bertram sisters in more detail to his other sister. With a meaningful smile that made Fanny thoroughly dislike him, he said, "So, Rushworth and his lovely bride are at Brighton, I understand. Lucky man." "Yes, they've been there about a fortnight, haven't they, Miss Price? And Julia is with them. And Mr. Yates, I imagine, is not far away." "Mr. Yates? Oh, we hear nothing of Mr. Yates. I don't imagine he features much in the letters to Mansfield Park. Do you, Miss Price? I think my friend Julia has more sense than to entertain her father with news of Mr. Yates. Poor Rushworth and his 42 speeches." Crawford continued. "Nobody can ever forget those. Poor fellow, I can see him now, all that effort and despair. Well, I'll be very much mistaken if his lovely Maria ever wants him to make 42 speeches to her." He added, with a moment of seriousness, "She's too good for him, much too good." Then shifting back to a tone of easy charm and turning to Fanny, he said, "You were Mr. Rushworth's best friend. Your kindness and patience will never be forgotten. Your tireless patience in trying to make it possible for him to learn his lines, trying to give him a mind that nature had denied him, drawing on your own abundant understanding to compensate for his lack of it. He may not have had the sense to appreciate your kindness himself, but I can safely say that everyone else in the party recognized it." Fanny flushed and said nothing. "It feels like a dream, a lovely dream," he exclaimed, breaking out again after a few moments of reflection. I'll always look back on our theatricals with the most exquisite pleasure. There was such energy, such animation, such spirit in everything. Everyone felt it. We were all fully alive. Every hour of every day had purpose, hope, anxiety, and activity. Always some small obstacle, some small doubt, some small worry to get through. I was never happier. In silent indignation, Fanny repeated to herself, never happier than when doing what you knew was wrong. Never happier than when behaving so dishonorably and thoughtlessly. What a corrupted mind. We were unlucky, Miss Price, he continued, lowering his voice to avoid being heard by Edmund, completely unaware of her feelings. We really were very unlucky. Just one more week, only one more week, would have been enough. I think if we'd had any control over events, if Mansfield Park had been able to command the winds for just a week or two around the equinox, things would have turned out differently. Not that we would have wanted to endanger his safety with any terrible storms, just a steady headwind or a calm. I think, Miss Price, we would have treated ourselves to a week's calm in the Atlantic at that season. He seemed determined to get a response, and Fanny, turning her face away, said in a firmer tone than usual, "As far as I'm concerned, sir, I would not have delayed his return by a single day. My uncle disapproved of everything so completely when he did arrive that in my opinion things had already gone quite far enough." She had never said so much at once to him in her life, and had never spoken so sharply to anyone. When she finished, she trembled and blushed at her own boldness. He was surprised, but after a few moments of quietly considering her, replied in a calmer, more serious tone with the air of someone genuinely persuaded. "I think you're right. It was more enjoyable than it was wise. We were getting too carried away." He then changed the subject and tried to draw her into other conversation, but her responses were so shy and reluctant that he couldn't make any headway. Miss Crawford, who had been glancing repeatedly at Dr. Grant and Edmund, now remarked, "Those two gentlemen must have something very interesting to discuss." "The most interesting subject in the world," her brother replied. "How to make money, how to turn a decent income into a better one. Dr. Grant is advising Bertram about the parish living he's about to take over. I understand he's being ordained in a few weeks. They were deep in it in the dining room. I'm glad to hear Bertram will be so comfortably situated. He'll have a very nice income to do whatever he likes with, earned without much effort. I expect he'll have no less than $700 a year. $700 a year is a fine thing for a younger son, and since he'll obviously still be living at home, it will all be spending money, with a sermon at Christmas and Easter, I suppose, as the full extent of his sacrifice." His sister tried to laugh off her feelings by saying, "Nothing amuses me more than the ease with which people settle what is and isn't enough for those with far less than themselves. You'd look rather blank yourself, Henry, if your spending money were limited to $700 a year." "Perhaps I would, but all of that is entirely relative, as you know. Birth and habit have to settle these things. Bertram is certainly well placed for a younger son, even of a baronet's family. By the time he's 24 or 25, he'll have $700 a year and nothing to do for it." Miss Crawford could have said that there would be something to do and to endure for it, something she couldn't take lightly, but she stopped herself and let it go, and tried to appear calm and composed when the two gentlemen joined them shortly afterward. "Bertram," said Henry Crawford, "I'm going to make a point of coming to Mansfield to hear you preach your first sermon. I'll come specifically to encourage a young beginner. When is it to be? Miss Price, won't you join me in supporting your cousin? Will you commit to keeping your eyes fixed on him the entire time, as I shall, not missing a word or only glancing away to write down any particularly beautiful sentence? We'll bring notebooks and a pencil. When will it be? You must preach at Mansfield, you know, so that Sir Thomas and Lady Bertram can hear you." "I'll keep well away from you, Crawford, as long as I can," said Edmund. "You'd be far more likely to put me off, and I'd be sorrier to catch you trying it than almost anyone else." "Will he not feel that?" thought Fanny. "No, he can't feel anything as he ought." With the party now all gathered together and the most talkative people drawing each other into conversation, Fanny was left in peace. After tea, a whist table was set up, ostensibly for general entertainment, though really for Dr. Grant's pleasure, arranged by his attentive wife, and Miss Crawford took up her harp. Fanny had nothing to do but listen, and her tranquility remained undisturbed for the rest of the evening, except when Mr. Crawford occasionally directed a question or remark her way that she couldn't avoid answering. Miss Crawford was too upset by what had come up to be in the mood for anything but music. With that, she soothed herself and entertained her friend. The news of Edmund's imminent ordination had hit her like a blow she had seen coming, but kept hoping would somehow never land. She felt it with both anger and wounded pride. She had thought her influence over him was greater than this. She had begun to think seriously of him. She knew she had, with deep feeling, with intentions that had been almost decided. But now she would meet him with the same cool detachment he was showing her. It was obvious he could have no genuine intentions, no real attachment. If he was fixing himself in a situation, he must know she would never accept. She would learn to match his indifference. From now on, she would allow his attentions with no thought beyond passing amusement. If he could control his feelings so completely, she would not let hers cause her any harm. Chapter 24. By the next morning, Henry Crawford had made up his mind to stay at Mansfield for another 2 weeks. He'd sent for his horses and dashed off a brief note of explanation to the Admiral. As he sealed the letter and tossed it aside, he glanced over at his sister. Seeing that the rest of the family was nowhere around, he smiled and said, "So how do you think I plan to keep myself entertained, Mary, on the days I don't hunt? I'm getting too old to go out more than 3 times a week, but I've got a plan for the days in between. Want to guess what it is? Walking and riding with me, obviously. Not exactly, though I'd be happy to do both. But that would only exercise my body, and I need to keep my mind active too. Besides, that would be pure pleasure without any real effort, and I don't like to be completely idle. No, my plan is to make Fanny Price fall in love with me." "Fanny Price? Don't be ridiculous." No, you should be perfectly satisfied with her 2 cousins. But I can't be satisfied without Fanny Price, without making at least a small impression on her heart. You don't seem to appreciate how remarkable she's become. When we talked about her last night, none of you seemed to notice the incredible change in her appearance over the past 6 weeks. You see her every day, so it's gone right past you. But I'm telling you, she's a completely different person from what she was in the autumn. Back then, she was just a quiet, modest girl who wasn't quite plain, but now she's genuinely pretty. I used to think she had no real color or expression, but that soft skin of hers, blushing as often as it did yesterday, is truly beautiful. And judging by what I noticed about her eyes and mouth, I have every reason to think they're capable of real expressiveness once she has something to express. And then her bearing, her manner, her whole presence, it's improved in ways I can barely describe. She must have grown at least 2 inches since October. Oh, please, that's only because there were no tall women around to compare her with, and because she's wearing a new dress you've never seen her in before. She's exactly the same as she was in October, trust me. The truth is she was simply the only girl there for you to pay attention to, and you always have to have someone. I've always thought her pretty, not strikingly pretty, but pretty enough, as people say. She has a kind of beauty that grows on you. Her eyes could be darker, but she has a sweet smile. As for this extraordinary improvement you're talking about, I'm quite sure it comes down to better clothes and having no one else to look at. So if you do start flirting with her, you'll never convince me it has anything to do with her beauty, or that it's anything more than your own boredom and foolishness." Her brother only smiled at that accusation, and after a moment said, "I can't quite figure Miss Fanny out. I don't understand her. I couldn't tell what she was thinking yesterday. What's she like? Is she serious? Is she odd? Is she a prude? Why did she pull back and look at me so coolly? I could barely get her to say a word. I've never spent so much time with a girl, working so hard to entertain her, and gotten such poor results. I've never met a girl who looked so unimpressed with me. I have to do better." The look on her face says, "I will not like you. I've decided not to like you." And I say she will. You fool, so that's what's really attracting you, the fact that she doesn't care about you. That's what gives her such soft skin and makes her seem so much taller and brings out all these charms and graces. I do ask you not to make her genuinely unhappy. A little love might brighten her up and do her some good, but I won't have you break her heart, because she's as good a young woman as ever lived and she feels things deeply. "It can only last 2 weeks, said Henry. "And if 2 weeks can destroy her, she must have a constitution that nothing could save anyway. No, I won't hurt her, dear sweet girl. I only want her to look warmly at me, to give me smiles along with those blushes, to save me a seat beside her wherever we are, to light up when I take it and talk to her. I want her to think as I think, to be interested in everything I own and enjoy, to want me to stay longer at Mansfield, and to feel, when I leave, that she'll never be truly happy again. That's all I want." "The very picture of moderation," said Mary. "Well, I have no objections then. You'll have plenty of chances to try to win her over, since we're all together a great deal." And without making any further protest, she left Fanny to her fate, a fate which, had Fanny's heart not been protected in a way Miss Crawford never suspected, might have been harder than she deserved. For while there are certainly unconquerable young women of 18 who can never be talked into love against their better judgment, no matter how much talent, charm, attention, and flattery is directed at them. Otherwise, we'd have no novels to read. I'm not inclined to count Fanny among them. With her depth of feeling and her natural sensitivity, I don't believe she could have escaped unscathed from even a 2-week courtship by a man like Crawford. Despite having some previous low opinion of him to overcome, had her heart not already been given to someone else? With all the security that loving another man and thinking poorly of Crawford could provide, his continued attentions, persistent but never pushy, and gradually adapting themselves more and more to the gentleness and delicacy of her nature, soon made it impossible for her to dislike him as much as she once had. She hadn't forgotten the past, and her opinion of him was still low, but she couldn't deny his appeal. He was entertaining, and his manners had improved so significantly, so polished, so genuinely and irreproachably courteous, that it was simply impossible not to be civil to him in return. This shift took only a few days, and at the end of those few days, something happened that actually helped his cause. Though not in any calculated way, it simply put her in such good spirits that she felt warmly toward everyone. William, her brother, so long absent, so deeply loved, was back in England. She had a letter from him herself, a few rushed and joyful lines written as the ship came up the channel, sent into Portsmouth with the first boat that left the Antwerp at anchor in Spithead. When Crawford came up the walk holding the newspaper he'd hoped would carry the first news, he found her trembling with happiness over that letter, her face glowing and grateful as she listened to her uncle calmly dictating a reply with an invitation. It was only the day before that Crawford had fully learned about her brother, or had become aware at all that she had one, or that he was serving on such a ship. But the interest it sparked had been genuine and lively, and he'd resolved on his return to London to find out when the Antwerp was expected back from the Mediterranean, and so on. The good fortune of coming across the ship news early the next morning felt like a reward both for his ingenuity in finding a way to please her, and for his dutiful habit of subscribing, for many years, to the paper known for carrying the earliest naval intelligence. As it turned out, though, he was too late. All those heightened emotions he'd hoped to be the one to stir had already been stirred. But his intention, the kindness behind his intention, was warmly and genuinely appreciated. Truly warmly, because the joy she felt for William lifted her beyond her usual shyness. Dear William would be with them soon. There was no doubt he'd be granted leave immediately. He was still only a midshipman, and since his parents, living nearby, had probably already seen him and might be seeing him every day, he could surely spend his leave with the sister who had been his most faithful correspondent for 7 years, and with the uncle who had done the most for his support and career. And so, the reply came as quickly as possible, setting a very early date for his arrival. Barely 10 days had passed since Fanny's anxious first dinner visit when she found herself caught up in an excitement of a different kind altogether, hovering in the hall, the lobby, on the stairs, straining for the first sound of the carriage that would bring her brother back to her. It arrived while she was still waiting, and with nothing like ceremony or hesitation to delay the moment, she was at his side as he came through the door. Those first minutes of overwhelming emotion had no interruptions and no witnesses, unless the servants, mostly focused on opening the right doors, could be counted as such. This was exactly what both Sir Thomas and Edmund had quietly arranged, as each made clear to the other by the speed with which they both suggested that Mrs. Norris stay exactly where she was rather than rush into the hall the moment they heard the sounds of arrival. William and Fanny appeared before long, and Sir Thomas had the pleasure of seeing in his protégé a very different young man from the boy he had outfitted 7 years before, but one with an open, pleasant face and frank, unaffected yet considerate and respectful manners. He confirmed him as a young man worth backing. It took Fanny a long time to come down from the overwhelming happiness of that hour, the 30 minutes of waiting followed by the first moments of reunion. For a while, the happiness was almost too much to actually feel as happiness. There was the inevitable disappointment of finding someone changed in appearance, and it took time before it faded, and she could see the same William she had always known and talk to him the way her heart had been aching to do for years. But that moment did gradually come, helped along by an affection on his side that was just as warm as hers, though far less complicated by self-consciousness or doubt. She was the first love of his life, and it was a love his energy and straightforwardness made as natural to show as to feel. The next day they were out walking together with pure joy, and every day after renewed a closeness that Sir Thomas watched with quiet satisfaction, even before Edmund pointed it out to him. setting aside those particular moments of delight that certain thoughtful gestures from Edmund had brought her over the past few months. Fanny had never known such happiness in her life, as she found now in this free, easy, open companionship with the brother and friend who was sharing everything with her, all his hopes and fears, his plans and worries about that long-dreamed-of and hard-earned promotion he so rightly valued. He could give her direct, detailed news of their father and mother, brothers and sisters, whom she so rarely heard from. He cared about every comfort and every small difficulty in her life at Mansfield. He was ready to think about every member of the household exactly as she did, or differed only in being a little less careful in his judgments and considerably louder in criticizing their Aunt Norris. And with him, perhaps the sweetest indulgence of all, she could revisit every shared experience of their earliest years, going over every past pain and pleasure together with the deepest tenderness. This is one of the great gifts of such a bond, a strengthening of love that even marriage cannot match. Children of the same family, the same blood, with the same earliest memories and habits, have a source of joy that no later relationship can replace. It would take a long and unnatural separation, a break that nothing could justify, for such precious remnants of first love to be entirely lost. Too often, sadly, that is exactly what happens. The love between siblings, which can sometimes mean everything, is at other times worth nothing at all. But between William and Fanny Price, it was still in its fullest and freshest form, undamaged by any conflict of interests, uncooled by separate attachments, and affected by time and distance only in having grown stronger. Such a genuine affection raised both of them in the eyes of everyone who had the heart to appreciate goodness. Henry Crawford was as struck by it as anyone. He admired the warm-hearted, unpolished affection of the young sailor, who said, reaching out toward Fanny's hair, "You know, I'm beginning to like this strange fashion already. When I first heard it was being worn in England, I couldn't believe it, and when Mrs. Brown and the other women at the commissioners in Gibraltar showed up wearing the same thing, I thought they'd lost their minds, but Fanny could reconcile me to anything." Crawford watched with vivid admiration the color in Fanny's cheeks, the brightness in her eyes, the deep absorbed attention on her face as her brother described the close calls and terrifying scenes that 7 years at sea had inevitably provided. It was the kind of picture that Henry Crawford had enough genuine feeling to appreciate. Fanny's appeal grew twice over, because the sensitivity that lit up her face was itself part of her beauty. He no longer had any doubt about the depth of her heart. She had real feeling, genuine, deep feeling. It would mean something to be loved by a girl like that, to awaken the first passions of a young and unspoiled heart. She interested him far more than he had anticipated. 2 weeks was not going to be enough. His stay became open-ended. Sir Thomas often called on William to be the storyteller. His accounts were entertaining in themselves, but Sir Thomas's real purpose was to understand the narrator, to learn what kind of young man he was through the stories he told. He listened to William's clear, energetic, spirited descriptions with complete satisfaction, finding in them evidence of strong principles, professional knowledge, courage, energy, and good humor, everything that could speak well of a young man's character and promise. Young as he was, William had already seen a great deal. He had served in the Mediterranean, in the West Indies, in the Mediterranean again. He had been taken ashore many times through the favor of his captain, and over 7 years had encountered nearly every kind of danger that sea and war could offer. With experiences like those, he had every right to be listened to. And while Mrs. Norris could fuss around the room and disrupt everyone in search of 2 needles' worth of thread or a second-hand shirt button in the middle of her nephew's account of a shipwreck or a battle, everyone else was completely absorbed. Even Lady Bertram could not hear of such horrors unmoved, and occasionally lifted her eyes from her needlework to say, "Good heavens, how dreadful! I can't imagine why anyone would ever go to sea." For Henry Crawford, these stories produced a different effect entirely. He found himself longing to have been at sea, to have seen and done and suffered as much. His heart was stirred, his imagination fired, and he felt the deepest respect for a young man who, before the age of 20, had endured such physical hardships and shown such strength of character. The glory of heroism, of being useful, of pushing yourself to the limit and holding firm, it all made his own self-indulgent habits look shameful by comparison. He found himself wishing he had been a William Price, earning his way to distinction and consequence through self-respect and passionate effort, rather than what he actually was. The wish was more intense than lasting. He was pulled out of his reflective mood by Edmund asking about his plans for the next day's hunt, and he quickly found it was just as well to be a man of wealth with horses and staff at his disposal. In one way, it was actually better. It gave him the ability to do a favor for someone he genuinely wanted to please. William, with all the spirit and eagerness and curiosity in the world, had expressed a desire to hunt. Crawford could lend him a horse without the slightest inconvenience to himself, and needed only to overcome some hesitation on Sir Thomas's part, who understood better than his nephew the value of such a loan, and some genuine alarm in Fanny. She worried about William, and no amount of his stories about riding in various countries, the rough scrambles he'd been through, the difficult horses and mules he'd handled, or his many narrow escapes from bad falls, convinced her that he was ready to manage a well-fed hunter in an English fox hunt. She couldn't rest easy about the risk until he came home safe and sound, without accident or embarrassment. And until that happened, she couldn't bring herself to feel the gratitude toward Mr. Crawford for lending the horse that he had very much intended she would feel. Once it was clear that no harm had come to William, however, she was willing to admit it had been a kindness, and even rewarded its owner with a smile when the horse was offered for his use again the next minute, only to be handed over with great warmth, and in a manner that couldn't be refused, for his use entirely for as long as he remained in Northamptonshire.